do we think relationships have affected us? Like, I
Yeah,
mean, as a
positive, negative
team, I
ways.
mean, yeah, I mean, I think it has. Like, I think it affects every team. I think like we have a very positive like family environment. Like that's usually how we keep it, especially like like the long form lanes. Obviously, like I said, you grow a bond with other teams, but as well as yours. But yeah, I think it's helped us. Like obviously, every team has like their slumps and stuff that they go through here and there. Um, but I think all in all, like our team, we have a good outlook and attitude, and even if we're in a slump or if we play poorly, usually we could dig ourselves out, or if someone else on the team is feeling down, like we could help them out as well and figure out the best way to like move forward and keep a positive mental attitude together.
Yeah,
I think,
I mean, he kind of nailed it on the head. It's you're always going to bring your personal life into work life and your work life into personal life. There's positive and negatives, but we don't really drag it in too much. So yeah, it usually works out pretty well. Everybody's really supportive.
So in the spirit of brutally honest PUBG, why does North America have such a hard time at international events, Kurt?
Lack of depth, lack of quality scrim practice, lack of game time, and that's basically it. There's lack of depth, so the skill ceiling doesn't really go up much.
I guess kind of add on to that, Gunner. Do you think that there's a mentality issue as well? Like, do you think that it feels like North American teams go into international events with all the confidence in the world, and then they get punched in the mouth one time, and it just is impossible to recover. Do you think that that's more of an issue, or do you think it's more kind of in line with what Kurt's saying, just scrim time, reps, practice, that kind of stuff? Like, is it more psychological, or is it more mechanical?
Well, I definitely think it's both. Like, obviously, everything that Kurt said is true. Like, I mean, if you look at some of the other regions, like, they have like team houses that they're playing PCSs out of and stuff. Like, and basically, like, that just goes back to the last question that I answered. Like, it's when you have an environment like that, like, it's so much easier when you have a personal interaction with someone to like make sure that they're okay, make sure that like their mentals are right and that they're in the game. And then even just reviewing with your team, it's much easier just to make sure, everyone is, paying attention, or everyone understands what's going on. Where online, you obviously, you can't see the person that you're reviewing with and stuff. So I think everything he said is right, but I also think there's a big mentality thing about it, which I think is why we do pretty good at internationals. Like, obviously we did well at PGC. We statistically were one of the best teams, or if not the best team at like PGIS. Like, obviously we didn't win it, but it's whatever. I think it just, the like resilience of the team just kind of shows, like, as those long lands kind of go on. Like, we basically, in grand survival of PGC, we got second place in game 1 and then bounced back and dominated game 2 and then qualified and got 4th place at PGC. And I think there's a lot of teams that can't do that. And our team isn't one of them, just because of like how our mental is and how experienced everyone is. And yeah.
Well, you guys talked about your capabilities on the international stage. One of my favorite games that I was a part of, but also watched, was the PGC last qualification round between you guys hot dropping 4 a.m. and then the phase run that happened at the end. That's like one of the best matches I think that's ever happened inside of PUBG.
Yeah, no, it was for sure.
I will say that this year in Americas, you guys have had some struggles inside of that, but it always feels like you guys on the international stage like evolve. You go through like the anime like next evolution. Like, how does that happen with you guys?
I mean, I'll just tell you right now, like, we have a bad habit that we've been trying to get out of basically not like treating every game like it's PGC, but like giving respect to teams and other teams around us that we shouldn't. So like, we're very like technical and very like methodical about the information we get and the plays that we make. And that just comes from like everyone giving information to Purdy, and then Purdy like formulating a plan, Watching kill feed, if we see two teams fighting, like Purdy is basically like, hey, like Dodge is fighting this team, it should be around this area. So like we make a lot of calculated plays based off of what's going on around us. And in North America, it's just like, we went into this group stage. Literally the very last thing that I said to them before day one of group started was, if I can't cuss probably, but
you're fine. Go ahead. We got bleeps. We're recording, dude. It's good.
If these teams don't know what the they're doing, you're not going to know what the they're doing. So we basically went into the mentality of just expecting these teams to have no idea what they're doing, just driving up on all of them, picking up a ton of points, and just going back to what everyone used to call us group stage warriors, and we've been putting up like 200 something points. We wanted to just go back to where we were just driving around super confident. Hey, there's a fight over there. Let's just go dominate this team and then work our way into the zone. And it helped out because on an international level, we expect the teams around us to know what they're doing. And I think that's why we do so well, is because, if we have, it'll say Sonics and then MCG over here, like, hey, they should play into this. These guys should play into that. Like, this is what this box right here, this waypoint is what we have to work with. And, it's just way more methodical. So we kind of just dropped the whole teams in North America have brains thing, and we stopped giving respect to the teams around us. And yeah, hopefully it's not too late and we could do really well in PCS7 and qualify.
You got it, Purdy, or is that anything you want to tack on?
What do you want me to follow there? I'm gonna be honest. Stephen King wrote a book over here. You want me to follow it up? Like, what do you want me to do?
I got an easy one for you. Then. Ready? Well, we'll throw this one to Purdy first. Is group stage first actually cursed?
From that one.
What's the question again, Matt? Sorry.
Is group stage first actually cursed?
No, not at all.
Hey, look, easy.
Yeah. Look at that. Kirk can answer that so simply, so succinct.
You want to follow it up, Gunner?
Yeah, I mean, I could. Yeah, I don't really think that group stage is getting first place in group stage is actually cursed. The only teams that have won an ESL or PCS is ourselves, Sonics, and E United. Literally for 2 years now that we've been doing it. So I mean, it's definitely not cursed. It's just for a while those are the only 3 teams that were like actually doing well, and it just so happened that the team that got first didn't end up winning the event. I'll stop there. I can keep going if you want, but
we're good.
Kurt, I guess how do you feel about the team's place right now as opposed to going into PCS5 last year? Like, obviously, it's a little bit different because you kind of already had you all already qualified last year for PGC by the time we were going into PCS5?
No, we needed that event, I'm pretty sure. And I think we were on the cusp of qualifying just to get into the event. So I'm pretty sure we were sweating.
Yeah, we won ESL 1. So we had like the 200 points, but that's like obviously one of the worst events to win because it's like, not a ton of
least amount of points.
And then we jumped on the struggle bus.
I guess
well, no, what MC format.
Well, yeah, there's also that. But like just in general, like as far as like the team, your mindset's going, like how you feel like you're playing right now as compared to this time last year.
I wish I could give you a better answer because I just don't remember PCS5's mental going into it.
Well, just going into the end of the year.
God, Gunnar might be a better actual person to answer the mental question for last year because I'm sure he'll love to talk about the mental of teams and he'll just kind of fake his way through it a little bit.
We finally give it to you first, and you tell us to go.
No, because I just don't know the mental last year. I can just tell you this year, right now, we're much better than where we were earlier in this year. We've broken down a lot more. I think I don't know about other teams, but for our team personally, we got comfortable and lazy with a lot of how we were playing, sitting in the same spot for so long. I think that helped us internationally is when we go to internationals, we actually change our spots because whatever, we bend the knee. If there's a team that's stupid enough to hot drop and throw games, cool, bend the knee. You're going to have that spot. 4am can have Hasi. We're past that phase of being attached to it egotistically. We're going to go wherever and we're going to flex. And that helps us and how we approach games, because all of a sudden we are broadening our horizons. How do we rotate? What do we look for? Everybody's more attentive and more attention to detail. Like, where am I going to scout? How do I look into these zones? I think that just helps us on our outlooks to the game, and everybody's just more focused and dialed in. So, and we're in new spots coming up for the event. So,
I say you're a Puerto team now, yeah?
yeah.
You guys mentioned it. Struggle Bus going into PGC with your points right now is it's its own independent issue. Where do you guys feel that you need to be at the end of PCS7 to get your shot into PGC? And like, are you aiming for points per game? What are your goals to make sure you accomplish it? Either one of you first.
Yeah, the goal to accomplish it right now is just literally play as best as we can. We're not hyper focused on points per game or anything like that. We're going into the event playing to win the event. That's our goal going into it. I've said it for years, but that's always going to be our goal. And if we come up second, we're going to be like, yeah, we made PGC, but we're still going to be upset at the end of the day. So right now, our only goal and our only focus isn't PGC, it's PCS7, and how do we win the event?
Corey, got a follow-up question? Or Gunnar, did you want to add on?
No, I mean, he pretty much nailed it. I mean, obviously, like, everyone in the back of their mind is self-aware of the fact that we need to do better than certain teams. But if we just play our game and focus everything on winning and playing our best, then at the end of the day, like, if we don't make it, there's no one to blame but ourselves, really. So we know
first place doesn't have to worry about PGC points, right?
Exactly,
makes it easy.
Yeah. I mean, we know we belong there. We know if we get there, we're going to perform very well. So, it's just focusing on what's in front of us, like he said, and, we'll see where the chips fall.
You guys were talking about Bing Bang Boom specifically, but also, I mean, you're in the hunt with Wildcard as well, Dodge, 22 Esports, even now that they've got Gizera that's who's playing. I mean, he looks pretty nuts, at least in scrim so far. I guess that's a lot of teams to keep track of going in to these. So are you just kind of looking to come out and just start off early, super strong? Are you going to play just hyper aggressively starting off the beginning of the tournament, or is it going to be just kind of like start off, see where the chips fall, and then get ready for the second weekend?
Well, it's a longer tournament. Like, these, like, we have so many games and so many days that, like, it's just important to, if we have a bad game, obviously to, just acknowledge the fact that even like the team that wins the event is probably have already had 1 to 2, 3, maybe 3 or 4 bad games, right? But they probably won some games and had a lot of good placements and with a lot of kills. So I think we'll just go into the event, obviously trying to start out strong, like we did in group stage. Starting an event strong and having a big confidence booster is always very helpful into the weekend. And then obviously you have that week break and then you play again. So, like, even if you don't do as good the first week, like, you have a little reset, and then you could just basically be like, hey, it's a fresh event. But I think, like, the mindset I'll try and have going or bring into the team is, like, basically, like, every game and every day is just, like, a brand new day. Like, if we have a bad day one, going into day two, let's just, almost make pretend it's just the start of the event. You want to come out strong. You want to have all the confidence in the world. And that's what we're going to do. But obviously you want to start out strong in an event like this, and then it makes it easier to carry and continue the confidence going, throughout the weekend.
So it's no surprise whenever we talk about Luminosity, it's a very intellectual team. And we're dealing with the two sides of the brain right here between IGL and Coach. And we know the fact that Coach side of this, Gunnar, you put in a lot of work, but then at the end of the day, a lot of the pressure just comes to execute onto you, Kurt. So I'm curious, how do you guys like work together? Like, what's your relationship like for the strategy side of it? Like, do you guys, is it like a love-hate relationship? Is it you hug at the end of it and then you're like I don't know what's going on here?
Me and Kurt's relationship is probably the most interesting relationship out of any two PUBG players, especially in so long, because we flame the ever-loving crap out of each other, but obviously it's all out of love.
Yeah.
Like, the whole team, my whole team flames me. They flame me all the time. Alo told me the other day that Alo said, just leave, bud. You get coach of the year on a 16th place team. And then everyone just starts dying laughing, and everyone starts flaming me, and then I'll flame them. And I don't know. We have a really weird, different dynamic that a lot of coaches don't have with their teams. Like every single one of my players, like I could be very strict on. I could just joke with. They're all like family to me. Where like the other teams and other coaches, like they don't have that. And I feel as if I bring it just be like from the Marine Corps, like just having like a brotherhood and camaraderie. Like I don't want to be or coach a team where one of the players isn't comfortable with someone else or isn't comfortable with me. If at any point I felt one of them wasn't comfortable with me, I would leave, you know? So like, I mean, me and Kurt's relationship, I mean, it's a mess, but it's like, it's a beautiful mess, you know? Cause like he's my brother and I love him, you know? So it's just like, it is what it is. You know, if he sucks, like he knows he sucks. Like he probably don't need me to tell him he sucks. You know, he's been playing the game long enough. But sometimes I'll be like, hey, you know, you kind of shit right now. You know,
what'd you do on that rooftop?
Yeah, exactly. And then he'd be like, I know I was supposed to be on that rooftop, jackass. Like, you know what I mean? It's a good relationship and it's healthy, and I love it.
Anything Jack onto it?
I mean, he hit it on the head. It's all love, and my favorite pastime is just giving Gunnar a hard time. But like you said, it's just he's like my brother, and I love the guy. It's a good time. He can tell me if I suck, if I need to improve on something, if I'm doing something wrong, and it goes the same way. I'm like, Gunnar, where the map's at? What's going on? You're a little slow with this. You know, you gotta hurry it up.
Yes. So, the games won't even be over yet for groups, and he'd be like, "Where are the maps? Where are the maps? Where are the maps?" And I don't even know who qualified yet.
Right. Last question. You guys got signed with Luminosity. That one kind of came out of the blue. Usually I feel like I have a pretty good grasp whenever somebody's about to get signed. You surprised me with this one. Like, where did this come from, and like, what's it like since you guys have now signed?
I mean, yeah, for one, it's been great. It's obviously a great organization. They've been nothing but amazing to us, and you know, it's so. You know, I was happy that they talked with us, and you know, we made a great agreement, and that we were going to represent them. And you know, obviously, we know that they want to be represented on the international stage, and we're going to do our best to get them there. But yeah, I mean, you know, coming from when we were at TSM and then to Luminosity, so we basically went from, you know, a big org to another big org. Like it was a smooth transition, and you know, at both orgs, everyone was great to us. So like it's been a wonderful experience so far, for sure.
All right, well, that's kind of where I'm finished out. Poro, go ahead and give them the floor to do whatever they want.
Yeah. Give your shout outs, guys. Let's you want to start with Kurt.
Yeah. No real shout outs, just to the fans that keep supporting us, obviously, and our family and all the girls that always jump in chat, the Mama Terrans, Mama Luke, Mama Gunner, everybody, all the girlfriends, all the diehards that are there when we suck, when we don't. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate seeing all the love in the chat, and just thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, same with him, obviously. Like, you know, thanks to everyone, like, you know, fans and family and friends that support us. Thanks for Luminosity, obviously, for signing us and believing in us. And then thanks for PUBG for giving us a platform and a place to play. And then obviously, like, you know, making this a career and, you know, setting up these tournaments and stuff. So, I mean, thanks to everybody over at PUBG, and yeah.
Look at this. I love the humility. He's verbose until he has to start thanking people, and then he like gets all shy and from the heart there.
Yeah.
Big cuddly teddy bear. Well, thank you guys so much, and good luck in PCS7, and hopefully see you at PGC as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much once again to Purdy Curdy and the ever verbose Machine Gunner USMC. Always good to talk to those guys and pick their brains about what's going on now. They have a lot of work cut out for them going into PCS7. We'll see how they're doing now, how things are shaping up for them right now as we're getting ready to go into this day of games.
打了都。
Hello，
然后把自己给宰了，是的。
Heroic, don't allow the backstab to happen. Both teams look that way. That's why Heroica's moved slightly onto the low ground a little bit further so they can be out of the infantry range of BBL. But this is
그런 싸움이에요.
다나와 e스포츠를 잡아먹는 것은 경쟁팀을 직접 제거하는 건데.
살루트? 아 이거 다 잡아요? 살루트 다 잡아요?
없어요. 그런데 서로를 지금 잡아냈을 때는 챙길 수 있는 그 6번 사람이 유리해지거든요.
특히나 살루트에게 굉장히 중요한 싸움이 됩니다.
자, 저거 지금 뽑았습니다. 소리.
자,
다시 한번 체크. 자, 위에서 던져주는데
진짜 눈치 싸움이 들어왔어요.
네.
네.
기다리지 않고
자, 반대로 돌았어요.
다시 한번.
자, 반대로 돌았는데 창상.
야, 살루트!
자, 무슨 찍나요? 영화
자,
찍나요?
12발 미리 쏘기 그림자.
เป็นตัวหลังกันเลยในเรื่องโอ้เฮ้ยวัดมุมเสียเปรียบเลยเหรอ
好，也很及时。看一下 Z 字形拉枪上车，打2个。那4个，哎呦，小左。
Same effects. Obviously, Sonic's definitely not a force as they were last game, but Wildcard's still coming in as 3.
Look at his weapon selection. He's got the VSS and a bolty. Do I see that right? And how this is going to be coming in?
And it's a VSS squad.
VSI down, and that's going to make it easier for the VSS crew to hoard in and the walk in. Look at this.
I'm telling you, don't sleep on the VSS. That gun is.
mình sẽ có cơ hội đi tiếp, còn Bảo Nam thì sau đây họ phi thẳng vào khu vực đang có đội biên giới Smedable và thực sự bây giờ sẽ là câu chuyện như thế nào? Một mạng dành cho vị trí Ninja nhưng không, đó là 2 mạng luôn bởi có một quả đất như thế và đó dấu chấm hết dành cho Bảo Nam hôm nay từ trời đất ra. MP เฮ้ยเอ็ดดี้ลิฟต์ไฟมาเก็บดีได้เข้ามาช่วยแล้วยังติ้งเอาไป1เก็บ2เอ็ดดี้เก็บ3 1-1 เอ็ดดี้เล่นที่ผูกกับทอมมี่ผมบอกเลยว่าได้เปรียบกว่านะครับทอมมี่ระยะนี้ยังไงเอ็ดดี้กำลังจะคัดคิงเกมนี้เอ็ดดี้
Mate, yeah, you've got to go for a drop shot. It's amazing! Oh my god!
Oh my god, he got him! There's no way! He bounced it off the crane right on his feet! 19 kills for NLT! You have got to be kidding me! There's no freaking way he got that!
It might have been going for a vehicle switch.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be Kill Demo coming in onto this, provide some reinforcements. Necro with a great shot onto Stills, and Nade's going to take him down. It is just throwables galore coming out. You can see Nade's coming out on the counter side of it, but they have no idea what is going on.
And that is it, man.
Wanted this, but instead they are going to go down.
Disgusting angle if he wants to take the shots. There's actually so much damage that he could do.
This is 3 teams that LG could just absolutely demolish.
No, he doesn't get the knock.
Position.
I love it.
Can they take Vinny down or can he defend it up? He realizes the approach coming in, goes up, steps in, goes for the shots. 1 is down. Now doing a dance into the car, realizing what the
This fight, I mean, it's... Oh, look at this, sending it in. And Hayes is gonna fight 1, he's gonna fight 2.
Oh my God, Snakers now just trying to fight his way back, and he is doing it. Hasten down, Haven down, and it is just flush after flush. The rest of 22 trying to come in. Vinny, who's had some star performances to try to keep them in the game, now rolling in. Snakers does get spotted. He goes.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for day 2 on our second weekend of PCS7. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Matchroom and the Cammy D as we break down all the action and everything else there is to know from the winners of PCS7 all the way to the journey to PGC. It's your one-stop shop for pre-show action. And as soon as we're done, I promise we will get right into the game. So let's get right into that. PGC, break it down. Show me where PGC stands right now. The Sonics and EU United are looking great. They're going, no questions asked, but they're also playing well. We'll break them down in just a few minutes. Yaho, I think we can pretty comfortably say, gentlemen, Yaho's going to go.
Yes, it is mostly safe. It's mostly safe for that.
It's like one of those things that we want to say, yeah, but at the same time, there is like that 5% chance.
I'll say it. Yes, they're going. They're fine.
I like this is the analyst life. You don't want to put your foot in your mouth, but yes, they look pretty good. A lot of teams still on the chase. Let's take a look at why there are so many teams still on the chase, because there are a ton of points up for grabs. Second place walks away with 330 PGC points, and honestly, until you get to 7, it's still a pretty big grab for a lot of these teams. And the check mark, is that going to be relevant, do you think?
Not really, because all the teams that are really in contesting for the check mark for winning this event, even if they were to catch up with the Sonics, which again, we'll get into that, they're already the ones that are going to be getting enough points even in 3rd, 4th place.
The two names that we're looking at are already our two biggest points. One way or the other, it's really just who's going to be there.
Who's going to be there? And a question, we know that United Sonics will be there. And you guys, if you want to watch them play there, good news, it's just around the corner. November 1st will kick off PGC 2020, so make sure you tune into that. We have lots more PUBG coming through in terms of PCS7 as we go to Asia and Europe next week. But for now, we're here, and then we're back on November 1st with all of the fun action. Now, let's meet the teams who are playing here at PCS7, the 16 that will take the field today. Remember, they got here through a grueling open qualifier all the way to the big 16 that you see here today. It's fun. It's been a nice split, 8-8, Latin America and North America. And to be honest, it's been very even. In fact, let's take a look at the leaderboard so you guys can see exactly where this breaks down. Up on top, Sonics United, they're in the race for 1 and 2. We'll have that conversation.
Yes. But the main thing that we want to look at is that in that leaderboard from 3rd or even 2nd, but no, 3rd down to 6th place with 22 Esports is what, only a 19-point gap. It's only after 6 is that big drop-off down to Dodge. So 3rd through 6th, there's a lot of movement that we could still see.
I could still even count EU United in that pack. It's not like Wildcard or Synergy can't catch them either.
Sure.
All right, we'll get into that in a second because United did have a big fall off. But a team that didn't, a team that came to play, a team that ran the day, 3 wins out of 5, was the Sonics, the kings of North America right now. I just call them the kings of the North because it'll be easier.
Honestly, yeah.
But are they stoppable? What is it about these lads that make them so mad?
I mean, there is this section that we can talk about with United and how United didn't perform yesterday, so that does help Sonics. But Sonics also control their own destiny a lot, right, Cam? I mean, it's always controlled.
Yeah, so you have to acknowledge they did get a lot of circle favor yesterday, but they were able to make it and squeeze those circles for every single last point. And then when you look at their final game, they got 0 circles at all, and yet they were still able to go for the win. So it's not about hoping that the circle favors you. It's about getting as many points as possible and making it work no matter what situation that you are in. Sonics did that very, very well yesterday. They got like over 90 points, I think, overall.
I mean, I did like when we talked to Tig yesterday after another big win, and we said, was it hard for you when you got the circle to just sit inside of the house and not go out and go crazy? Like, we were chomping at the bit to get out there. But they have great self-control, and part of that is how well they work as a team. Especially Tiggleton always sort of has someone backing him up.
And that has been kind of a rotating door, but whenever you look at it, it tends to be Shrimsy on, like, I'd say 9 times out of 10. We do have Mime that fills that role, and has filled that role this year even. But whenever we see the duos break apart into their 2-2s, this feels like a very comfortable one, to where we're going to see a lot of success coming out from Tiggleton, as well as Shrimsy.
And what you want to note on here for this particular event, Shrimsy might not be putting up the kill numbers that Tiggleton is, but his damage is higher. This time around, he's often on like the side position, the flank position, or even the anchor position, and just trying to keep everyone else from on the lobby. If they're on a high ground position, they want to keep everyone else down and in a weaker spot, while the main core, Tiggleton, sometimes Mime with him, are the ones that are like dealing with the threat right in front of them.
Now, speaking of threats right in front of them, we're going to pivot a little bit, because when we started this event, we talked about the Clash of the Titans, and it looked that way until yesterday. United, the Sonics going head-to-head. There was back and forth up here about who's going to win the whole thing. I think you even swapped halfway through because of how good.
Okay, we don't have to go. We don't have to go into that.
United came out yesterday, and there's dropping the ball, and then there's like throwing it on the ground and kicking it as hard as you can away from
I don't think United did either of those. Yesterday, their game really wasn't all that bad. And the reason why I picked Sonics to begin with at this top of this event is that United do have days like this. I don't expect it to last. This is not an uncommon thing for us to see. It just happens to coincide with Sonics also having the best day of their event. That is just a pure coincidence.
But I think that they are actually connected. I mean, United started in first yesterday. And then their inability to really make it into the mid-game repeatedly caused a lot of problems, but also opened up the door, because usually we see them kind of be a counterbalance to restrain Sonics, and we didn't really see that happen because of their deaths being so early.
Sure, but I just want to acknowledge that while Sonics had an amazing day, United's, what we're calling United's bad day, was still around 30 points, which for most other teams is like an average day.
All right.
So as long as they don't stay at that level, I'm not worried.
Just better than average. That's all we want from them.
Exactly right. And that's the thing when I look at this is I understand why United was the pick for a lot of people. Sonics is just blazing good. But I don't understand, because Sonics never, I mean, they do have bad days. Even their bad days are still better than everyone else in the Americas. United does have these bad days. At PCC, they can't do that. I mean, they need to figure out what it's going to take for them to not only win here, but win overall.
Not even, they can't have it at PGC, and honestly, they can't have it any other day this weekend. So I got my keys to victory.
Imagine.
Going in for E United. I got 3 more keys for you. This one's specifically for E United. The first one is no respect, no quarter. Sometimes it looks like E United get caught up too much in trying not to overextend themselves. And that just means that they're allowing another team who they could easily beat in a firefight to get in front of them, and they may overthink things. They might give them too much respect. I don't think E United should be doing that at all, but at the same time, you don't want to overreach. Sometimes you need to play from the edge and get only 4 and 5 kills. You can easily throw a game by trying to go, put more in your mouth than you can actually chew. But at the end, at the end of the day, though, this team might have started as rats, but they're turning into dragons. E United, being both red and blue, is perfect for them, because in Magic the Gathering, red and blue balance of aggression and control, and it is often seen in the shape of a dragon. And E United, their best games is when they're on the high ground, coming out as a dragon, oppressing the rest of the world, the rest of the peasant town, not letting anyone else come out of their farmhouses, and they are just taking over and keeping them on the low ground.
So does that make Sonics blue and black for control and death?
but Control and Destruction, and then obviously Luminosity is white. They're an Angels deck. They kind of last longer than everybody.
Okay, we're getting too far.
We'll get that. Also,
I didn't plan for it to go this far.
There was also like a weird Lord of the Rings reference in there a little bit, which there was so much nerd that I dreamed of everything. That was wonderful. All right, let's talk about another team that has been wonderful in this event so far. The questions are still out there. Can they have 2 Latin American teams go to PGC? There's still one potential scenario, but it is a long shot. Synergy, though, can still get there by chasing 22. Let's talk about these guys who have been consistent and great on the whole team.
When we're talking about can 2 Latin American teams make it, there is yes, but there is the asterisk that's over there, and then there's probably another asterisk. It's a very low % chance. But I do have to say, while we were talking a lot about Gizera last week, Pippa yesterday was having a magnificent performance and was so strong for Synergy.
He was carrying on the trend that he started on week 1. He was performing well there as well, and it really is that contrast between a star and then there was like the superstar on the opposite side of things. But to go back into your earlier question about 2 LATAM teams at PGC, mathematically, as you said, it's possible, but I'm gonna this I will say it's not gonna happen. They would need LG, and too many things would happen that I just don't see. It's possible, but incredibly improbable. What Synergy need to do, though, is to keep the pedal to the metal and keep riding over 22, because they could still make it if they only like 95 points behind total.
If it ended today, it ended today where they stand, Synergy goes in 22. Right?
Exactly.
There's a lot to look at. There's so many variables on the overall, but whenever we look at the variables, let's be honest, 22 is the biggest variable that they have to keep an eye on. We have seen a very strong performance come out from them last week. Yesterday was quieter, but not in like the worst way. They definitely, I guess, let off the gas. I do want to point out that we've been seeing a lot of talk about Gizera, but I've seen some strong performances from so many players on this team, and Vinny is such a peculiar player to me. Like, he's got multiple car plays, like just driving out in the middle of nowhere, jumping out and winning 1v1s. That's nuts.
Sure, but he's still not getting the 40 kills in a single weekend that Gizera did. I think Vinny is really, really good as that sort of opener player. He creates some amazing moments, but from what we saw in week 1, if Gizera is not there to sort of turn those moments into giant games, then we might just see this sort of reset of 22 into more of a slightly above average team. They did have the win yesterday, but it was only 5 kills.
I mean, when we looked at this comparison yesterday, they were dead even. And we asked the question of, if the superstar falters, can 22 continue to go the distance? And while Vinny has looked okay, my issue is this feels like a team with a great quarterback who knows how to make the calls, but if that receiver isn't out there with the skill to make their plays, nothing comes of it.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, we were talking about this earlier with the Sonics. There is a certain synergy that you need to have inside the team. Like, Tiggleton can't be Tiggleton if he doesn't have the rest of the team around him. And Gizera has some strength in that, but I've often found that it feels like Haven has been the best pairing for him. He is the Shrimsy to Gizera being Tiggleton. We've seen a magnificent performance come out from Haven at PNC. We've not yet seen that replicated, but it does look like he has the capability of opening up for Gizera. So when we see 2-2 splits, this is the pairing I want to see more success for, because I think this is where 22 can start climbing that.
Yeah. The one thing that I will say, though, for people worried about 22 based off of yesterday's games, is that their day, even though they had an amazing week 1, Friday from week 1 was just average. It wasn't until Saturday and Sunday last week that Gizera really started to pop off. So, especially considering 22 are all in one space working together for this event, I imagine that they're going to be able to ramp up in a similar way this weekend.
Don't worry, your fantasies are fine. If you pick Gizera, you're probably okay.
Yeah, they will, and I think to that point, we'll go check on those fantasy scoring. Haven has proven he's good. I think once they get comfortable together, maybe him and Gizera truly take it to the next level.
Sure.
We'll find out. Now, if your game and you're playing fantasy with us and you want to take it to the next level, you got to know what the points are worth. So let's show you exactly how to play fantasy along at home. A kill is worth 2 points. You get 1 point for 100 damage. You get 5 points for living, and the players do anyway. And if you have a player who dies before 10 minutes often, if you like to build your team around that like Cameron does, you do have to live that risk of the -3. Risk reward, though, because those are players that take fights, right? Like a Trogloditas player will get you points, but will also risk losing them. It's not uncommon. Now, I'm going to show you guys something awesome. I hope you guys like this too. It is the top leaderboard. I think we're going to first look at the performers, and then I'm going to show you where you guys at home ranked in all of this. So our biggest performers, fantasy top 10, Big Tig.
Yeah.
Never a question, but always 38,000.
Yeah, that's the problem. You know where you're going to get, but you know it's going to cost a lot. That's that consistency. I will say, though, Gizera, despite him being down in 3rd because of yesterday's performance of Tig and Shrimsy, still 27K for this weekend, well worth it. I more than expect him to climb back up those points today and tomorrow.
He's still higher up ranked than a lot of players who cost more than him.
Yeah. But I mean, okay. Tiggleton, Shrimsy, Snakers, Nikos, these are constant repetitive players that are in this category. Gizera is still, he's still new. So there are question marks around him, and yesterday wasn't his best day.
Let's look at where you guys stand. If you're playing at home, these are the top 10 globally. Myozer doing great with 615 points. And then going on down there, I hope that's the real Rubinho. But he is doing a great job. So these are those at home. Next time we play, especially for PGC, if you guys want to get in here and get featured, make sure you sign up to play at twire.gg. Now, let's look at the most important leaderboard of the entire day. This is a very big deal.
It's okay.
Let me have once.
No.
All right, so we do have 546. I'm going to say yay for me. It's weird as the host because I can't really harp on it too much, but I think I did a good job.
Oh my God, Toffees is the best. I'm so excited to be playing in a league with Toffees.
Thank you. And now that you've given me my laurels, let's give you yours. Matchum's in 4th.
Just barely.
But a big shout out to Cameron, who was just dead last at the end of last week.
I was, yeah. I made 120 points though yesterday though. Listen, if we could just wipe the slate. Why are you back on me?
It's the excuse cam. This we call it the excuse cam.
I made mistakes when I drafted week 1. I tried to be cute. I tried to be clever. But week 2, I drafted very, very well. I was the top performer between all of us just yesterday. Nice. I'm happy about that. Can't I be proud about that?
You can be proud of anything you want, my friend. And you guys be proud about anything you want too. In fact, you can tell us what you're proud of. You can make fun of Cam's excuse cam or anything else by getting on Twitter and using hashtag PUBG Esports. If it's funny enough, we will even show it on the stream. So if you can get me top-notch Cam picked bad tweets I can use.
You don't need to do
that.
that.
They're all about to just go through his history and start retweeting stuff.
You really don't need to do that.
This is picks here. All right. We won't do that. In fact, what we'll do, I'm gonna distract him.
Okay.
By telling you we're doing something else. We're doing a giveaway. Not right now. Today, we'll be doing this giveaway. It's not a coupon code. This is actual physical swag. This is a different entry code than yesterday, so stick around. Make sure you put it in. These are custom-made PCS7 Air Force Ones, as well as customized PCS7 Alienware headset. So this is very clean. Very nice pickup. I actually had, I got home to DMs from players. Purdy actually said, I don't know how, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like, you may lose your job, but come home with these shoes and give them.
Does he deserve it after his stance on Batman, though?
What's his stance?
What's his stance on Batman?
Yeah, where he doesn't think the Batman.
For those of you who missed the podcast, he says that Batman is not a superhero.
But Iron Man is, because they're totally different people.
So you got to wrap your head around that a little.
I can see the angle.
What's
I
the
don't
angle?
agree. I don't agree. Batman is like all in the shadows, and he's not that superness. He's just like
he's like an anti-hero kind of thing.
No. He's in black spandex. At least Iron Man has like the lasers and the whatever. But like literally, we could all do Batman. We just sit there and throw stuff.
Except for being super smart.
Yeah, but
and all the martial arts.
Is he smarter than a normal person?
Yes.
So
he just like went to an academy.
That's the whole meme. Is Batman with prep time beats everything.
I don't necessarily.
You guys have managed to pull superhero arguments, magic discussion, and even a little bit of a tinge of some Lord of the Rings, which I'm
we'll get some anime in here in a second too. It'll be fine.
There was yesterday.
Okay, can we get to the game? Can we get to the game?
Yeah,
it is getting ready. I can tell you this: the game is almost ready. The players are not actually in the plane just yet, so we have a minute or two while we get some stuff fixed over on that side for the players and make sure they're taken care of. Again, we talked a little bit about this scenario where both Latin American teams go.
Yes.
You guys said it's a double asterisk situation. It's a very simple asterisk. If Luminosity stinks, they drop all the way down. That is the only qualification scenario for both of these teams, from what I understand, to be there. That said, it's mostly right.
Yeah.
But I can tell you what's even better than right. The game is ready to get underway right now. So we're going to head to Tiggleton to talk just a little bit more about how they see the game.
I mean, we all love the game so much, and especially HWin does so much study. Like a lot of us, we watch the PCL games, we learn from other regions because, I mean, frankly, those regions are stronger when it comes to macro and micro. So we watch a lot of their gameplay and we learn from them things that we wouldn't be able to practice necessarily in the Americas. And we always try to stay a step ahead in terms of strategy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Game 1 of Day 2 of Week 2 of the PCS7 Grand Finals. My name is Poor Source. Joining me once again is Godspeed. And Godspeed, A lot to unpack from that desk.
A lot to unpack indeed. They let's go and leave the the Gathering references out of there if you don't understand the color archetypes. You know what I'm saying? I don't think rats have ever been printed in anything other than black. But
I mean, my man's putting them on blast.
There was the return of Kamigawa, which I believe had a. Yeah, you know what? We're just we're just gonna skip that altogether.
I'm completely left out in the cold on this one, y'all. I am. I don't know. I went out with friends and partied.
Yeah, that polo really tells me that you went out with friends.
Either way, I didn't play a whole lot of Magic, and I don't have a lot of hot opinions on Batman versus Iron Man, but I do know one thing, Godspeed, and that is that the Sonics have kind of taken this lobby by the neck.
Yeah, I mean, what is a 62-point lead over second place?
Casual 62-ish
60-plus point lead. That's not bad. I mean, it's
pretty decent.
That's decent, right? I mean,
pretty decent.
United I believe in a United. I believe in Relo more and more.
I mean, you should. Yeah, everybody should believe in E United. And I actually got a chance to talk to the coach this morning for E United and said that they had a fire lit under them after yesterday. They were not very happy with the favor that the Sonics were given in their eyes as the day went through, and all the points they could. And now again, Godspeed, we touched about this before, is that obviously Sonics got a little bit of circle favor, but the difference is that when you get that circle favor, it's how many points you get. Like, they ran away with it. Well, I mean, Rumblers had a bunch of favor as well.
I was literally about to mention, I was talking about the Rumblers yesterday and the difference in what they were able to do with circle versus what Sonics were able to do with the circle. And then we've seen that as well with like teams like United, but realistically, it just came down to the fact that they would flex out. Sonics was perfectly comfortable flexing out and getting those kills and making sure that even though they were in a central position where ideally, you can't get that aggressive, you're surrounded by other teams that are potentially taking the kills that you want, they were still finding them. And that's what most impresses me about a team like Sonics, about a top-tier team like United as well when they're on their game. And so we see a lot of teams generally get center circle and they just sit and they don't really collect much, but that's not really the way that Sonics does things. So.
No, it is not. And I know you guys are excited to get into the game. We are just getting the last couple of people in there. We had a little bit of a tech issue, but another team that also got a lot of circle love yesterday, kind of quietly. I didn't even realize it until I went back and looked at the stats. Was Bing Bang Boom. Bing Bang Boom actually got a whole lot of circle favor. That they just could not seem to win a fight.
No, that's the biggest issue I think BB has faced, is the fact that they're, again, I don't feel like they're making like these horrendous decisions or like these really poor like rotations. The problem is they're just not winning their team fights, whether that's coming down to communication, whether that's coming down to just individual players on the team just having off days, which happens.
It does.
And that's totally normal. For whatever reason, they just can't string together those team fight wins. And it's costing them. I mean, there's really no other way of saying it. They had obviously a very good day on the last day of last week. They were able to garner at least 50 points. Haven't really been able to see that replicated so far in the first day of the second week. But I mean, hey, we have 5 games today, right? And we have 5 more tomorrow. So there's still plenty of games. I wouldn't say plenty, but there's still a decent amount of games.
Well, we're definitely running out of time for sure. Yeah. And you know, it hurts for Bing Bang Boom too, because you know they made the trade for Gats, and then we had big plans, big visions of making PGC, and it just has not gone their way so far. They have not found a way to make it click, and again, we talk about it all the time. Anytime you make a roster change, there's that little period of time that you got to take to adjust, and them to adjust to your roster, you guys adjust to them, and maybe taking a little bit longer this time around. As we see, our plane is going to cut over angle right down the dead center. Godspeed. Yep. Hopefully this will give us a nice little I'm actually
kind of glad we're focused here up on Dodge as well, because they're another team that I feel like have had much better performances over the week, last week and even yesterday, right? And again, it's not a case of I think their macro is being utilized poorly or their rotations are bad. It's kind of one of those things where they're also just kind of getting shredded up in rotations and team fights.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Corsac was kind of keeping their heads above water.
Yeah, bless him.
Yeah.
Corsac was really, really going in for Dodge.
Yeah, it's kind of waiting to see if they can find a little bit more of that. As Pippa, he's got the happy feet. He's going to avoid it, and that is great news for Synergy, because that man has been or just a revelation this tournament so far.
Yeah, Pippa's been incredible for SG. I think you guys touched on a. He should be all right.
Oh no!
I say that. No.
He ran back into him.
Pipple Y.
Boy, the hard commit from Capitan there on that.
I mean, he got his.
He did. Get your point, buddy. Easy.
He got his.
And there you go. You can see where the circle goes. We are going hard to the southwest, looking over towards Quarry.
It's been a while since I've seen a Prim circle.
I know it has been. I mean, we always seem to cut north. It never really cuts back down to Prim, unfortunately. But every now and then it does, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, and Colton is about to once again find out why landing near Trog is potentially a mistake.
Well, this is really aggressive from Trog, actually. I mean, you think about that plane. Trog could have easily taken their North George loot spot off of the parachute with no problems, but this is intentionally coming down here towards the south side of Georgia Bowl to see if they can maybe catch off a point off of Trogloditas. Now, Colton, the only one really in harm's way here. The rest of the squad still looting over on the western half of South George.
And yeah, I mean, as you said, there are 2 members of Trog currently in North George. It looks like at least all 3 will be there aside from Posa. And Posa's just perfectly content right now to loot through crates. He's obviously already seen Colton. So the opportunity to get a frag still may remain, but at this point, I mean, he's just kind of looting safe, but also keeping tabs on Tokyo Manji.
Yeah, it does need to be careful because Rusty Zera, his shotgun rider, has gone off to the north onto the other side of the river. So now Posa really on his own here. You got to be careful. You don't want to. I mean, obviously, everybody knows playing around crates. You never know where that line of sight is going to be, especially if Colton now has that 6X M24. He could cause Posa some problems here, but it looks like Colton content with just trying to go and rejoin the rest of his squad.
And he's got decent loot, right? He's got a 3-bag. Yeah, he's got an ump, which I mean, it's not honestly. Ump is actually quite good, especially early game, right? So I'm sure he'll find the rifles at some point. But as we move over to Dodge as well, already starting the rotation in just past 4 p.m. here in between the 12-pack and the Crossroads compounds. And they should be just fine getting through. And honestly, this is actually a really nice early rotation from Dodge.
Yeah, this is 4 p.m. splitting a little bit more than maybe we have been used to seeing. They typically kind of center up around that.
Yeah, it's a pretty big split
ridge. I think what happens is that with that plane, they know nobody's going to be Military Island, so there's no point in trying to do a camp. So they spread out a little bit more, and as a result, Dodge gets to kind of breeze through there with a few shots set in their direction.
Yeah,
LFP. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Just letting him know.
Yeah.
Okay. We are here, and again, for Dodge, an early rotation into a nice spot would do them quite well, just considering that, again, they haven't really had like travesty days, right? It's just they haven't really been able to string together the amount of points that we know they can, especially from some of the positions that they've been playing from.
Sure. So far, as we check in with BBB, rotating through waves just to the south peak, it looks like Wildcard have sent 2 to the north side of Quarry. The rest of the squad still kind of centering up there. Ayos Guri has made their way in. Sonic's making their way in. You can see Selfish taking a few shots in passing at BBB. Fortunately for BBB, a little bit far away. So, Roth did take a nice little bit of damage, but Big Bang Boom could use all the help they could get here to start the day off.
Well, bumper cars there with Keenan and Roth, but yeah, they should just be fine. Honestly, I mean, speaking of wildcard, Poro, I've been really impressed with that team. Not that I haven't been impressed with them in the past, but I really feel like, especially with like Cal really stepping up, he was always such a solid player, but Cal has been wonderful. The whole team has been firing on all cylinders. All 4 members are just putting up the numbers, and like the calls from Adam and just the decision making, even in the micro, like towards the end game, has been wonderful.
I mean, and you also got to keep in mind the mentality of this squad, right? This is a team that last year, they basically lost out their spot. They were in a good position to get a PGC spot going into the final PCS of the year, PCS5, and they ended up losing out at the last minute, and it was devastating. And have that pressure coming in, knowing that they were kind of in the same boat this time, a little bit better position. They had about 100 more
for sure,
about 100 more PGC points than they did last year, so a little bit better. But still, that pressure being there, and them coming in here in a lobby where Sonics is doing what they're doing, and all these other teams are doing what they're doing, still be able to find their points, still find themselves in third there, as we see Baki getting caught out there by BBB. Zealot creeping over here as well.
Yep. This is actually, I mean, I really like the fact that Guri was trying to potentially take this Wizard Tower, as you know, is a pretty big priority in the circle, but BBB was able to take that away quite easily. But Roth, Zealot's going to find Roth.
Ooh.
And TM is coming in on this.
That journey off to the north from the rest of his team went south, and Roth tried to creep up to the north on this hillside.
Can they save him? I don't know.
This is Tokyo Manjigan could have easily flushed him out by this point, I believe. I think they're trying to bait BBB over here to see if they can maybe get something more off of it. Zella going to get spotted out. A sharp shot, though. He's going to get spotted by Colton. Big shots coming through, and Colton's going to get him. And that's now 2 down for Bing Bang Boom.
And if that was a bait and trap, that was wonderfully set. But look at Trog, Poro, just to the north. Kill Demo with an opportunity here to backstab Tokyo Manji, and they might just get it here.
Colton working
that. Now TM is pinned.
Yeah, TM in a little bit of trouble now. As Bing Bang Boom, it looks like the rest of the squad may have sent it away. Troglodytas perfectly content to kind of hang out in this area. A few shots being sent that way by Colton. Zealot looking for the long flank here, but he's going to get spotted by Kill Demo. They're not going to get away with that. As now Hello My Bad has been spotted out as well.
And Trog are just such an absolute menace in the early game, man. They just find the perfect ways to catch teams off guard, and I mean, this event has just been a masterclass of that from them at the very least. Sure, they may not survive towards the end game as much as we like, but the amount of damage and chaos they cause in the early circles is just, it's impressive.
I mean, the early game third partying has been so good, as you said, for Trog, and it's definitely one to go back and take a look over.
I mean, look, they're in 8th place, and I guarantee you the majority of that is not getting to the final circle.
Yeah, no, they're doing pretty okay. 107 points for them so far, as you said, in 8th place. As we check in with E United, making their way across the river. We want to remind you that we are squad streaming, so you can click the squad mode button right next to the follow button to watch us and the map stream at the same time. Now, as well, if you're looking for those esports points, don't forget to link your Crafton ID to your Twitch account to enable drops. And by watching every match, you can earn up to 30,000 EP. So type !drops in the chat for details.
I think Rubinho's actually seen a member there of E United. Kickstart still just kind of posted up here, looking across towards the ferry pier, I believe. I was trying to check out what's going on over there, get the scout, and I think they might smell this. E United might just be aware of what's happening here.
Yeah, their spidey senses are indeed popping off right now as they are heading back over towards the Eastern Bridge. They don't want any part of this, and I don't blame them.
That is a long rotation, though.
It is, but, you know, considering
the alternative.
Yeah, I mean, considering what E United had to go through yesterday, I mean, if they're just, you know what, let's not even mess around.
I'm not hating on that decision at all.
Don't even take the risk, because LG making their way down there, hugging that western coast. They have been having a lot of success by just avoiding all the early nonsense, and obviously it's good enough to put them in 5th place, put them in a very, very good position for securing a PGC spot for themselves. PGC. Thank you very much.
I got you, homie.
For catching that one. 22.
I catch them all.
My mistakes are like Pokemon, chat. You really are. There's at least 161 per cast. As Emmy and the rest of the Fiumba boys, looks like they got a little bit of a split going on, just kind of information gathering more than anything.
Yeah, and this is kind of standard, right, for this circle. We're really just watching for this shift that's about to happen, and that is a very Eastern shift. I did not expect it to go that hard in just the first circle. Wow, so
sure is.
That causes quite the buildup of teams, especially on the West Coast, to have to deal with rotations there. And even the South, I mean, you look at the way 4 p.m. is kind of spread out over near Dodge.
I mean, 22 was just kind of like cacasually rotating in and just happened to
get one of the best
compound, you know? Like, nobody else was there.
No, not Necro, please.
Oh, well, at least it was after 10 minutes. Godspeed. You're good. 10:36, so no -3 for you.
Necro, good night, sweet prince.
To be fair, he's been
Necro's
really well, man.
He's been playing really well.
That was a fantastic pick. As Self's going to take a few more shots at Trog in passing. The north side getting a little bit spicy here as Rumbler's in a 2-2 split, about to get crashed by Team X, it looks like.
Yep.
As kind of seeing how Peak FA decides to play this one out.
Peak has a solid spot in the circle, honestly. The split as well. It's not the worst.
They came back.
Oh!
Did they try to bait the baiters?
I don't know, but Maradao and the rest of 4 p.m. is still here. Snakers is going to find one knock. Rubinho now with so much potential to make an impact on this fight.
Vinny has found the angle. And Vinny has
Flux
gotten
down
2
as well.
knocks, and now here we go, Robinho. This high spot here, and United. I thought they pulled away, man. I thought they were going to the eastern bridge rather, but they decided to come back around after seeing that shift. And the camp's still here, 4 p.m. ready for it. They do lose Meridau.
If they can knock Robinho, though, that would be really big here. And in fact, United would be able to completely recover. But VHC now coming in on the north side of this. Yep.
Yeah.
Trying to rotate around and take this.
Yep, pulling back into glass. So remember, 22 is still there. 22 still in the hill, just overlooking the gas station. So these smokes, pretty much the only thing keeping the United alive right now is, that one could be good.
Oh, Blood is still alive.
Oh, how does he
get
survive?
sprayed down, though. There's no shot he
Robinho with a
makes that.
perfect spot, though. He's gonna, that should be a flush as well. Nobody really can do anything about Robinho's position here. Relevant Snake, I mean, they know where he is. They end up having to pull back towards the bridge. Kickstart gonna take a lot of damage in his back. He is gonna go down from Robinho, but fortunately, Haven. Oh, Haven doing the work for E United here. He catches him slipping, catches him outside as VHC will try to smoke off his teammate. But fortunately for E United, that should mean they can get that revive onto Kickstart.
They at least have 3 up, and a bit of reprieve there bought by 22 for United as they sit under the bridge now. And that was, I guess, best case scenario for United after those initial knocks came out, the fact that 22 gave them a chance. But yeah, it's Robinho and VHC just being so annoying for E United, right?
I'm gonna have to reach out and see if I can figure out what it was that made them come back here. If it was just like a shortage of meds,
it's a possible bait. Yeah, they realized the rotation was too long.
Yeah, I mean,
it could have been a number of things.
There's anything that could have been. I'm just really curious as to what it was, or if they just maybe thought they would have pulled out of that.
Robinho again.
Rello will go down. Robinho just causing so many problems from these rocks. Good grenade from Snakers. Will do a little bit of damage, but it's not going to pull Robinho off of flushing that kill.
Man, this western bridge over the last couple of events we've had in the Americas has just been the worst potential place to try to just cross.
Absolutely savage stuff as the circle shift will cut back down to the south, and 22 is laughing. Bing, bang, boom. The 2 alive that they have at least have managed to go dead center. They have those little dips, the little... we've seen a lot of violence happen where Big Bang Boom is right now.
I mean, they have a decent position for sure. They have, I believe, a shack and a few little, as you said, like very small ridges to play around, but they're basically hunkered down. I mean, they're not moving from this position at all. And you've even noticed 22 has actually shifted that duo who was playing a little more aggressive towards that west bridge to make sure they're watching over that compound just because of how central and good it is. And now this fight is really just down to United and 4 p.m.
Rumblers having to make their way in from the northwest. A lot of teams up in that area. Sonics, you can see just off to their west, taking a few shots over here in passing. You can see Mime also on the move as why kick a Mookow by himself by the shack. Gets spotted by Hikerman, and that is going to be him going down. Wild card down to 2 on the edge as Rumblers continue to send it through.
Driving right into dodge, Boro.
And Waldo has been left behind. Waldo is at the Waikika shack. Meanwhile, Tokyo Manji Gang, they still have a couple of guys left. They're going to find Troglodytes, but Troglodytes Posa will swap it really quick onto Zealot. And now Colt trying to see if he can maybe do some more damage to Posa. Rusty Zera has gone down as well. So a trade essentially here for Tokyo Manji Gang and Troglodytes.
I mean, at the very least, for me, at least TM is making moves, getting some kills, and surviving the early game fights. So, I mean, that's a W for them, quite honestly. And still moving back to this fight between E United. Oh, he finds the knock underneath.
Oh, my goodness.
Robinho is just a demon for E United right now.
And LFP is providing that support with him as well. You can see they're filing in from all angles. Snaker's the last one up. How much longer can he stay alive?
Not long at all.
Not long at all. The grenade from Death will take out VHC, but that should be an easy res, and 4 p.m.'s bridge camp pays off.
And it looks like it might not have, right? United had decided to pull back just for the time being, but they're going to find all members, even with 22 shooting them in the back. And now I will say, though, for LG, they've actually taken up the spot potentially to backfill 4 p.m., so they're going to have to be careful for that.
Yep, 22 has brought their southern 2 that were hanging out on that hill. They put them all in the compound now that the shift has come through, so LG do get that gas station. for free. Meanwhile, Elias Guri still out in the blue. You can see just on the very far west there, the two remaining 4 Troglodytes trying to make their way in, but once again, Tokyo Manji Gang just being in the right place at the right time to do some serious gatekeeping.
Yeah, they're just dipping their fingers in every little jar, you know? They're just trying to get a piece of whatever they can, and they fought multiple teams at this point. They're still alive. Team X, though, driving straight into BBB.
Oh,
no! Not a second knock. He jumped out too early.
He ran out of ammo. Oh, Gats. He ran out of ammo. That's the only thing that kept sent him down, but TX does get wiped. Bing, bang, boom. It looks like Keenan is... Well, now you got a decision, man. Do you go and try to rescue Gats in this?
Shrimsy.
Oh, my goodness.
Just going to find Arma with a clean spray out that seat swap.
It just keeps on going for Sonics here as they will get everybody inside circle. A lot of stuff going on that northwest side still, though. As you can see now, Luminosity getting pushed from the south by 4 p.m. The initial knock will go over to LG. As VHZ and Rubinho working around the crates. Alo, sneaky man. Penta has been spotted, but they have no idea that Alo is here. Alo trying to bait them into pushing him. And he's going to ready. There it is. You'll find VHZ with the barrel spray. VHZ looked like he had an idea. He had the pre-spray, but it just wasn't enough. Is Rubinho going to go in there? Yep,
easy trade for Rubinho, yeah.
Trades down Alo. Nothing really LG can really do at that point to protect him, but Rubinho now the last one up for 4 p.m. to try to see if he can maybe escape and live a little bit longer.
And right now, actually, Sonics have found themselves with a really nice foothold in this field. Considering there's not that many spots to play, they've actually found themselves a nice area for control, especially when the circle closes. Sonics should actually be just fine. And Rubinho is continuing to be a problem.
Meanwhile, Tokyo Manji Gang, he gets the knock and the flush onto Penta. He might have got those toesies with the prone spray underneath the wall, and now he turns it into a 1v1 somehow. Tokyo Manji Gang. Colton is going to get hit by the stray US as Eos Guri goes down trying to enter into the compound, but Colton just standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's down to Juarez, but 5 kills for TM so far here in this game.
And it's been a better look for them, I'd say, so far at the start of today than it has in previous days. So I mean, hats off to them. They're trying to be more aggressive. They're trying to make something happen in the early game, and they fought multiple teams and found some success. So if they can build off this in the next couple games, it'd be wonderful TM, regardless of where they are on the leaderboard.
Playing aggressive so far, TM. Meanwhile, on the southwestern side, there's a fight between Dodge and Rumblers. Blue in. There we go. The Molotov from Haven will end up taking out Juarez.
Kurt.
Luminosity. Kurt, no! He gets Rubinho, but he ends up getting spotted out by Finna. As Finna's just trying to escape the fight from Rumblers, as Hikerman now the last one up here. He's having to do all the work by himself. Valier got a little bit of an angle on him, but he's in the blue. He's not going to get it. Goes down. Finna miles away here, trying to see if he can support his team through that 6x scope.
Unfortunately, he can't. The rest of Finna's team will fall. He will just be a solo. And what looked to be at the least a start of a decent game for Dodge has fallen apart. They do find themselves with 4 kills still, and Finna could make something happen, at the very least, to survive in the southern side of the circle in the forest, Poro. So, I mean, it's not all is not lost just yet.
They have made it into placement points. Rumblers, meanwhile, will lose show, so they are down to just 2 operating from that southwestern side, and they've got a little bit of walking to do as that hillside on the south of 22's compound now.
If Finna can get a knock on either Rumbler, though, that would be pretty huge, because he can then isolate that 1v1 and then just play the south side of the compound that 22 is basically protecting. So
absolutely, again,
there are options for Finna. It's not all done yet.
Not at all. Well, meanwhile, on the north and on the west, things are kind of having to get figured out here. Fiumba have that hill. Sonics just outside of the circle here, and Wildcard just off to their south. So Synergy somehow, I mean, we haven't really talked about them. They lost 1, and they are just kind of vibing in the center of the circle. They got a nice little ridge line. Bing, bang, boom. Keenan did get the revive onto Gats, so bing, bang, boom. Back up to 2 strong in the dead center of the field, and obviously 22, 4 deep, the only compound inside this circle. As we see, Valier will spot out Finna, and well played there by Rumblers. Looks like Los HD had the bait US, and Finna bit, and Valier managed to hit those shots.
Sonics, I can guarantee you, is looking to take one of those Shack center circle. They're just trying to see which one potentially may be the best or better play. as they've still held off and they're slowly moving in. Nice spray from Shrimzy. Almost takes down Nikos. In fact, he almost takes down Kikamukau as well.
Oh, Fiumba! Emmy will get the knock on to Shrimzy, and that's great news for Wildcard because it looked like Sonics had the WC boys pretty much dead to rights.
Shrimzy
but
himself.
Now Haven has found the angle. Why Kikamukau going to go down? Nikos the last one up. He's got a smoke wall keeping him alive. Looks like Sonic should be able to get that res back on the Shrimzy, back up to full strength. Fiumba on that north side, though, you can see they are scouting. They are looking for whatever they can find, but good utility usage so far here by Sonics. Nikos will get spotted by Haven, and that's going to be the 10th kill.
10 kills,
22.
Again, another team that so far has utilized getting that central position. Obviously, this helps a little more with the elevation they have with the roofs, especially because of the fact it's an open field, but 22 have most impressed me with the way that they've been able to flex out similarly to the way that Sonics does it, because I don't believe this is something that we had seen before from 22. We're seeing now, and I love it.
We talked a little bit about how it seemed like 22 was funneling almost everything through Gizera in that week 1. This time it's more spread out. Haven, the leader right now with 5 kills, playing that high ground, the rooftops of that compound, and finding a lot of very nice shots here. Sonics get another knock, but should be able to get that res back up to full strength. But they are beaten and busted. You got to imagine, Godspeed, those helmets, those vests are in rough shape, and now they have to move.
Speaking of helmets, Keenan is just going to crack Emmy with a headshot from that bolt. Nice little shot there, and that's going to slow down Fiumba as well. They're going to have to get the res up. Gives Sonics actually some time to make their play. Like I said, they wanted one of these shacks, and they might actually just wrap north.
Looks like that might be the idea. Good work from Sonics throughout this game to keep the tires on both of those vehicles alive. Tiggleton will get spotted out by Capitan, though. And now the 3-man squad of Sonics pulling in. They're going to hit the US. The prepped grenade isn't going to find anything. It finds one. It finds himself as he goes down. But now 2 Sonics are down as well. Mime and H-Win hiding in the smoke wall as DraftKing and Emmy try to snake their way around, find the angle, play the outside of the smokes. They're not finding it just yet, though. Great work by Sonics so far, and more utility being sent back in that direction. Gets them within an inch of their life, but the knocks aren't there, Godspeed.
I don't know how they're not knocked at all. Finally, the draft goes down. It's just down to Emmy.
How are the Sonics still alive? Capitan, it seemed like he did so much work.
He did.
To put the Sonics behind the 8-ball on that one, and the team play, just the backup from their team wasn't there. Emmy now is the last one alive for Fiumba, hiding in the smoke wall. Sonic's going to pull back in, somehow staying alive. He'll find one. H-Win goes down. He tries to go for the flush, gets picked off by Gats. So support for Bing Bang Boom, as Sonics will be able to get the revive onto H-Win.
And look at synergy, though. They push at the perfect time, knowing that Sonics is preoccupied with Fiumba, and they actually find Keenan and his teammate.
Oh, it was always going to be a tough hold for Bing Bang Boom, but Synergy, again, as you said, picking the perfect time. Those will be their first 2 kills.
Event Poro has been just so good.
And while this is going on, 22 started flexing out from their position, but Synergy has the good spot in the circle. Let's take a listen in on how they're going to deal with it.
Tenemos un smoke a la derecha.
Silencio.
No sé dónde podemos mirar si tienen.
Ok.
Estamos.
Fiumba, si no reyeron, queda solo uno.
Es Rambler, es el de atrás, Dani.
Okay.
Sonic murió todo.
Limpiar los bush. Limpiar los bush.
¿Sonic murió todo?
Creo que sí, murieron todos.
Ok, entonces ¿qué quedan? ¿2 de Fiumba?
No, a ver, sé que remataron a 2.
Yo no puedo correr al equipo porque me tienen remarcado, boludo.
No, bro, vos estás bien ahí. No te queda otra que su mata remata ahí.
¿Cuántos humos tenés acá? 5. Dame uno, dame uno.
Los de Rumble son 2, porque habían bajado 1, creo.
0. Toma, te tiro un neto.
A ver, pará. Hagamos conteo. 4-22. 3 ustedes. 1 de
Tenemos
Fiumba.
milillas sin acá. Amarillo.
Okay.
Cuidado con las detonas.
There you go. Slow stuff from Synergy as they have the circle favor now. 22 going to have to leave, but they have to decide where they want to focus their attention. Godspeed, Sonics off to the north or 22 off to the south?
I mean, at the very least, Sonics are the ones that have to make the move, right? 22 won't necessarily move in just yet. They have a decent spot in the circle already, so I think Synergy just really needs to be worried about the north. And you could kind of hear them mentioning Fiumba multiple times, meaning they are aware that there's a team above them that's probably their biggest threat.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, my Portuguese is a little bit rusty.
I'm not sure if they realized Sonic's white field if they thought the other way around, but they at least know that there's a team up there.
Exactly. They know somebody's off to the north. Most likely know it's Sonic's. They're probably thinking maybe Sonic's had the ability or time to kind of re-up on their helmets, armor, utility off of maybe the bodies of Fiumba. They have the vehicles as well as Sonic's has somehow managed to keep all the wheels on these things throughout this entire tournament, or this entire game, playing that wide open
Especially
field.
with how often they use those vehicles as well. It's not like they just park them. I mean, that's multiple positions they've taken with those. The fact that they made that crash on the Fiumba, those vehicles are still good. I mean, Sonics have done a very good job, but again, this is going to be a little bit of a difficult rotation in. Fortunately, though, Synergy is somewhat split, and they're going to find themselves a little bit of a foothold here. It's just barely not in, though, I think.
The only thing I'm worried about for Sonics here, do they know about Silzen? Silzen took that wide flank position.
That angle's huge.
Sonics taking a few shots from 22 here. 11 kills for 22. A nice return to form here in game number 1 after a little bit of a slow day yesterday. Danny with the grenades, and Benya will finish it off. Sonics goes down.
Just like that, Synergy have eliminated their biggest threat. And now they're free to run this ridgeline, take control. But look at the amount of kills on 22's side.
Haven reminding everyone of the Haven that we saw in PNC for that Brazilian squad.
Oh, he was so good.
An absolute madman.
He was
6 kills so far. He's looking for more. Gizera will find Danny with a well-placed grenade.
needs to be active here, Poro. They can't.
They're following it up. They've got more utility ready, as you said. Synergy kind of being a little bit complacent, staying in one place as the utility keeps coming through, but it's not finding its home, Godspeed. They might be able to go for a res here onto Danny if Silzen can maybe find an angle, as Valiant still alive as well.
Silzen has to be the absolute anchor here. He has to make something happen, but Benya's going to find Hasten. Wait a second. Slowing down the push.
And Gizera pulling back into the smoke wall after that knock onto Hayes 10, as Benya getting the job done here for Synergy. Will also get that revive onto Danny. Sees Silzen just sending flashbangs over, trying to prevent the push from 22 while his teammate is getting revived.
And Valiant.
Well, Valiant, what an angle onto Vinny.
And he knows he's got to make something happen, and doing some damage to 22 is a big help to SG. Again, Silzen wants to make something happen here, but that ridge isn't necessarily the best cover, right? So he has to pick and choose. You see him proning, getting back up, taking a second to look over that ridge line, but I mean, this is the second or third time as well we've seen 22 and SG battling it out in the end game.
They are at the top of Latin America right now, and
the consistency is wonderful from both teams.
Absolutely. Trading knocks, pulling back now that the smoke wall is down. Now the question is, how much utility do they still have left? Was that all of 22 smoke for the push used, or do they have something still left in the bag? As Valiant's been spotted out, big shots coming through. Haven will be the one that gets it for his 7th kill. 13 for 22, and Rumbler's down in 3rd.
At the very least, though, SG has center circle, so they have that going for them. But again, the amount of control that 22 is about to have with the wraps, the vehicle going around, there's just so much for SG to worry about. Silzen down to 1 shot.
Big side angle coming in from Haven, using that vehicle, sprays through the smoke, gets a lot of damage done.
Oh, and the nade!
And the grenade will find Benya. Danny goes down as well, and that will do it. 22 in dramatic fashion.
That was
instantly pushing on to Synergy.
Impressive, and yes, they got circle initially, sure, and that first shift as well. They got center compound, but it's what they did with it, Poro. Not only that, what they did with it, but the way that they were able to strangle SG in that endgame once they took care of Valiant. I mean, 22.
16 kills for 22, 8 for Haven, 4 each for Vinny and Gizera, as 22 returned to form that we saw last week. This was another win. I mean, they got their win yesterday. We already talked about it. It was a little bit of a low kill count win. It was a compound win.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, they had the compound. The circles just kind of ended up falling on them. This time, I mean, they lucked into this compound, essentially. I mean, the hard shift for Circle 2 over to the east, and nobody was really expecting that. 22 just finds themselves in the compound, but the work that they got done from there, 16 kills, and that end game was tough.
I guarantee you I could put 5 or 6 of some of the teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard in that compound, and they would not have had the same amount of success as far as kills are going, let alone getting that wrap in the final circle as well. That was just really impressive, honestly. 22,
really?
man. I really like this team.
And to be honest, I mean, Des talked a little bit about it. It's something that 22 absolutely needed because synergy, especially against synergy in this game, synergy is definitely chasing them right now. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, the analyst desk will break down game 1. But we wanted to remind you first that PUBG has partnered up with McLaren to bring style to your arsenal. You can go to the workshop to configure your one and only GT so that you can be the center of attention all day long. I know I like being the center of attention all day long. Choose from a variety of 11 stunning exterior colors, 2 sleek wheels, and 5 different colors of brake calipers on your GT's state-of-the-art carbon ceramic
brakes, baby. The best in the industry.
Well, speaking of brakes, we're going to take one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
He has center circle, so they have that going for them. But again, the amount of control that 22 is about to have with the wraps, the vehicle going around, there's just so much for SG to worry about. Silzen down to 1 shot.
Big side angle coming in from Haven, using that vehicle, sprays through the smoke, gets a lot of damage done.
Oh, and the
nade! Renade will find Benya. Danny goes down as well, and that will do it. 22, in dramatic fashion.
22 gets into that 16K club with 16 kills and a massive win, and what a time to do it. At the start of the day today, we talked about the chase. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Matchum and the Cammy D. We talked about the need for 22 and Synergy to kind of find their feet. 22 let off the gas yesterday, came back and won game number 1.
This is going to feel like the story for the day. We kind of did talk about it at the start, but you can see that I feel like the big takeaway from the story, well, let's be real, it's a Fields game. Not always the most hyped thing on the face of the earth.
Sure.
But having 22 and Synergy be the teams that made it that far in means the fact that they are very aware of the fact that they cannot slip any points, and they need to make sure that they're making it to the late game time and time again.
Yeah, no slip. They got to go aggressive. I will say this, that, you know, Gazera came out, they played a very good game as a team, but for me, I absolutely loved that Synergy, I mean, they lost Pippa right out of the gate.
Oh, right off the bat.
These guys are scrappers. They fought their way in, they survived without them, and they get to the final 2 with 3, and that's what's blown me away by Synergy, is these guys, no matter who's down, no matter who's up, you know, if Synergy, by definition, is getting a result that is greater than the sum of all the parts, these guys do that, and I love watching them.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the teams in that bracket. Also, shout out to 4 p.m.
Yes.
There was that whole big fight with E United on the bridge, and I think 4 p.m. actually handled it very, very well. It was just like slow and calculated with RBN there off on that high angle, doing so much damage. And E United, they kept trying to recover, and it looked like they were doing a really, really good job. But 4 p.m. knew exactly how hard they needed to push it to not let them get away and secure those points, especially because like halfway through that fight, they saw where the zone was going, and they knew like we need these points here because we can't guarantee anything further
Whenever
on.
we look at it, the hills that are just south of where we saw that compound that 22 was playing at are like usually the secondary position that you go to there, because that's the safety spot. But with that firefight going on for so long, and I think it was also Luminosity that was playing to the northeast of that southern section, nobody could really even get control over the hills. We saw the fact that Dodge was getting picked apart over there. That meant the fact that everything and all the teams that were still alive shifted into the fields of all places and not the hills. That's completely inverted from what we normally see in that circle.
I say we look back at exactly how that went, the difficulty of that circle. It's time for the highlights.
Yeah, this is difficulty of the circle is an understatement unless you're 22. Like, look at how flat all of this is. Teams knew what they were getting into halfway through the game. Like, really, what can you do? You see 22 in this position. They're able to just get on a killing spree over everyone else. It's all about figuring out what can you get on the edge that you have right now. Like Sonic's here, where can you get 2 points before we go out?
And it's a lot of teams just trying to cling to life. A team like 22 getting control over this compound, that's why they got the kill count. There were teams that were trying to crash into them, but they also understood when they needed to move out. Synergy, as Godspeed was talking about in Poro as well, they knew the moment that they needed to move out of position. Sonics just had no options. So at some stage of this, we all knew this was going to come down to 22 and Synergy, just based off of how they were executing positional movements inside of a circle that's as barren as this.
Yeah, and Synergy played very, very well. They definitely had much fewer resources in terms of like survivability and cover than 22. But I just want to shout out Haven here. We asked the question, what does 22 do if Gearzera doesn't show up? Yesterday, there wasn't a lot of recovery, but here Haven is really stepping up. He gets a whole number of kills. He already has 7 here before they wipe out Synergy. He probably gets 1 or 2 more, or maybe not, but still 7 kills for him. And the squad is really, really good. It's only game 1. And Gearzera still did work here, right? I'm not saying that Gearzera is going to continue to be quote unquote flat, but Haven stepping up to be that secondary firepower, I think is a really good sign.
So taking a look at the leaderboard, 26 points goes to 22. Synergy picks up 11. Yeah, Sonics, United, everybody's still in the hunt, but I think that top 2 is the story of this game in particular, because we started today, we said if the event ended yesterday, Synergy would go to PGC, 22 would not, because they were in that 4th and 6th place respectively. Now, with that win, Synergy moves up to 22nd, and Synergy is in a position, 22 moves up. Synergy has to somehow rein them back in and catch up. On top of that, E United was a confident 1-2 with Sonics at the start of yesterday, and now they're in 3rd.
Oh, okay. Let's first okay. You want where do you want to go?
Yeah. So this E United game was not some sort of like big mistake by them. It was not some big unforced error. 4 p.m. played that very, very well. So again, at this point, maybe you can call me out for more excuses, I guess. But I'm not convinced that EU United are slipping at this point. I think that was just a very, very unfortunate game that 4 p.m. pressured them very, very well. And it's not like Sonic's got a huge number of points out of that either. As to the topic of 2 Latin American teams, if they continue to perform poorly, if Synergy continues to do very, very well, and Luminosity slip in that 40-point gap between Dodge and Luminosity, if Dodge somehow makes that up, then we can re-enter the conversation. It's a field game, guys. It's a field ending, guys. All of the kill points are going to be stacking towards like one single team in the center that we saw for 22. So I still am not going to ring those alarm bells just yet.
Well, there's a lot that actually went into that because Synergy, because they went to that shack, did not get a lot of kills very early. And without the nades onto Sonics, they would have had near on no kills inside that game. They would have gotten the position points, but they really needed to get some kills. 22 making that really early move to that point is what let them get all of the control, all of the kills, and let them jump in that leaderboard, and that was open for any team that wanted it.
I think the moral of the story is, with this game, 22 found a good spot. It's not the be-all, end-all for all of our teams in the race.
Yeah.
We'll see what the bounce-back Synergy, I think, was the one team that stood out to me as grinders from start to finish. EU got caught in a weird transition. That said, though, when you say they're not slipping, I do feel like maybe the primary shoot didn't open, and we're depending on the backup to deploy here at some point.
They're not slipping, but they may have slipped about 5 or 6 times in a row. They're like in that cartoon stage where they're on ice trying to get their footing.
I'll tell you,
it's a lot of
I'm going to go to 2 guys who always have their footing. They never slip up. It is our casting duo for today, the legendary duo. It's Godspeed and Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, Toffees. And yes, it is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Godspeed. And Matt Pat, if you do beat the producers, we could talk about it.
Yeah,
maybe
I'd like to talk about that.
Would you like to produce this show? There's a lot of moving parts here, Matt Pat.
Yeah, there's a lot. But you know what? If anyone can do it,
I bet it's you. I bet it's you.
I bet it is.
At home from Twitter. Great first game.
Nice
for 22. You know what the crazy thing about this, Godspeed, to me is you look at that leaderboard and you look at 2nd through like 7th.
Right.
And they're all separated by like 5 points.
It's not a lot.
And then there's Sonics, who's just like in space.
Yeah, you could say they're at a they're at a different level right now currently, but I mean, that being said, 22 is trying to close that gap, and at the very least, they have done exactly what the desk has said they needed to do, which is stay above Synergy.
Look at this. I mean, Wildcard was like Wildcard, Luminosity, all of these teams. I feel like 3rd place is just the most dangerous place on this leaderboard because the second you find yourself in 3rd, all of a sudden somebody else around there comes and like has a huge game and knocks you down.
Yeah,
it's
I mean, that's
nuts.
true. I do agree with Cameron though. I don't necessarily feel that United like made some big mistakes that game. It's just 4 p.m. was not going to move from that bridge, right?
Sometimes you get bridge camp,
and sometimes it just happens, right? Granted. It was a solid bridge camp, but I'm sure to the frustration of United, that's not how they wanted their game to go. Again, I don't think it was poor decisions. They just got camped on the bridge, man. And they even tried to pull back potentially and realized maybe we just go back. But I will tell you this: if United gets the opportunity to actually play the game, they're gonna come out swinging. I'm feeling it.
4 p.m. better not. They better be watching up behind them, man. Because I feel like that, like E-United, I feel like is already mad enough that that Sonics is so far ahead that you bridge camping them is just going to piss them off even more.
Yeah.
So like, if they catch, just don't get caught by E-United while mid rotation 4 p.m. because I have a feeling
they ain't letting off the gas and play that.
Oh no.
This is a very southern plane.
This is very southern plane. Are
we southern?
Are we going to get another Millie Island? We had 2. The last time
we had 2 last week, or the first day.
Yeah.
And that second one specifically was just scufferinoed.
Yeah. That was that one that was hard. What was it? Hard west.
It was hard west.
Yeah.
And there was nothing to play, and it like kept shifting on water. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. It's kind of funny looking down. It doesn't look like a whole bunch of people are heading over to Millie with the exception.
It actually just looks like LG. LG might be the only team. I mean, we might see TM maybe stretch towards Novo, but yeah, this is a pretty free Millie island for LG. All things considered, obviously they can't go to Zarki. I mean, there's no shot they're going to make that jump. Getting vehicles on the West Road and dealing with, Trog as well as Guri. That's probably not what they want to do. So they will be content going to the island, and especially, as you said, if this circle goes there, I mean, they're just going to be super happy about that.
Yeah, I mean...
they could use a big game here.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how they play military after dropping there, but let's see. Circle going to go to...
Yasnaya, okay.
As far away from Millie as it could. Okay, we're gonna go off to the north yet again. So, still, I mean, that's actually, I would argue that's actually better, Phil.
Yeah, and not only that, but this is interesting because of how southern that plane path was. This actually completely opens up the north for any teams that not only want to take that rotation, but maybe even just start play from the north and then make their way south off the shift. So,
yeah, I mean, nobody north of the river.
There is absolutely nobody north, and I'm sure that most of the teams in their IGLs have probably gathered that, right?
Sure, and
based
I mean,
off the plane.
Like, and I think if you think about it normally, you're like, okay, well, on a normal plane, we'd have to worry about TM being in North George. They're probably not there. They're probably in an alt drop. You'd have to worry about Wildcard and Sev. They're not there.
There's no chance LG's and Zarky.
Yeah, exactly. So all the teams that their normal drop spots, their normal primary loot spots, you can just automatically think, if you're the IGL for any of these teams, okay, none of those teams are there, so where else would they be? So now you can kind of get a better idea of what your map is looking like when you start to take into consideration the normal drops of teams like Dodge, 4PM, 22, EU, etc., and then you start thinking about the alt drops of these other teams that you kind of figure out through the process of scrimming.
Yep, good old process of elimination.
Yep.
Tends to work.
It sure.
At times, Rumblers is also very happy with this, obviously being center in Yasnaya.
Well, it didn't help them yesterday, did it? Maybe they can turn things around.
It didn't. It didn't. That being said, I always find it so, again, sometimes it's really difficult to pick the right spot when you're given a circle like that.
Man. Like I'm still sticking to my guns on that argument that these days, with how experienced these teams are, it's actually tougher to be inside circle on circles 1 and 2 than it is to try to play from the edge.
Yeah, I mean, because at the very least, when you're coming in on edge, you generally only have to worry about like 1, maybe 2 teams.
Yeah, and you can have a pretty good idea of who they are as well.
You also have a pretty decent idea of how you want to approach that. Again, you can approach an edge in multiple ways, but yeah, I mean, if you're center, not only is it difficult to make the decision on where to play, but you also, again, like, unless you're flexing out and really playing aggressive the way Sonics does off that side, or the way we saw 22, it's hard to get the kills and the points.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of find yourself having to commit to a hard defendable compound because you know you're going to be surrounded, right?
Sure.
This actually, circle out, I would argue, kind of sucks for Sonics here, despite the fact that they eluded Pachinki. I mean, you can see they're already on the move 4 minutes in, not too terribly surprising. It looks like they're actually sniffing over towards Watertown, which they played this last week, but I don't know. Is this a circle where you play Watertown, or do you think they might be heading north?
I mean, at the very least, they can hold Watertown in that bridge for the time being, and then if they need to go north, yeah, they have that rotation on the bridge because they control it, right? So that, I mean, I think that's fine.
Yeah, not maybe putting priority on center, but rather just putting priority on a transition path off to the north, should this thing
that's
that way.
Honestly, that's what you should do, especially if you're not going to make it like center circle, right? Like, put yourself in a spot or position where your rotation is at least not going to be contested, or it's going to be somewhat free. And that's sometimes, I think, the issue with some of the teams is that they're focused so much on a good position that they're not just getting themselves a good foothold to get into the next circle, which would even be more beneficial, especially if they can find a good spot.
Taking a look on the observer zone, who are bringing us all the action, and this might be action that they're bringing us right now, as those Sonics decided not to stop in Watertown. Instead, they decided to commit to the north, where Chocoladitas is starting to send it off, but they're just uphill. I think both of these teams, aware of each other, don't really want to get involved just yet. Meanwhile, Corsac, he's not going to get a choice. Hayes 10 feeling it. He's going to start shooting. We'll be able to break line of sight, get back over to Finna, and Finna, nice shot to defend him. And they'll pull him back away.
Nice little love tap to tell him to just kind of get away from us, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about important shots, right? I feel like that's one of those important shots to keep. You got to hit so that they don't feel like they can just sit there and hard peek that, right?
I mean, even if he whiffs those shots, right? Like, generally, no one in their right mind is just going to stand still. And
H-Win.
Standing still. H-Win just needed a little bit of boost on that bad boy, just getting caught.
Oh, and Sonics, they're right in the middle of everybody right now. They lose Mime to Trog, and now they're getting shot at from not only Trog, but Peak as well. So the push off to the north, costing Sonics 1. H went extremely low, but it looks like they should get out of that, continue heading north, as now Trog and Peak have turned their attention towards each other. The problem for Sonics, though, Team X still very split up above over here and to the north. They have Dielet over in Nolene, but the rest of the team still kind of spread out, so maybe not too terrible just yet.
I was worried maybe they might drive straight into Dielet and he'll be able to take one down, but nope, they're going to stop at the Alamo there just at the north, that little junkyard, and for the time being they'll be able to recover as we move over now to E United, who have opted to come over here on the east, and I mean that makes sense, especially considering they loot Melted Power, and this is actually a solid rotation for them, all things considered. They should be able to get that high ground position that you see Relo on, that one little, that one-story building. He's going to be able to get a nice flood of information there. See what I did there?
I see what you did there. You know, it's actually kind of surprising to me. You know, we talk about Sonics making early rotations when they think they can get something. United taking a little bit longer to make this rotation. It almost feels like they could have gotten a priority on some decent compounds here if they maybe would have got on their move quicker, but instead electing to finish up, taking a little bit longer to loot up in Milta, make sure they have everything they want before sending it over. Synergy, meanwhile, crossing the bridge from south to north, George. Nobody over there.
No one even close.
But they're still pushing into the north side. So, interestingly enough, Godspeed, there is a fairly split amount of teams that are electing to go north and south of the river.
Yeah, 100%. And again, I think a symptom of that is because of not only how many teams were already south, but the other teams that have gone north have realized, hey, plane path wasn't great. North is probably open. We should get a free rotation out of this. And most of the teams, I mean, even Sonics did. Yeah, they lost mine, but still made it to their destination with 3.
While we take a look at 22, pulling into heaven, looks like United should pull out of there just in the nick of time. I want to point out that TMG is 100% camping LG right now.
Yeah, but do you
on
think...
East Bridge.
I mean, do you think LG takes East Bridge, though?
Don't know.
That's
the question. But I'm just looking at the map right now. They've got Hell on My Bad on Radio Tower. The rest of the team is down by that eastern bridge. LG has just been kind of taking the... It's possible LG was maybe camping TMG, thinking they might come over to the West Bridge. So this could be both of these teams independently.
A war of attrition.
Yeah, just independently camping each other. But either way, they're both taking their time. Not running into each other just yet. So I think that should be. We'll keep an eye on it, guys. Just to let you know.
I mean, either way, I think this still works out for both teams, right? Because if they end up not running into each other, they've given themselves enough time to loot, get as much meds, utility, whatever they need, and then they can come in late, kind of avoid the early game fights that are happening. Which, I mean, to be fair, there really haven't been much, but they can come in and immediately start rotating into the next best spot in the circle once this one closes. So I don't hate this, but I am looking at Kurt on the map, and it looks like he is slowly starting to inch towards that East Bridge, so we'll see.
Oh, boy. Well, so far so good. I mean, it really does feel like they're camping each other right now, which is hilarious to me. But and now they're just going to eat some blue for the sake of eating blue and probably never see each other. But either way, as you said, both of these teams completely content taking their time coming in this super late here as we check in with those LG boys. There's not really anything else going on around the map here. Pretty much everybody.
9 first aids though for Kurt.
Look,
so yeah,
they
just
are ready
loading
to eat some blue.
Yep.
And he's got the M249, so he's good to go. He's got his prep loadout.
He has his baby.
Exactly. He's good to go. And yeah, he's just going back over to join the rest of the team. But yeah, I mean, both of the it looks like LG, Tokyo, Maji, and they're loaded on meds. But we are waiting for Circle 2 to pop, and as we do, let's take a look at what Cam has his eyes on.
Hey guys, I'm going to continue to look at Synergy versus 22 here, coming in from completely opposite sides. And as we see, the circle shift will continue to favor 22. They already have a wide spread that they've been managing for a while, where SG, because they were coming all the way down from the southwest side of this zone, are going to have to continue to move. Fortunately for them, as you can see, they're already going to continue this long wrap onto a weak side of the zone, but that might put them right into 22, which could put this whole LATAM PGC fight to take place in this round a lot earlier than just the end game.
It's actually very true.
Thank you very much, Cam. Yeah, I really like the long wrap from Synergy, but I think
I do too, but poor look.
Yeah, the troglodytes issue is going to come up soon.
It's a pretty big issue.
It's a pretty damn big issue, but Sonics as well. I mean, Sonics is just kind of shadowing it just on the south side of Stallbury, and they've got Team X right behind them. Now it's just down to 3 for Sonics, but 3 Sonics is still extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I think
everyone can tell you.
I agree. The biggest problem, Poro, as you said, is Sonics is basically rotating in front of Trog and SG, and if they're able to get a decent foothold, which they might just send it into Yas.
Looks like that might be the plan.
Yeah, that actually does give Trog and SG some sort of room to work with, but either way, coming in off that rotation, having to deal with Trog in front of you for SG is a challenge for sure. And this circle is a challenge as well. The way it shifted is not really conducive for a lot of the teams that were playing.
Sure, but I mean, hey, if nothing else, it at least committed.
Yeah,
right.
No,
it committed to the south side of the river, so you're not still having to do the 50-50 and not having to make a crossover in Circle 5 or something.
There's no mystery
like that. Yeah, so I mean, we're Circle 2. We're 11 minutes in, only 1 death so far. Some shots still being traded back and forth. TM will get into the south side here. Now, LG started to creep over in this direction as well, as they have crossed over the west bridge. What is a little bit of a love tab. Now, Wildcard is also kind of hovering around the south side of the circle right now. 22 had a big wide split. And Dodge now is kind of close over there. Looks like 4 p.m. Looks like Rubinho was maybe creeping over to see what was going on here, and he saw something he didn't like. He's going to go back.
I'm very curious if 22 is going to continue to try to hold that split while teams come in, but moving over to Peak here. And Yasnaya trying to hold off against Team X just underneath them. And pushing into these apartments, especially this block, can be very confusing and difficult. Honestly, there's so many angles you have to worry about.
There certainly are. And TX, again, remember, was one of these teams from the north, and they just decided to hard crash down into these apartments. What a molly falls right on top of him. Dianzera will spray through. He'll find the knock on a Clouzera. It's the battle of the Zeras. Commences. Santahiro, Dialet is going to pick up the shotty. Clouzera actually resible here if Herlax can maybe get himself. And yeah, oh, look at this. HVZ. Is he?
He's above. He's right above them. This could be disgusting.
No. Oh,
one. Only one.
Only one so far, but it's not over yet. He'll find another one before going down. And now Dianzera, he's rushing. He is sprinting to get into this building to see if he can maybe take out. Look, Herlax is like 5 HP right now. HVZ almost got the 3-piece there. As Dianzera
flashed him. So, okay, and his teammate. Either way, he does get HVZ down, though. That's very important.
Putting priority on getting that revive. The rest of the team is now
I like that a lot.
Well, hard shift circle going down to the south, so they have a little bit more time to play this. As looks like Harlock's going to go for the res on a D-Let after getting Santahiro up. TX, Santi, go get Clouzera. Oh, no. Well, that feels bad.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good at all.
It might have been the smoke. I'm not sure what happened there.
Just like that, Peak again taking control of the bottom of the building, and over here, looking at this is that hacker compound. It's going to be Wildcard versus Dodge. And Corsac's been so solid for Dodge. Can he hold them off? Can he do it again?
Oh no, it happens again. Selfish gets 3. He will go down eventually. Arma TS now the last one up as he had stopped down to go for the res on HVZ. And Selfish peaked with Dianzera. There you go. DLN will go down. Selfish will be lost, but Peak picks up 4 kills.
And Corsac has actually gone down. And so Finna is isolated in this compound, and Hikerman and Ethan are actually just out of there.
Finna all by himself now that Wildcard has crashed on there. Keep in mind, look at the mini-map. You can see Zealot, Hello My Bad. The rest of TMG starting to creep over in this direction, see if they can maybe find a little something. Finna will drop down the grenade just in case they decide to push. Nothing coming through, though. He will stop down and heal himself up.
He's also getting shot, though, from TM, who have set up and nestled just to the north of that new compound there in the forest. Just looking over here at Hacker, just...
Yeah, I mean, Ethan and Hikerman have eyes on this as well. They're trying to support their boy from range.
They can't, though. Not realistically. Not like this.
Yeah. Tough sledding here. We'll see what Finna can do on the 1v.
That room's on fire.
Or...
There's a grenade in that one.
Everything's bad right now. No, it's Wadas from the window.
To the wall.
Oh. Finna drops down, and Waikikamuka is just mad that he didn't get the... Well, he will get the point.
He'll get the point.
Yeah, he's good. That's the easiest point of his life there is...
Now Sonics actually have pushed on to Peak.
Yeah, this was slowly developing here after the fight between Peak
and Team X.
And now HVZ, Arma TS, they looks like they lost their third player that they revived. I think it was Dean Zera.
It was, yeah, just down to HVZ and Arma now.
They managed to get a knock, I believe, on the Sonics, but Sonics stopped down and get that revive back up as they play the first floor. They got time to do this too because this is on the very far northern edge.
And they want to get rid of this team as fast as possible because they know they're probably going to have to move at some point. The last thing they want is another team on their back. And as we see Tiggleton running up now first with I think it's an over-under little double barrel shotgun. That is very devastating, especially in the hands of Tig. But
yeah, well, he's got the support as well.
He does. Yeah, even if he goes down, as long as he gets one knock, that should be a very easy trade for Sonics to make. But
you can see the play in here for Peak here. They've got Arma with the flashbang ready to go. HVZ in a perfect position to try to come and spray them when they're flashed, but nobody revealing themselves. Arma will find Shrimzy. HVZ holding the door, has another flashbang ready to go. We'll throw it out.
So flashed.
Ooh, Peak finds Tig finds Arma. Oh, he's gonna trade it back. HVZ still alive. Gonna make sure he flushes him out for the point though. And now it's HVZ 1v1. He's not gonna lose. H-Win gets it.
That was costly, though.
They do lose Tig in the process, so nice hold there from Peak as they do end up going down.
And here comes Reload now, right into the loving arms of Show. He's going to find that knock and flush. Rumblers.
Rello. The rest of United was nowhere near that.
No.
It's like, why do you even go down in there? But, okay, United will pull up on Volcano. They'll get sharp shot. They'll find the top Volcano to themselves. The rest of Bang Bang Boom still in the compound.
The name is
Tokyo Manji gang wiping out Aosguri. Synergy is pulled up on the 4 p.m. compound as well. They found VHZ, they found LFP. Maradao and Robinho trying to come and provide some support, but there's not really much left to support over here, boys.
No, there is not at all. Maradao, though, he is on fire. Is he knocked? He is.
He is knocked.
Silzen!
Oh, Silzen. The big Molotovs as the utility coming in supreme for Synergy as they are not giving up on this chase against 22. 22 still alive as well. They're pushing around on the south side into Luminosity right now as Troglodyta started taking over to Rumblers.
And this is just all out. This is a war on every single edge. There is not a single spot of respite or safety for any of these teams. Rusty gonna peek over, find the spray. And that nade, oh, Rusty!
Oof. Rusty got knocked a little bit low, and that was actually shots from E-United up on Volcano. So United doing their best to kind of manage what's going on over here as best they can. Kill Demo should be resable here, I believe, as the nade from Rusty Zero will flush out Los HD. Valiate still down as well. Show, I think, trying to go for the res, but more grenades coming through. The utility working wonders for Trog right now as they're going to find Show, and now it's just down to Waldo.
What can Waldini do all alone? Utility being thrown at him. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, you're seeing Luminosity just be an absolute menace for Wildcard.
Waldo finds Rusty Zera at least, but there you go. Good spray from Necro, and that's going to be Necro with a kill, and Rusty Zera should be resable yet again. Sonics still on the move up there. Meanwhile, Luminosity, we saw they were getting pushed in the back from 22.
Yeah, 22.
They forced that forced the commit into the wildcard compound where Nikos is still alive.
That's a huge threat. As you said, 22 trying to make it past.
Oh, he's out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, he's trying to no, that bucket does not provide enough cover. Nice try, Luke, but somewhat savable here if the other two members here, Penta and Alo, can just get in and clear this out. This can't get there in time. Nikos is going to find the kill.
Oh, this is rough, man. 22 is also just, I mean, they're in the perfect spot. They just came back, pushed LG into a fight that they didn't really want to take, or they weren't really ready to take. They were kind of setting up for it. And I think 22 maybe forced them to go a little bit earlier than maybe they would have liked, as Greg Shot will get taken down or flushed out by Danny. Nikos holding the top of the stairwell. Shotty's in hand for Alo. He's waiting for Penta to join him through the smoke. The push comes through. Nikos will say nice little spray. We'll find Penta, but Alo will get him in the end. But Penta goes down, and Alo as well.
Alo ran through the molly to try to get the flush on Nikos, but it actually cost him because of how low he was. So just like that, LG is gone. And look, Synergy now have been watching this.
Suicide mollies coming in big here in game number 2 as now Sonics find themselves up against Troglodytes. So you got to imagine Trog a little bit low on the utility after their fight with Rumblers. Meanwhile, 22 wrapping on the south side.
They're going to take Hacker for free. That is ridiculous.
On the very edge of the circle, so they can't hold it for now. And it looks like, yep, Synergy actually going to pull away from this. I think they were thinking about doing a 2-2 split, but then 22 pulls in. So Synergy, good head on a swivel there. Stuff for them.
Even still, nice awareness there from 22, realizing that fight had subsided. But yeah, Synergy has a really solid position. There is a ridge on this road that can be played, and they are very much splitting that. And so 22 is going to have, again, to battle through SG in order to get further into this game. But moving back over to Trog.
Oh, they try to go for the bait, and they will get one knock and a flush onto H-Win. Shrimpsy now the last one up at Necro in a little bit of no man's land here. As United, I mean, they've just been kind of looking at this the whole time. Gats, Bing Bang Boom, as well as they hang out in their compound. Shrimpsy has a UAZ to hide behind, a little bit of hard cover to work with, as the Molotov will fall just shy. He's just watching the edge of these smokes, waiting for Troglodytes to peek their heads. Oh, there's one. He finds them through the smoke. What a spray from
just
Shrimpsy.
On the edge, yeah. Shrimpsy could definitely make this happen. It's just down to Rusty Ditto. This blue is hurting real bad.
It is hurting a lot, and there you go. Trog gonna go down to a nice shot for Kickstart. Now Shrimpsy on his own, but look at this. United still just overhead here. They were watching this, but they were keeping one eye on Fiumba at the same time. Rybo, nice shot, will pull Kickstart away from the edge. And Fiumba now, looks like they're going to try to head back to their compound. Yep, they're going to go ahead and regroup. Shrimpsy, well, this might just be a see if he can survive a little bit longer. They know United's up on the top of that hill.
Yeah, but I mean, the angle that he's taking in here, he actually might be able to get on the side of Volcano, especially because nobody from BBB is watching it all, and specifically because United is kind of preoccupied with Fiumba.
Good heads-up play from Shrimpsy to realize the lines that he
got.
Oh,
it hurts.
Look, look at how hard that's ticking now. And he'll just get in.
On the APC. I mean, he's surviving, man. He is still buying so much time for Sonics, especially with all the fights that are about to happen on the edge, but he is a solo. And he's taking his shot, so he's played his hand.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Meanwhile, 22 starting to make a push over onto Synergy, and Synergy had 3 men ready to go. They left Danny behind at J just to hold on to make sure that they don't get wrapped, but they were fully expecting 22 to push out of this compound, and they will find the opening knock on the Gizera as the utility is coming out. Smoke wall laid down. We'll see if Vinny can find some damage. Pippa. Oh, Pippa knocked down to 1 HP. Silzen will go down to the nice grenade from Vinny as they are finding the mark right now with their utility.
Really, it's just up to, I mean, Danny is just not really in the best position now to support. Pippa's so low. Silzen being knocked.
Good smoke walls laid down from 22 immediately upon realizing that the fight was being taken to them. Now shots coming through from Danny. He's got that long-range mini trying to work for him right now. Hayesden just spraying through the smoke, hoping and praying to find something. As Silzen will bleed out, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and dip out of the Synergy, taking this opportunity to go back to the hard cover, and they'll just give it over to 22. I think they might be able to get that res on the Gizera as well.
They might be able to get the res, but at the very least, Synergy still have a good line onto that position that 22 would want to play.
Shrimpsy's crashed Bing Bang Boom. I don't know how it's happened.
Raw determination.
That's all it is. That's all it is. Nice grenade for Flood. They'll find the next knock on to Fiumba as Capitan and Draft King, the last 2 up. They're working around the edges, but United have the smoke wall laid down, and they are keeping eyes on everything. Pippa, you can see the 22 versus SG fight still going on the south here as we check in with Shrimpsy in the picture-in-picture. He's going to find one. Goes down to Cats, though. And nicely done from Shrimpsy. That should be Bing Bang Boom getting that res back up.
United knows, though, and they're shifting focus back over towards BBB.
Yeah, they kind of have to. I mean, this Fiumba thing is stalled out as much as it's going to. Emmy does bleed out, but Rybo gets back on his feet. And look at this, Tokyo Manji Gang, they want to get involved here as well. But I love this from United, realizing that they need to prio these guys. They are in the worst position. This is where they need to focus. They'll find one. We're off the last one up. Good spray from Stakers.
Dude, so clean.
Finds 2. There it is.
So
easy.
Clean.
6 kills now for United.
That was perfection from the way that he threw that molly, trapped the angles, and just got the perfect peaks. Beautiful stuff.
Left flood kickstart up here just to keep eyes on Fiumba as Fiumba slowly, surely creeping in using that smoke wall as best they can. United, though, they have the rocks. They have the hard cover. Flashbangs coming in from Fiumba. Kickstarter trying to see if any of those heads are peeking over that ridgeline. Fiumba taking their time with this when the circle has popped and is cutting away from this. So the fight will have to come to a head eventually. But E-United, they realize that they have the stronger position where they're at. They are waiting for Fiumba to make their move.
Yeah, Fiumba, I mean, even if they pull off and they try to go into the circle, I mean, they're just open to pretty much everyone. So taking at least care of E-United would be in their best interest, but as you said, United with the hard cover smokes throughout as well, and they're not giving up anything.
Patient stuff from Fiumba and E-United. As now, actually some shots from 22, I think, will find their way into Raibo. Tokyo Mancha Gang will go down to Dodge off on the south side. Hikerman now the last one up for Dodge. 22 did not get that res onto Gizera, so they are down to 3. As we check Capitan, trying to spray through the smoke, see if they can find something. Kickstart gonna go down to Raibo. Nice spray as Fiumba finally starting to find E-United peeking around the edge of these smokes. Look at Snakers, he's so low. He had to pull down and get the help, but what a spray. Instant headshot, Draft King. And they'll try to trade it back, and he finds him. Flood now, the last one up for E-United. That smoke wall slowly dying away. As Fiumba going to go for the res onto Capital while Draft King tries to spot him out.
Flood, though, still doing so much damage on this fight. Headshotting Rebo as he's trying to go for the res. They're trying to hold, you can tell, for Draft to maybe get this, but Flood!
1v1. Draft King trying to use his fallen teammates as cover. Flood, he gets one shot. He goes down to the blue. I'm not sure if the blue did the damage or a shot did, but
Flood did exactly what he needed to do. He pulled out his secondary and he just wiped it. He just cleaned up the other two members. He's like, you know what, if I'm going down, you're not getting out of here with more than just yourself.
And Draft King ends up getting caught by the blue himself anyway. So Fiumba down as well, and it's down to, again, 22 Synergy and a solo.
Dude, Hikerman could actually win this game.
He is in the better position, all things considered.
He has to realize that the last two teams are fighting right now.
Hikerman, a very smart player here. One down for each team. And their utility is next to nothing here. It might all be flashbangs. And there's Hikerman with the shot onto Danny. And there's Synergy going down Hikerman. Big kills for him. And it's a 1v1. Hikerman, I believe, versus Hasten. Okay, Hasten and Vinny are both up. So 1v2. Can they get the res onto Haven, turn this into a 3v1?
Pushing
Hikerman,
them out, though.
He's got to make a move here, but I think he doesn't have a read on the situation. He doesn't know what 22's positions are, so he has to stop down. He's just playing the hard cover of the tree, waiting for 22 to make the peak.
The problem, I think, is that there's got to be utility on some of those bodies. Hikerman also going to check for some utility from smokes, nades. He has everything that he's going to need. I like this reposition.
I think all he wants is he just wants to see one helmet, one head peeking over that ridge to give him some kind of idea of where they're going to be coming from. Now, 22 doesn't have to cross the road just yet.
But they will.
They will eventually. All Hikerman has to do.
But look at this. Vinny already crossing towards the... This is so good from 22, realizing that they have a foothold on the other side with a ridgeline that covers that cross, and they do it for free. And all of a sudden, that advantage Hikerman had is just gone.
And now Vinny finds himself with 3'd up and an MK of his own as they find a crate. So things were looking good for young Hikerman. All of a sudden, they're not looking much better.
Like I said, there was a real chance that he could have won that game. And it's not that I want to count him out now, but the amount of recovery time that has been given to 22, plus the fact that they now have center circle, it's just, I mean, it's a tall task for anyone.
This could be an opportunity for 22, a team that was in a dead heat, a race with Synergy to go back-to-back wins.
Oh, it'd be huge.
Here in game number 2. It'd be absolutely huge. Now, Synergy, they are giving it their all, man. They made it to 3rd once again, but 22 just a hair better as Hayes 10 will get the damage in, and Vinny will be the one to flush him out. 3 kills, a little bit less dramatic this time for 22, but still a clutch victory.
3 kills, but I'm very curious the amount of damage that we're about to see. Or never mind, wow, E-United with 1900 damage, 8 kills as well. We saw their fight on Volcano, and what a hold that was. But yeah, 22, I feel like they were doing a lot of damage. They just weren't getting the kills.
Yeah, I mean they were playing that south side, and they, like we saw, they forced LG to push into wildcard. They were just kind of third partying all this stuff, just shepherding everybody into each other. But they never really got again. They were on that south side. They were third partying things that were going on in a compound. Right. So it's like hard how do you really steal those kills? How do you? I mean, you could get some damage in here and there, but it's hard to get those points.
Well, not only that, but you have to realize that Hikerman actually stole, I think, all the SG kills. Yeah, basically every single one. I think it was 2 or 3 of them by himself. And so that, between that and the compound, I mean, you imagine 22 probably would have had like 10 kills. But granted, I'm sure they're still happy with that win. So
you have to be. I mean, obviously it's a great win for them. Back-to-back wins. This one with obviously a few less kills, which is great news if you're a Synergy fan, because that means Synergy still in the running here. But back-to-back wins, that's a tough task to break here. But we're going to take a quick break and come back. We'll throw it over to the analyst desk to talk about game number 2. But before we do, want to remind you to check out the latest 8x8 map to enter the rotation. Destin features new utility items, new vehicles, and new weapons. Personal favorite is that swamp boat hanging down in the swamp. I also like the chicken balloon, but you know I'm weird.
I like the swamp too, actually. I'll give it to you.
Figured you would. That's my man. Yeah. We gumbo boys. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We come back. The analyst desk will break down that 22 victory. number 2. The absolutely huge. Now, Synergy, they are giving it their all, man. They made it to 3rd once again. But 22, just a hair better as Hayes 10 will get the damage in, and Vinny will be the one to flush him out. 3 kills, a little bit less dramatic this time for 22, but still a clutch victory.
2 games with 22 winners. Not much better than that as they start the day strong. My name is Tavies. I'm joined by Matchup and Cammy D. Before we get to breaking down the action, I know you guys want to be winners with the best possible merchandise at any given time. Well, I've got great news for you. You can get your hands on the PCS7. The merch shop is open right now. We've got shirts, mugs, hoodies, and more. Head over to merch.pubg.com to get your gear before it's gone. Limited quantities of high-quality swag. Check it out. I love the shirts and the hoodies. They're very comfortable. Winter is coming. Get warm. Now, a team that has gotten warm is our dinner winners here. It was not a spectacular win statistically, but a lot of damage and a lot of hustle.
We've seen lower kills in Americas and globally.
This is true. We have.
So it could be worse, but...
Yeah, and that, you know what? I used to try, you could try that argument with dating too. Like, well, I mean, there's worse out there.
No, but actually, I think it's interesting that their damage is relatively high considering the kills that they get. 22 weren't running from fights. They just got, you know, a little unlucky.
I mean, they actually were running 2 fights. It's
yeah.
What are you going to do whenever a lot of them are ending before you can get there?
Yeah.
True. And I think a lot of that is teams seem to be playing for their sort of positioning right now. Remember, this is the second to last day. A lot of teams are focused on sort of shoring up those point totals, putting themselves in the spot they want to be going into the final 5 games tomorrow. Look at the top 5 players of that match. Hikerman, Snakers, Nikus. It's a very good.
Yeah. This sort of, the fact it's one player from each team on this. It shows how, like, disparate all the kills were. It was very spread across the board. It was difficult for one singular team to sort of take control, and that of course has to do with the terrain. This particular circle, alongside the hard shifts, there was no like one single team that was able to like be in the center and just gun everyone else down.
Also, some teams that we were talking about that haven't really done too much. We were talking about the fact that United needs to be getting some more points, making the later stages of this one. On top of that, Dodge with Hikerman, picking up kills and sneaking into the end game, showing the fact that, hey, one player can still backstab a team and pick up several kills as well as good positioning points with it.
It was a bit of a shocking, I think, circle after the plane path that we saw. It went very hard north and threw a lot of teams into sort of rotation choices and drop choices. So let's take a look back at exactly how the game went. Time for the highlights.
Highlights. Yeah, this was a very, very, very interesting one to watch. But first, as you mentioned, Steve,
smells like military. Smells like military.
It does, or at least like another, maybe a Primor circle or Fairy Fury built to power. But it's a north one. It's a really far north one. This one's ridiculous. And so a lot of teams, not just 22 and Synergy as we looked at earlier, but also the LG and TMG were camping each other, kind of, not really. A bunch of teams had to rotate in, but then United, they weren't a lot on the main feed, but they were able to get into this volcano position in a very, very, very intelligent way. And this is a prime position that you expect for them to really take over this northeast side of the map. They're, I was about to watch, they're going to take care of BBB. Shrimsy's not going to be much of a factor, but this fight against Fiumba, despite not going completely United's way, I thought was played very, very well.
Yeah, this is United, and pretty much all the teams had a good read on the fact that due to the way that the river came into that first circle, that the southeastern area was going to be where a lot of the action was going to be going. And United got into a prime position very early, was doing a great job on defending it up. You can see even with the cluster of teams around them, they were doing a great job in responding. It's just at a certain point, there's going to be some wear and tear that kicks in, especially when you got 2 body blockers moving in front of you to help out a firefight.
What's huge, though, is that Flood, right before he goes down there at the end, it confirms the 2 kills.
Yeah.
Very intelligent by Fiumba when they only have one person left to use the down bodies to be at least a little bit of cover, to use the literally body block. But Flood said, you know what, I'm going to make sure that I get these 2 points, because he realized with the terrain, with the blue closing in, that he had the disadvantage in terms of cover. So, I mean, probably wasn't going to go further.
United played a smart game. We saw them drop in Milta, they rotated all the way up sort of north of to Stahlberg, and they came down through Yasnaya to scout to find that position. 22 had a slower game, but it wasn't for lack of trying, Matt. I mean, they were literally hunting people down. In fact, I think we have a little clip here to show just how hard they worked for so little.
Yeah, we were having like a back and forth conversation about this. You can see, okay,
we've got one of the more interesting fights where you could see one team goes down and then, oh, there goes the team that just took them down. So Wildcard and LG both out. But 22 is taking shots into this, and they want to come in. They don't even know the fact that this fight's over, and so they're coming in to try to claim it. So you can't get mad at them that they only have 3 kills. You can see that they were moving. Yeah. They understood how to jump in, but what are you going to do whenever teams like annihilate each other?
Yeah, and listen, that was really, really good training for them. And then the fact that it's also they were face off against SG, it's like finally we can get some kills, but no, it's
no. And then Heikeman takes everything. I mean, sometimes you're just destined to never get the kill. I know that happens to me whenever you're playing. Like, you know, you're lined up, you're like, I know exactly where I'm going to go, and suddenly some dude runs through with a US and just kills everybody.
That's why I hate playing with Godspeed, because I think, hey, I'll call them out and be like, there's a team there, and then they're all dead before you get a chance to do anything. Yeah. All right, 22 Esports comes out with 13 points, 3 kills, but the placement still matters. And I will say this, though. Synergy is tied to 22 right now. They are not letting them out of their sights. They're aggressively chasing.
This is, okay, I feel like whenever we set something up and say, oh, it's not going to happen, it starts to happen because Luminosity and Dodge are getting dangerously close to each other. Luminosity got very few points that game, and Dodge, we haven't talked about them a lot because they haven't been doing terribly, but they haven't been doing ridiculously good either. They've been in that, like, gray area in the middle. If they keep on this, we might, and with 22 and Synergy as well, the chance, as slight as it was, slight chance of 22 and Synergy both going to PGC, that I thought at the beginning of the day when we were given the numbers, like, oh, that's not going to happen.
We were at a 5% chance earlier. I think that we've probably moved up to like a 10% chance now. It's not hyper light.
8.
We're still in that category of whatever. I also do want to point out that Synergy is doing a good job on realizing, okay, 22 just had a big game and is now trying to pick up kills as well, to that way that really neck and neck. Both teams really showcase the fact that they want to make it, and that's going to lead into a problem tomorrow.
That felt like 100% of all statistics are made up situation.
Yeah,
you guys
they are. We're going by our gut feeling, guys. There's a lot of numbers here.
Watch out for the observer zone. These guys are insane. Not wrong.
I think maybe some bias.
Little bias.
Just a little bit, I think.
I don't know. What do you mean? How could there be bias in that one, Cam?
I will say this.
It's an accurate statement.
It does deserve a shout out to the observers. They are, in my opinion, the stars of the broadcast, because everything that we see goes through those guys. So they're absolutely killing it right now.
And been here with us since NPL, all the way back then. It's pretty much been the same crew. So these guys know the teams really well.
So great games. And when you brought up the slip, the idea of these two, you know, we said percentage jokes aside.
Yeah.
Luminosity is kind of the reasoning for this. They have been sliding. And while they're making good rotations and they're playing very defensive, Synergy and 22 just seem to have their fingers on what the game's pulse is.
It's Synergy and 22 both doing good, but it's also Dodge starting to heat up themselves in order. Dodge need to place above LG for it to happen. So, and Luminosity, they're not playing terribly, but so far they're not really getting the points. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good you play, how good your strategy is. If you don't have the points to go on the leaderboard, it doesn't matter.
Well,
and they need to find the points.
We've been seeing that Synergy and 22 understand what they need to do, and that's what all today has been about. It's like, okay, we're going to rotate earlier with 22 in that first game. We're going to get the power compound.
Yeah.
Synergy says, okay, there's probably going to be just like one team in the shack. Let's send it to that shack. We can make it to the late game there. Again, this time around, all minds, all mindset, all firefighting with the purpose of trying to make it into the end game with at least some type of kills, even if 22 didn't do too well with it this time. But still, that's fine. One game with low kill.
Well, let's check in with the two guys who are going to escort us to the end game. Game number 3 coming up with Godspeed and Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, Soffies. And yes, it is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Godspeed. And we are getting ready to head into game number 3, our final game on Erangel, which has been dominated so far by 22 Esports.
Indeed it has.
It has been. And it is, it's kind of weird because obviously 22 getting back-to-back victories is the story, but Synergy has been playing phenomenally as well. It's crazy that these two teams, obviously we knew were kind of going back and forth, but it is like two heavyweight boxers just trading blows back and forth.
Yeah, and it's honestly wonderful to see those two represent LATAM as well, because there's so much history, especially with some of those players, that you just absolutely love to see it. The problem, though, is that 22 doing so well kind of sucks for Synergy, right? And I would love to see both of those teams actually end up making it to PGC, but I mean, that remains to be seen. And I will say the consistency so far, both games, Synergy and 22 finding themselves in the top 3 is wonderful.
See our plane going across dead center once again. This one a little bit farther north, so maybe Military Island out of the question this time, as Troglodytes will go off to North George. Once again, looks like military base itself will probably be empty. It has been slow sledding today.
It has.
Really
I mean,
has.
it's been. I mean, I guess you could say the teams definitely deserve the break as well from some of the breakneck circles we've had. But yeah, I mean, these have been some pretty slow burns, all things considered.
I guess if you like the players and you are worried about their
mental health
at all, then maybe you're a little bit concerned.
Ooh, Alo got that thing on him though. Well, 19.
You don't got that glizzy.
No, it ain't the glizzy.
Not the glizzy, just the 1911. That's okay. But the circle will go just right over Chopsticks. Once again, let's run it back. And no 50-50 this time. Hardly any water. About as basic as your basic vanilla Frappuccino.
Now, we did... I don't know if fraps are basic.
Threw you off there, didn't
Yeah, I was like,
you had this whole thought process that you're about to go. You're like,
it's like the cogs started turning.
Wait, hold up, I got to defend Frappuccinos here. 1 sec.
Frappuccinos are delicious, but I mean, yeah, looking at this circle, we've seen similar circles, even this event. As far as where this one is going to end up, obviously, is anyone's guess. But this is, yeah, again, these last 3 beginning circles on Erangel have been as normal, I think, as we've seen this entire event.
Sure. A lot of field play today.
Lots of field play indeed.
And, even stretching back into yesterday, we saw a lot of field. So it's putting them on notice, man. It's letting them know you gotta have a little bit of, I guess, this is giving work in vehicle defense, if nothing else, and making sure that you keep your tires up. As we check in with those E-United boys, looting over in Milta Power. Long drop to get here, and I imagine they will take their sweet time looting up, coming in super late.
Yeah, as they should. I mean, you even have relos set up all the way in the north in Lipovka. I mean, uncontested as well. And so United will generally come in probably a little later off of this circle and find themselves a nice edge to play and then just work in from there, right? The classic United thing to do, which, I mean, works very well.
I'm actually curious. So, again, it's hard to say, like, what when you see something in one game, is it going to be a trend in the future, right? And specifically right now, I'm thinking about when 22 camped Ferry Pier, like in a circle like this, on the very southern coast, and they end up camping United as they rotated through very late. I don't think it was originally meant to be.
I don't think it was either.
An United camp. I think it was meant to be a Fiumba camp. But it happened regardless. So now I'm curious as to if 22, with this lead that they have, they're sitting nice, comfortably in second place. They've got Synergy two spots below them. They've got a nice little 10-point lead, 12-point lead on them. If they're going to keep doing stuff like that, this kind of aggressive stuff, taking that risk that maybe we go out early, but we get points.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's something they need to do. It's definitely something I could see them doing, just based off of, again, like you said, the lead that they've garnered for themselves. With all that in mind, though, I still think 22 just plays their game, man, because it is so solid. The way they've been playing this event has been probably the best I think we've seen this team, at least in the Americas, as far as the merge, right, with North and South America. So, I just think they just continue on the course, man, because this course it's smooth. It's nice. It is well paved.
It has been very, very smooth, as you say, especially through these first 2 games. Check in with Bang Bang Boom. They needed to really just come out here and start swinging hard and heavy.
Just haven't been
a lot
able to
of points, yet. And again, there's been nothing wrong with their play. It's been good for them and nice and average, but they just haven't been able to catch up with anything.
They're just getting, as you like to say, I mean, I think the best way to describe it is they're getting nickeled and dimed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it is. Every fight, we see 1 or 2 fall, and then they have to back up, and then they'll lose someone else, and then sooner, before you know it, they're a solo somewhere.
Just a death by 1,000 cuts. Well, over here on Everest, Troglodytes has taken up position on the high ground, but Tokyo Manji Gang creeping in from the west. Only 2 of them. They got a little bit of a 2-2 split here, but the one good thing for Tokyo Manji Gang, this western side of Everest is a little bit you can play safe from there. I mean,
you can back up if you need to, yeah.
Yeah, moving from east to west is a little bit more dangerous.
Oh, and BBB and Sonic super early, Poro, just here on the west side of Pachinki.
2-2 split from Sonics as well, so right now it's just Shrimzy and H-Win on the guard. Got one eye on Mime and Tig to see if they ever decide to come back over here. Shrimzy trying to get into the US, just repositions it. Yep, as you said, blocking and just kind of slowing things down for BBB, but it doesn't look like Bing Bang Boom is too terribly interested in pushing this unless they can get a knock. Nicely done from Shrimzy. Big spray onto Roth.
I'm sure that nade is going to do a bit of damage, whether it actually flushes. I don't think that's the case, but
good
man.
pickup from Keenan.
And now BBB know exactly who their neighbors are.
Yeah, absolutely. They should know, honestly. I mean,
yeah.
This is kind of Sonic's, if the circle falls with Pachinki anywhere near the center, they do tend to do a little bit of a split, leaving guys behind in Pachinki just to make sure that they know if anything's coming from their eastern side. You know, good work from them to make sure that they got Roth away from the inevitable utility return after that knock, so they'll most likely keep him up. Bing Bang Boom back up to full strength as Fiumba starting to creep a little bit close to Dodge here.
Yep, wrapping over here on Pachinki Hill as Dodge has taken up a nice position for themselves up towards the top. A lot of vision on this, and they can actually back up towards 4 p.m. if they absolutely have to, but Zealot, meanwhile, is going to catch one to the face.
I'm not sure if Colton just got a little bit too close or just got caught out, but either way, he is down, and he is flushed. Posa going to be the one to get to that point. Zealot will hop in the US and get on out of Dodge, rejoin the rest of the boys. Troglodytes get a point for their Everest.
And it has just been every time Trog has run into TM, I think aside from one fight, I mean, Trog has gotten better at that. And oh my God, he gets that with a red dot on his SKS.
I mean, to be able to hit it with the SKS is already like magical to me because I can't hit anything with an SKS, but the red dot SKS on top of that. Posa, don't do it to him. TM now down to 2. And actually, Ace Guri on that south side as well. You saw Necro kind of taking shots over here towards LG over in Cube, and now Team X has made their way in on the north side. A few shots for Santi Hero, seeing if he can maybe do some damage to the vehicle. But Penta going to say, you know what, stop that.
Yeah, and they're probably going to go just to Crates Bridge. Yeah, this is fairly normal as well for a team that just got shot at, especially from Cube as well as from Everest. So they'll get a free rotation at the very least towards the south side of this river and the other side of George Pool Crates.
It does look like E-Night is going to get free passage as well as 22 continue to go through. Hit Ferry Pier.
That's not surprising.
Cut north. Yeah, and, looks like they'll have Hayes staying in the compound that they worked in game 1, the other duo on the north side of those fields. Haven just kind of slow playing their way in here. They just take up a little position just to kind of wait and see where this next circle goes.
Is it bad, Poro, if I want this to just hard shift southwest?
It is bad because we just saw that. Oh, you want a quarry circle?
I want it to hard shift southwest, yeah. Okay. I mean, that would just cause...
You know what
I've become such a terrible person on CAT. Just wishing for all these really terrible circles for the players.
Like I remember whenever you first retired and you came over here, and I was like, I would tell you, oh my God, man, I love these circles. You're like, oh my, no, those circles are terrible. Don't ever wish for those circles. They're horrible to play. Everybody hates them. And now, you know, a couple of years in, you become an agent of chaos, just like the rest of us.
It's true.
We always bring you over to the dark side.
Inevitable.
It is inevitable. I am inevitable.
The circle is inevitable.
It is, eventually.
Whatever decision it makes is one that these teams have to deal with, as we still see Fiumba here just on the side of Dodge. And Hikerman's going to step up. He's going to get knocked. That's going to be a free point for Emmy.
It always seems to go that way, and Hikerman makes it all the way to second. Last game.
He's got to bring it back down to earth.
Yeah, one of the first ones out in this time is Dodge now fully aware that Fiumba is on the eastern side of their Pachinki Hill.
The only problem I have with this is, like, I mean, you got to know, especially spread this thin, and I mean, I'll take Northwest too, but you got to know after being spread that thin that, I mean, you got to be closer for trades there, right? You can't just lose someone for free. It's unfortunate for Dodge.
That is an absolutely brutal hard shift off to the north. The entire western side of this circle is completely empty, but we're going to throw it over to Cameron real quick to see what he has to say about circle number 2.
Yeah, we'll get back to Fiumba in a second right now, but I wanted to look at Luminosity in a very unique position, forced to hide away into Cube at the previous zone, and now that the zone has shifted up this way, we know how much LG love high ground, but more importantly, they need to get into a controlling position. With Troglodytas already at Georgia Pole Mountain, though, they're going to have to stay on the low ground and try and survive through this chaos. For a team that's trying to climb up the leaderboard and secure their PGC slot, they might have to fight through a really, really rough mid-game.
Thank you, Cam, for keeping an eye on LG where they decide to go. Interestingly enough, the one thing that was sticking out to me is that Troglodytas actually sent Posa.
Yeah, they sent Posa to that really, really strong compound, specifically in this circle, as just a one-off. So they have this 3-1 split. I thought initially LG actually might take that, but
I was looking at too.
Yeah.
But good eyes for Trog, and it's actually going to pay off for him now as Bing Bang Boom trying to make their way north of Gakka. They'll fall just on the south side of Tokyo.
I think they're trying to get to radio tower. And if they make it there,
that might be the play here. Posa going to try to hold this off by himself. He's all by himself. He'll find Purdy Curdy, and that'll be one down on the push from LG, but everybody's here. Remember, the rest of Troglodytas still up on the top of Everest, so this is all down to Posa. What can he do as a solo? As everybody from look at they'll leave Purdy out there. He might go down, but Posa going to get knocked very low. 27 HP, jumps out the window. I think he might have spotted Alo. Big shots coming through. There you go.
Nicely
go down.
done.
Nicely done.
Good hunt from LG. But Rumblers on the back side of this, no, they're actually not going to opt to crash. They're going to get the compound right next to it. Kurt will fall, though.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate that Kurt went down outside of the compound. Well, I think Rumblers, good eyes to realize that this compound was open. They may have thought about pushing onto the LG compound.
Yeah, I think there was maybe a thought. I think you're right.
Exactly, and then they looked over there, you know what, this one's free, let's just take this instead. So shots coming through on those Rumblers now that they found them home as Bing Bang Boom does indeed take that radio tower, as he called. Wild card off to the west in a little bit of a 2-2 split as well.
And honestly, if Rumblers can just save their vehicles, yeah, that was definitely a great play for them, because they're probably going to need those later unless they get the shift. LG as well is in a really strong position. Losing one for that compound is, all things considered, not that bad, especially with where it is in the circle, but we have to see what this next shift does. Bing Bang Boom sitting very comfortably, though, at this tower. They just have to make sure they don't get pushed within nade range, which I'm looking at 2 potential teams that could do that, one of which being United.
Yeah, it looks like...
That's a hard push to make on foot, though. So.
It is, and I mean, United seems pretty comfy where they're at right now. A few shots coming through, Danny. We'll get a knock on the Capitan.
Look at this split from Synergy, Poro.
It's a nice split, man.
It's wide,
got Gakka, they've got off to the north, as you said. I mean, if one side gets crashed, it's going to be real hard for the other side to come and
support,
rejoin them there. But fortunately for them, only thing separating them is the 2-man of Tokyo Manji Gang. So even if Tokyo Manji Gang reads it, it's highly doubtful that they're going to try to make a push here as we see where the second circle decides to go. Third circle, rather, going back up to the north. So Everest, big,
Trog,
still
baby.
in play. Troglodytas down to 3 after losing Posa. But they have got a really nice position here, and all these teams off to the south are going to have to find a new home.
And honestly, I really don't hate that gamble, right, from Trog. Just send one in. If you can hold it by yourself, great. If the shift goes there, we actually have a foothold to play in. They do give up a member, but they actually still maintain a great position because of it.
Yeah, good on LG for reading the solo in there, actually, and making that crash. Rello will spot out Hayes 10 as 22 trying to make their way through the gauntlet. One will go down, but Gazera, Haven, Vinny should be able to make their way
I think
through.
they are.
But where do they go? Are they going to the dip?
The tree dip there. No, they're actually just going to send it past. And they're just going to go above SG right here.
Keep on pushing. I don't know if they realize that it's SG in there, and yeah, they're still going. They
have to.
On the move, yeah. They're still getting shot at. Looks like they'll play the base of the western side of Everest. Corsac will go down. Nice shots from Luke 12 as Dodge tried to play the ditch here. Ethan now the last one up, 29 HP, and he's getting dinked from range. Still LG shooting over at him. May survive a little bit longer, but Sonics now, they pulled all the way up on the eastern side underneath Ice Creams, catching Peak in a 2-2 split.
Peak doing a great job of actually stalling them. Meanwhile, Fiumba on the other side of them, as Huynh can see, just to his right, and so rotation's coming in. I mean, there's no real reason to fight for this spot as Peak is leaving it, and Sonics now just kind of stranded on the edge.
And they're actually going to be backfilling Fiumba. It looks like they've left Tiggleton to kind of keep an eye on Ice Cream, and maybe this might be more of a bait than anything, and to see if anybody peeks as Tig is just kind of looking over there. And I think Sonics should be okay playing from this eastern side. Fiumba continues their wrap around. Peak has eyes on him. No knocks coming through, a little bit of damage, but Fiumba, nice. That's actually a really nice wrap for them. If they can find plays now.
All things considered, actually, I like what Sonics did there. Initially, it was a rough fight. It was going to be tough for them to take, especially with Fiumba rotating in behind. But now that they've been giving some breathing room, Tig has taken that, and they realize they actually have a foothold into the circle now. If they need to, they can push Everest now from here as long as they can deal with Peak. So, nice recovery there from Sonics.
Fiumba will play the ridges on the north side after losing Capitan. Meanwhile, 4-4 men face-to-face with E United on the south side, the very southern edge. Bing Bang Boom still at that radio tower, so E United needs to be careful about how hard they peak this, knowing that they've got somebody watching over them on the north side. But Bing Bang Boom, they can't tunnel either, because here's Wildcard creeping in on their western side.
Yep. Wildcard here. Again, this is not the easiest push to make, especially if BBB is aware of it. They're just going to get these vehicles in, and that's very important, saving these vehicles, especially for this shift. They're going to need it. SG now find themselves center circle. But I mean, it's hard to get kills from that simply because, especially if there's a team above you, it's just hard to peek. Let's see what they can do with it, though. LG also still find themselves in a solid position, all things considered.
I think SG is, despite the fact that they might not get a whole lot of kills, they're going to be very happy with this one, knowing that 22 is down to just 2 players. Wildcard will push into Bing Bang Boom. Nikos will find Keenan. No trades coming through just yet. Shark goes down. Adam will go down as well. Waikikabuka
trades all around.
He's going to go down. As now it's 2v2. Roth and Gats. Gats extremely low. Roth will spray it down, but will go down to Greg Shot. Nicely held by Wildcard. Now Gats the last one up. 1v1. Greg Shot about half HP. The grenade to lead things off for Gats. Can't spot the head just yet, and he's getting shot at from Flood as well. It's going to force him down into the ridgeline. Greg Shot nice. The 1v1 by 2 HP. Gats coming through big for Bing Bang Boom.
And Roth is calling to him, save me. Please. It's bleeding out fast. They should. Oh, that nade from Kick! E United smelt it!
Big third party there from E United. I mean, that was the easiest third party they're ever going to have to make. And now Rumbler is starting to creep over as well. Instant knock onto Waldo. He goes down. Still on the move, still in the vehicles. Los HD right there with Show. He's got Waldo on the low side. Waldo going to get spotted by Flood. And now United, I mean, food's just coming and peering on their table. They want to eat.
Absolutely, and they've already, as you said, done so much damage here already to Rumblers. Los and Show trying to make the push forward, but Utility is still coming out. The nade is going to do massive damage. The spray through the smoke is not found. But even still, United just has so much pressure.
Smoke blooming a little bit too late. Now 4 p.m. starting to creep over here as well, so United needs to be careful about how hard they want to peek Los HD. See how low he is, just hiding behind that smoke wall. Might have an opportunity to get the revive onto Light Show as Waldo does get flushed out, and that'll be Los. Big decision time for him. How much longer does he have on that smoke wall? Doesn't matter. Rello will be the one to spot him out, and that's another 4 kills in the pocket of E United. They are up to 7 already.
Yep. And this would be huge. Already now tying 22, making that push towards the Sonics. And Sonics are making their way up the hill, though. They have to be very aware here of the fight going on. And the third-party opportunity is there for them as Peak is going to get rid of Trog.
Necro I don't know if he thought he had the knock on it. If he thought he had the headshot, he pulled away from the spray. Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
That's unfortunate. Good stuff for Troglodytes, though. They do end up going down. Sonics is taking over their spot now and are pushing on to Peak. 2 knocks. HVZ and Selfish, the only 2 up. H-Win, Shrimsy, and Tickleton trying to avoid line of sight from long-range shots from Team X.
That name might be Juice.
It is. There it is. Shrimsy nicely placed, and Selfish trying to get the revive onto Arma. And now Sonics want to push through this, try to clean this up as quickly as possible. But again, they've already lost mine. They don't want to lose another one here with this great position on top of Everest.
The way they've cleaned up this fight so far is so good. You see Shrimsy in that forward position, just tossing Utility, being covered by Tig. This one is hidden from behind, and now playing for trades, playing together. It's going to be a systematic push. And Shrimsy doesn't even need the help.
Shrimsy with 450 damage so far. That's going to be 4 kills in the bag for Sonics. They do have to make a move now down from Everest, make their way off to the west.
Look at this little pile up, Poro.
This is Interesting. Tokyo Majigang, I mean, they had to go somewhere. It was only, or well, they've been holding down this compound
as a duo, yeah.
But Ayazguri piling in slowly but surely. Sonic's now turning their attention to Fiumba. They're going to find Rybo. Goes down instantly, flushed as well. DraftKing and Emmy still up, but Team X starting to creep over here as well on this northern side. They're going to lose one as Tokyo Majigang will get cleaned up by that Ayazguri push.
And this is going to be a cluttered fight, but honestly, I feel like Sonics is the beneficiary of it, especially because all they have to do is just look down and take shots at the people that are either knocked or just incredibly low. And even then, I mean, moving forward into Circle itself, they really only have to deal with 2 members of 22, and they are just chilling after that.
X Energy still getting that Circle love in that compound, but as you see on that kill feed, or kill leaderboard, 1 kill so far. Nobody really coming anywhere near their line of sight. United starting to creep over that way as they have to go somewhere. See Rello working up against the haystack. 4 p.m. just off to their east.
They actually have a really nice ridge. I say really nice. They have a decent ridge to play on the other side of SG once the circle shifts, but their biggest threat is going to be 4 p.m.
Tig was down to 1 HP, and Penta hit him from range. Luke is going to find Santahiro as LG starting to leave their compound flex out a little bit, see if they can get some of these points that are spread out around them. Santahiro, see him starting to bleed out. Herlax gets to him just in time, but no. Looks like DraftKings Grenade's going to be the one that gets it, steals the point right out of Alo's pocket. As Emmy still working around with DraftKings. They know that TX is just below them. They know that Sonics is above them. It's really just a question of who do you want to take the fight to first, as Dielet will go down, and that's going to be it for Team X and Emmy.
Penta actually knocked Twin, who was shooting at draft to the back, so that was a big help. And LG have just been a menace.
I mean, Penta's been hitting these long-range shots. 420 damage done already, as now Shrimsy is the last one up for Sonics. It was always going to be rough moving from west to east down this mountain as the circle finally left. 22 down to just Haven as Vinny has gone down. And again, Synergy still 4 up in the compound. E-United now 8 kills. Sonics gets 7 playing from Everest. And DraftKing, Fiumba, 3 in the bag. Needs to, maybe he can survive a little bit longer here.
Yeah, Shrinzy, speaking of surviving, is still alive. He still could get some more points there as long as he knocks out Haven. It's an extra point in just placement alone as well. But looking at this, Synergy obviously just the absolute beneficiary of these shifts.
I mean, they're vibing in it, and there you go.
They're vibing. I'm curious how many kills they've gotten, though, and how many points they've been able to garner with this position.
Only one according to the kill leaderboard up there. They did just get a knock on Arello, but had not gotten the flush just yet. I'm actually curious about LG. They've got 3 up, but they've got 3 solo snakes on the top of this north side that they have to keep a track of.
And if they can clear them out, Poro, man, they have such a strong position right above SG.
They got a lot of work to do here, and they've got to figure out where these snakes are. Well, let's take a listen in on Luminosity to see how they deal with this north side.
Oh, Alo didn't take the fucking...
No, I said garage.
Okay, we're gonna have to run. Let's fucking...
Yeah, you are. Just a couple smokes. Alo...
Yeah,
no, they're good.
Okay.
Couple smokes.
You ready to go now, then, or...?
4 p.m. lost 2 there.
We might not even need smokes, to be honest.
Hey, look, can you peek 4 Fiamba?
Run,
yeah, we're just running.
You guys are good. You guys are good. Fiamba's playing up. You're good. Fiamba's gonna be playing for orange. You guys need to... One of you needs to anchor SG. Panda, can you do it? For this line, make sure they don't overpeak. I think they're doubles.
Yeah, sure.
They are doubles. They're holding United. United's 1 dead in field.
Fiamba's not wrapping down.
2 dead.
Down 2.
Yeah, Luke, play for Fiamba with Alo.
Yeah.
United kills in this field, by the way.
They should.
Yeah, 2 up in field.
Okay. I see them out in the open.
It's all you. They're gonna play for Fiamba. 1 active, 1 not.
Yeah. One's on yellow.
There's 2 alive?
1 up United.
EU down.
2 up Fiamba. Max.
Should we push this left, or are we holding?
Hey, look, could they be on your west edge?
No, I looked left.
Okay, I'm just gonna hold.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold down left.
Did we get this crate?
Was holding them.
Yeah, we did. It was a Groza. There's a barrel on it if you need.
No.
Just keep pressuring Alo. I'm gonna hold your left flank. Just careful.
They could be wrapping down left now.
Okay. I'll be watching Alo. Sonic Solo's still alive.
Yeah,
Sonic's wiped.
That's top.
I think Guri's 2. They could be close, though.
I'm still holding your left flank.
They could be close orange. Just a heads up, Luke. You can push up, Luke. It's all clean. You can't see his push before he can.
Pretty sure this EU solo is on my mark.
Closest they could be is orange prone.
They gotta be prone like on yellow. I'm gonna pre-nade it.
Should I clear this for you guys?
They could be down left as well. I'm just gonna pre-nade this entire.
Just get ready to posture. Don't clear with them, Penta. Keep holding. I'll let you know if they need help.
Just keep holding that area.
They might be under rocks right now, but keep holding. Hold blue.
I think I would have seen them if they went.
I think it's
I
good.
think this rock is
push
good
up
for me to
next.
play.
Push up next edge with him, Luke. Just go to the next tree line, guys. You guys can peek them. I don't think so. I think they're just playing under rocks. I think they're playing orange right now.
Yeah.
SG's close to me. On ridge, on blue. Oh,
Yeah, you're good.
Don't see if Yummy.
He could have needed me.
We can. Do you have a nade, Elo?
Can they be prone on this next ridge? Double nade this.
Okay, let's
Do you have a nade?
Ready?
Ready?
Yeah. Go.
Yeah, go.
Leading his body for nades as well.
Bring another one deeper. I have a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna molly then.
Alright.
And there you go, LG, with that. I mean, the
just
ever knowledgeable voice of Purdy.
I was gonna say, it goes to show you how much of an impact you can still have on the game, even if you're dead.
I mean, Kurt is just running the show.
And he's pretty much spot on every call he made.
Exactly. I mean, they lost track of how many alive for Fiumba, but they know exactly where these guys are. I mean, you got Penta that's keeping an eye on Synergy in the compound. Synergy started to try to flex out a little bit, but did kind of pull back to where they were before. But this is still LG knowing that there's a guy up here somewhere.
Nicely
and there
done.
he is.
Beautiful clear.
Nicely done. Exactly. Knew they had somebody hiding up on that. And now they're going to know that Fiumba was actually a solo.
Yeah. I think the confusion there was Alo saw, and Kurt was probably watching Alo, and he saw Shrimsy and the last Draft King, and he's like, oh, those two are still up there. So totally understandable, but regardless,
and there was also a third up there as well.
They got it done.
Solo from 22, but now they got a pretty good idea. What they got in front of them is now the grenades will come out onto Eos Guri. Pulling back, they'll find the knock onto Zakrak and fakes in. On the edge, though, will get Luke very, very low. Penta will try to trade a few shots back, but he will get a knock in return.
Watch for SG to push out, though, as soon as this fight really kicks off.
SG has to make a move here at some point, and it looks like they start to do so as the spray will come through. Looks like fakes in Zakrak, and both will bleed out. Baki has escaped for now, back to the vehicle 4, but 4 p.m. still on that low side.
And SG is finally starting to move up, as we said. As soon as that fight kicked off, you see Benya and Danny start moving to clear that north side. Meanwhile, Pippa and Silverson have actually stayed in to make sure that they take care of 4 p.m. And so this is a beautiful split. But look at these smokes. 4 p.m. actually making it closer and closer to the circle.
Good read from Synergy as well. Benya and Danny getting called back to the compound as soon as LG wipes Eos Guri. They knew that LG took no knocks, so there was no opportunity for them to strike. They had to come back here, focus their full attention onto 4 p.m. They'll turn their attention back towards LG after dealing with this immediate threat as Robinho will go down to Silzen.
And Pippa as well with a nice angle here. They know the immediate threat is 4 p.m., but look at this. Luminosity now with a second angle, just suffocating 4 p.m. And SG now have to be aware, and they have to realize that that north side ridge is going to be a big contention point, because that's where LG has to play. And that this wrap from Danny and Benya, this is what they need to do 100%.
Silzen, he had the grenade prepped, and he's going to find Alo. He heard the shots coming from there earlier. Unfortunately for LG, none of the 4 p.m. guys started shooting at him until now. And there you go. He will go down. Pippa will be the one that sprays them. Good effort from Pippa to protect his teammate.
And what I'll tell you this, what a birthday present for Silzen. Happy birthday to you. You got Circle, you got everything going on for you right now. And this is a straight up fight. It's a 4-on-2 though. Between Silzen's squad, the birthday boy squad, SG boys, versus the duo of Luminosity.
Opposites.
And how good is SG look?
Penta, nice spray on a Pippa. We'll start things off here as Penta and LG. Looks like Luke trying to play a little bit more separated here. Silzen coming on the low side. Grenades still in hand for Synergy. I remember they've been hanging out in that compound for forever, so they haven't really had to use much of anything just yet.
Oh, look at this, though. Silzen, he's going to find Penta for free, and it's just down to Luke now.
The dirty flank from Papa Silzen, and it's 6 kills for Synergy. Make it 7 and make it a chicken dinner. Make it 8, actually. Why not?
Why not?
18 points for Synergy in game number 3.
And the amount, the sheer consistency. Yes, 22 won the first couple games, but Synergy was right there with them, and they're fighting back. They're not giving up anything.
I mean, everybody that's even sort of in the race right now is just giving it everything. LG, you saw them show up there with all the 9 kills, 1,800 damage. Fantastic game from them. Synergy, as we said already, still in the hunt with 22. They are not going down without a fight, man.
No, they are not. And even though, yes, they got the majority of those shifts, they still were able to do a lot of damage and get the kills. But I really do want to talk about LG. Their journey into that circle to take that flat top. They lost Kurt early, but then they were able to put so much damage on the mountain side where we saw on Everest, where we saw Fumba, we saw Sonic's 22 as well. They were able to sweep up those kills. Just to clear on the north was beautifully played from them.
And I tell you right now, I could listen to LG comms all day long, man.
These were, yeah, very clean.
Clean. They're crisp. You feel like you're learning something.
Just
every
like
time
Sonic's as well. Sonic's had very good comms as well. So
it's a lot of fun to listen to. Now, we are going to take a quick break, and before we come back and switch maps, throw it over to the analyst desk to break down the first 3 games, or the last game that we just saw, the big Synergy win. We want to let you know about the newest, latest, and greatest IP from Krafton and developer Unknown Worlds. Moonbreaker stands on its own in a new genre, tabletop tactical. If you have no idea what that means, check out the trailer and get ready for early access coming September 29th to Steam. Also, keep in mind, all the lore for that game written by Brandon Sanderson. So if you're a nerd and you like books and you know Brandon, you know who Brandon Sanderson is. That man can write a story. So make sure you check it out, guys. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break down game number 3.
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party. With you till the end. Needles up. Stay alive.
This will be over real quick. Oh, me.
Get over here. Ready? Okay. Grenades, anyone?
They'll never see this coming. I taste their panic.
Good game. Stop this treachery!
Come on, it's fun. The crowd goes wild.
separated here. Silzen coming on the low side. Grenades still in hand for Synergy. I remember they've been hanging out in that compound for forever, so they haven't really had to use much of anything just yet.
Oh, look at this, though. Silzen, he's going to find Penta for free, and it's just down to Luke now.
The dirty flank from Papa Silzen, and it's 6 kills for Synergy. Make it 7 and make it a chicken dinner. Make it 8, actually. Why not?
Why not?
18 points for Synergy.
It is the second day of our second weekend, and Latin America came to play.
Yep.
My name is Thomas, with my matchup and cameras. We break down the action. Synergy was tired of seeing 22 at the top of that leaderboard, and they come out and get themselves a winner on some very slick movement that ultimately gave them a great spot. Let's take a look at the dinner winner screen. They didn't have to use a lot of utility because they found a good compound and they locked it down.
Yeah. It's not just they weren't just tired of 22 getting the wins. They were tired of 22 being the team in the center of the circle, watching everyone else die around them, and then climb out and get a pretty straightforward fight.
I just see it as more Synergy just constantly getting the end game and losing it to 22. Man, that sucks. Well, technically lost to Dodge once.
I'm jokingly underplaying it, but no, Synergy played that very, very well. Dealing with do we either go Georgiaville Mountain or do we go to the field? You gotta sort of weave that in between. It can be a little rough sometimes. For sure.
Pimple just looks like someone I want to hang out with. Whenever they show that picture, I'm like, this guy just seems cool, man. All right, let's take a look at the performers from that match. Our top 5 players gonna come up here. Gonna be Shrimzy. Shrimzy, you brought him up at the start of the day today, Matt, and how he is sort of the complement to Tiggleton so often. And in his own right, not only just someone who's just enjoyable to get to know, but just a great player and a great teammate.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of those guys that I feel like if he's on your team, he's whenever we look at Sonics, almost all of them bring some bright energy, except for H1, who's all business all the time, right?
Business all the time.
But that was whenever we look at Sonics and their positioning, they had a little uphill battle to get to the point where they
literally,
and they started very low, not even off of Georgiapole Mountain. It was even down past that in the hills, even further down closer to that ruins area. And it's just amazing to see them be able to work in there and still find success. Also, LG, we saw them with kill multiple team members on there because of the fact that they managed to get that strong. They always love that flat top that is just to the southeast of Everest, and that was a very key
southwest.
I also have to map out cardinal directions. You know what I don't have to map out because it's ready for you? The highlights.
There we go. Came in with you that
time. Oh, come on. You projected that
you finally gave us the hint.
You projected it like my substitute teacher. I don't know. Anyway, you'll finish the joke for me.
Pitch. I got you.
Sure. But anyway, no. So we already talked about Georgiaville Mountain be a very dynamic part. A lot of teams were fighting for it. Troglodytes were already up there at this point. You see 22 sending it. SG were already in position. But look at this peak going up in the mountain. They were the second team to climb on top, and you can already see them trying to take off, push Fiumba away. But with this shift, they knew their only choice now was to contest Troglodytes, and it shouldn't be too much of a shock. Just maybe a little earlier than they were hoping.
There was a lot of Latin America around Everest. It felt like they put a big priority on getting control over that area. We talked about that has really been the nature of the beast of Latin America. It's been showing up mostly with 22 and Synergy today, but Sonics used that interesting pathing that you can do kind of around that midsection of Everest and just snuck right in. While Peak was at the peak of Everest, they're not going to stay there for too much longer.
Yeah, a really good wrap up at the end here by Shrimzy. You're about to see this excellent 2-piece. Good 1 and a good 2. Admittedly, Peak were a little out of position there. Maybe a little panicking, not expecting Sonics to have shoved themselves in front of Peak, because as you said, Matt, that was a little bit of a sneaky position to get up there. But the point is, that high position was the attempt to get a whole bunch of kills, but it was going to be Synergy all the way just because of that strong compound just at the base.
As we look at this leaderboard, you can see Synergy putting pedal in the middle, 18 kills. Luminosity having a great game at 15 at United, another team that we needed to see some play out of, comes in at 12. And 22, despite winning the first 2 games, does slide a little bit on this one.
Gets 1 point to Synergy's 18.
Exactly. Let's see what that does to the overall leaderboard and where that moves those 2 teams who are in a battle for dominance right now. And Synergy moves to the top. United continues to sort of grip that 3rd place position, and 22 Esports does fall down. Luminosity starting to slide, and Dodge climbing is actually kind of fascinating to see. The top 4, though. I love the diversity of it.
I mean, Luminosity, they actually gathered some points there and overtook Wildcard. Wildcard now in 6th. So I think, the reset is starting to happen from those first few games, is what I was hoping would happen, mostly because I put my entire career behind that statement the last time. But It's what's interesting though is that we're seeing EU United have good games.
Right.
They're still not blowing anything out of the water just yet. I do expect that to happen on Miramar, but they're still having good games. It's just that Sonics, despite not winning anything, they're doing just enough that they need to do to really keep everyone else like down away from that gap that they established yesterday.
You just got to keep your points per game up if you're Sonic.
Yeah.
You have enough of a lead, and it's working out. And really, you keep seeing 22 and Synergy in this battle, and while they're exchanging points back and forth, now that you've seen that Synergy managed to get a good game this time, and 22 only got 1 point, as long as they're ping-ponging back and forth between each other, that makes Sonic's life even easier.
I mean, Sonic's life...
Yeah, I mean,
I'll say it's easy, but this game seems to be.
It's enjoyable. Sonic's life is enjoyable. Like, okay, they worked for it, but they're vibing.
They also Sonics makes this game look so easy. I don't play this game anymore only because I watch so much of these great players. I'm like, I'm gonna do just that, and then my aim is off, my rotations are off, and everything is off. And it makes me believe.
It makes you believe.
Yeah,
that's why you just get on a motorcycle and you just drive. Can't shoot, just run over people.
Shout out to the PUBG America's Esports team and production from Jay Bowler. I love that profile picture of Bowler, by the way. Nothing says, man, I am fascinating. Like
I have
photo.
deep thoughts.
Deep thoughts with Jay Bowler.
Deep thoughts with Jay Bowler, yeah.
Right?
Is that
Jay Bowler's the kind of guy that'll go down to the lake and roll around in the kelp and then stand up and say, look at me. I'm Kelp Man.
What? How did you get that from that profile picture?
No.
I got where you were going, but man, that was like a leap into like, I don't know. We're in LA right now, and you're already in New York.
I didn't follow where any of that came from.
You know, you don't have to follow. Just
you've never heard Deep Thoughts with Jack? Was it Jack?
Yeah, I think it's Jack Handy. Classic.
But what's the kelp?
It was never mind.
The joke is done. Let's move on. It's too much.
The climb continues. Wildcard and Dodge are still putting up good numbers. These are two teams that are in the hunt for PGC. Are they doing what they need to do to be there right now?
Oh man, I think Wildcard still should be fine. In order for Dodge to be back into the conversation, I think we're gonna need to see even more out of them, even better games, because they're cleaning up, getting a few points here and there, but we need to see some explosive 15, 16K wins.
Let's do it right now. Let's see an explosive 15K win from Dodger Wildcard. Let's see if our casters can deliver on that. We'll head to them now with our first Miramar match of the day. Poor Source and Godspeed.
Thank you very much, Toffees. As we will do our best to recover from whatever the hell.
What is he drinking over there?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sitting there. I'm like, Jay
we
Bowler
looked at each other.
Profile picture makes him look like he's the type of guy. He's the guy that picks up an acoustic guitar at a party.
See, that I would have understood, but then we talked about rolling around in kelp, and I was just as lost as Cammy D was.
I don't know. I'm shook. Well, we are heading over to Miramar, and it's been Latin America today, man.
It's been all Latin America, baby.
Latin America all day long. And Sonics, well, they are your Miramar champions so far, but, well, there's not much that they aren't.
Look at those soikles.
Look at those soikles. Actually, no South Los Leones.
No, we have not. I mean, the funny thing is, I think week 1 we actually spent most of our time on the east side.
Yeah.
Week 2, we're hanging out on the west. It's actually more central than anything, and one circle in the north.
Getting the good stuff. I've just gotten so tired of direct South Los Leones and Southeast Los Leones. Well, you've just seen it so much, man. It's such a beating.
You devastated when you said that.
I partially am. I don't know. Maybe it's the one thing that kind of makes it a little bit interesting now is that you got LG dropping in Puerto Paraiso, so you kind of got that little additional factor, which is fun. But LG having a great day so far. Obviously, 22 Synergy, the highlight, and the math behind the Latin America PGC spot is so complex. I've basically got myself. I've told myself, look, if Synergy is going to take that spot, they need to finish 2 spots above 22.
Yeah,
and that's it. If they finish 2 spots above 22, they should have enough points to pass 22 in terms
especially
of
if they're in second, right? And 22 is in fourth. And right now, that's actually the case, right? Because you have Sonics in first, then Synergy, then United, then 22. But the problem is that 22 has been able to bounce back, and they've obviously had some pretty big games, specifically that first one of the day where they got a double-digit kill win. And it's been hard to keep 22 down, man. They are just showing that they are resilient as all hell.
I mean, just look at it. I mean, going into Game 3, 22 was in second, and Synergy was in fourth.
Yeah, the ping pong between these two teams, I think Matt was one to say, it's been back and forth, and it's
fun.
It's been a pleasure to watch.
You know, since Sonics has ruined everything else about PCS7 by just running away with the damn thing, at least I'm glad Synergy and 22 are here to still give us some
on the
excitement.
subject of Sonics, though, they're still getting points, man. But
dude, they really are.
If there is just a team that can do it, I feel like it might just be any one of the teams in the top 4. It's either SG, United, or 22 that could potentially start to close that gap.
Yeah, they're still. I mean, both anybody who's close is still 50 points removed.
Right. They just everyone just has to hope in that top 4 that Sonics just kind of has some really bad games.
You know, if you're in a position to where you got to start hoping that Sonics has bad games, you're probably
not in a great position.
A bad position. Yeah, it's not looking great. But well, we'll see what they can put together here on Miramar as that plane does hug all the way.
You wanted something different.
Oh, I love it.
There you go.
Ooh, we got
Militar Tierra Bronca Circle. Sheesh.
We did get a little El Azhar last week, and El Azhar still in play. But
again, that's last week, though. We're talking about this week.
We're on to the new. We're on that new.
We're on that new, baby.
And, you know, I'm actually, dude, I kind of hope it keeps cutting up to the north, right?
I kind of do, too.
I think that was was that a 22 win or Sonics? I can't remember. We had one last week that ended up there.
That was, oh, man, because I remember it was, wasn't it like BBB or something?
That was the Bing Bang Boom room.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Bing Bang Boom win. That was the Game 5. Okay. We're back up there. Let's do it.
Steel trap this thing up here, you know?
I know. I'm telling you, you got a memory like an elephant. I've heard the elephants.
I believe they have good memories, so I think that's
you know what? I call BS on that. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna ask an elephant, and then like, hey, what's this color? And then like 20 years later, come back to them and be like, hey, what's this color? Like, it's an elephant, dude. Like, they don't
feel like
English.
That's a stretch, bro. I'm not gonna necessarily remember anything in 20 years either.
You know, like. I don't know. How do you test?
I'm sure there's ways.
They just look at their brain and they're like, well, they should remember something. Yeah, I should remember what I had for breakfast too, but it doesn't mean I do.
You're not an elephant.
Close.
If only you were, maybe you'd actually have that memory retention.
If only. That memory. I still question.
Real off the rails here. Man. Yep.
Got to question everything. It's big elephant's trying to lie to us, man. 22 going to cut into that circle very early, go off to the north towards south. You don't believe in big elephant?
No, I don't want to talk about elephants anymore. I want to talk about this damn game. 22, Haven finds himself in a nice foothold for the rest of his team there, just to the north of Torre Ahumada.
They got some work done there from last time, if I remember right. I mean, that was a game. We remember when we saw Gizera had he had double crate guns. It was just like W keying into people.
Which game where he had double crate guns?
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like every time we look at Gizera, he has at least one.
I haven't seen him have an AWM since that day, man. And he was popping off with that AWM too.
Yeah, I mean, but he's had what, at least a Mark 14 and a Groza, right, to supplement that. So it's not been the worst.
Well, look at that. Lucky them. Nice little crate falling right on top of Tori.
Speaking of which, I'm sure Gizera is drooling right now, like, oh, crate? Really?
If it's an AWM, you're giving it to me, Haystan. I don't care.
Pretty sure Haystan's going to give it to him regardless of what it is.
I'm pretty sure Haystan is.
Oh, is he going to just take it on the bike? Just deliver it to Gizera?
Oh, it's like Groza. Come on. Well, you still give that over to your boy. He did some work with that Groza. I still want to see it. I want to see the AWM back in his hands.
Sure.
They could cut over to Tierra Bronca. Ain't nobody over there right now, and that's where the second drop went.
Peak actually with a nice little split in the middle here as well. Yeah. I imagine they'd want to get that southern split up to Cruz as soon as possible, but do a backflip. Oh, front flip. There it is.
My man. That's
what
about
I'm talking
time.
About. I think he could have gone for a double, but I respect the single.
Oh my God. I'm so happy right now. Look.
I used to do that all the time in MPL, hoping that you guys would like catch it. You know, I'm just like anytime we'd be rotating and I was on a bike, I'd be flipping constantly.
Just hoping. Uh-oh. Of course it's TM, isn't it?
Yeah, it's TM.
They spotted him out, though, at least.
Selfish taking a bit of damage there.
Do they actually want this? Okay.
I think they do. Yeah, they're fighting for it. And why not? This is a very central position.
Oh, man. Tokyo Maji Gang, this could be good if they could turn this around. I mean, they have had just
hoping they get a W
luck in
here.
Early game fights. And they've already got the opening knock on a Selfish. They're going to find HVZ as well.
Big nade, though.
Bad. Big stuff so far. Dean Zera.
He's going to find it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's going to land right in Hella My Bad's lap. And now Armitex is coming in as well. Colton coming from the south side for TM as things are starting to heat up here a little bit. No flushes coming through just yet as Armitex will just hold the edge of the wall while they try to pick up HVZ. Okay, Selfish will get spotted up by Wadis.
Yeah, they'll get HVZ, but at the very least, they'll probably recover Selfish will fall. HVZ will be res, but that also gave time for Tokyo Manji to actually get the res. So it is going to be a 4-on-3 here. The recovery is there for both teams. At the very least, Colton going to find Arma yet again. But look at this, Baki!
No. Baki from downtown will do some damage. Not going to get any knocks just yet, but there you go. Clean. Nicely done from Tokyo Manji gang. That is, oh boy, that is what we have been wanting to see from Tokyo Manji gang since the group stage.
And it wasn't even that I was rooting against Peak. I just wanted to see TM finally get a win.
Yeah, no kidding. Santi Hero going to get picked out of his seat by Robinho, and now he has the high ground over the duo from Team X. You see LFP has a nice little angle from range as well.
Oh, the nade
will do the work.
It's just not a Cloud.
And LFP gets Herlex as well, and Cloud Zero just like that, all by himself. He at least has a little bit of hard cover. Rabino not going to spot him. 1 HP. Will stay alive.
Yes.
What a gutsy repeak, man. We'll go down to that nade, but he's like, you know what?
All day.
Whatever.
Dude, Rabino and these high ground positions over these rotations today has just been such a problem for multiple teams. We already saw what happened with him in United. Now he just basically single-handedly just takes care of Team X.
That's an absolute Chad repeak as well. Like he got knocked with him 1 inch, heard the pin, and he was like,
he heard me.
Nah, he want to pull a pin on that. I'm gonna get him. And he did, and that was how that fight went.
Very well played. Yep, very well played from Rubinho.
Look at 22. Look at the split they have. They are spread out all in between Krudavaya and TR Bronco. They've gone a little bit more center circle after working in from the north side, knowing that they were all by themselves on that north side. Now they got Bing Bang Boom. They got Troglodyte to start to creep over there as well. So the information gathering split for 22, they start to come back together a little bit, though.
Yep, BBB right on their tails. Oh, have to be very careful of that. So consolidation here is probably in the cards for 22, especially with, again, BBB going to be cresting over here, getting a good bit of information for themselves. May not spot 22, but at the very least, this is a good spot for them to play from.
Sure is. Looks like Sonics have set up a 2-2 split on the edge of Death Valley. United in a 2-2 as well, kind of in the same general vicinity. LG coming in slowly from the south side. SG doing the same. Rumblers way off in the south. They'll take their time as the north side still pretty light, all things considered, even though a couple of teams did rotate up there. Now BBB starting to creep a little bit closer to 22 now. You can see Roth kind of leading the charge here.
Yep, and they're just on the next ridge. Roth actually, I'm fairly certain, saw that. But look where Vinny's position, though, could lead to something for 22. I mean, especially if they're not expecting that. But he's a solo, so he can't really play his hand.
Lots of big wide splits coming out for these guys in this first circle, and it just kind of goes with the territories. A lot of real estate to cover.
And there's the spot. Okay, so the absolute spot there on a 22. And yeah, BBB is in such a strong position right now. They don't even need to move. They can just sit here and turret. And ideally get some kills, maybe some points as well.
Yeah, just hang out. I mean, they've got a pretty good idea where 22 is, so you know what, just see if you can land some shots. It looks like they landed a few on a Gizera before pulling away. No, 2 teams down. That leaves I mean, it was already pretty open going into this, and now 2 teams down already is going to open it up
extra
a little
room
bit more,
to play for sure. Especially with the circle. I mean, there's actually a lot to play in the circle. It's not like the center is a dead zone or the north, or like there is adequate things to play with for all these teams.
Okay, let's see where the second circle decides to go, and it is going to cut just off to the center, just off to...
I think, actually, Cam is standing by. Cam, what are your thoughts on this one, buddy?
Yeah, I am. I wanted to look at Dodge because there is a small window of them to still have a good performance and go to global. They had a wide spread that we saw in Circle 1, and despite this team historically preferring Edge and to play from there, their best games, especially on Miramar, have been playing from center. So this opportunity with this next circle, you can already see them converging around Cruz de Valle, and with all this action happening on Tierra Blanca, there's a great opportunity for them to pick up some kills while they gatekeep that northeast edge.
Thank you, Cam. And yes, there is a lot of action going on now. The teams are having to move in there. We saw Bang Bang Boom get a knock on to Troglodytes. No flush coming through just yet. United, meanwhile, have repositioned, gotten themselves back together just off to the north of Sonics, just off to the north of that Death Valley. But Fiumba creeping right off to their west. Tokyo Manji Gang right off to the east.
I mean, bouncing off what Cam said, though, Dodge is in a fantastic position to really kind of take control of the north side of this zone, and they are still somewhat central-ish, right? And so Dodge with the opportunity for a big game. Gat's going to find kill Demo, and that's up to the north.
Yeah, Troglodytes caught a little bit with they're split a little bit too far apart here. Rusty Zera still having to make his way all the way out of TR Bronca. You got Posa off to the north as well. It looks like Necro just going to have to leave kill Demo as they know they're getting pushed by Bing Bang Boom. Sharp shot, spot out Posa. Looks like he got some damage in. No knock through just yet as Gats will flush out kill Demo.
And now Necro, yeah, now going around.
Oh, look at Posa.
This is such a weird positioning on the fight as far as the spread, but it might work out for Trog if they can get a knock or two here.
Almost feels like sending Necro into the circle right now. It's just more of an insurance policy.
Yeah, he's coming back out.
Yeah, he's starting to make his wrap around here. Sharp shot does get spotted by Rusty Zera. Nice mini shots come through, but won't get the knock just yet. Meanwhile, the rest of Bing Bang Boom still regrouping, I guess, a little bit off to the west here. They know where Posa is. They know that Posa is a solo. Wouldn't be surprised to see them full send it over here into Posa's compound to see if they can make it take him out. Now, that being said, it is a long building, and those are notoriously hard to push and easier to hold as a solo. So Big Bang Boom really needs to pick on their fight selection here.
Absolutely. Those long buildings can be a nightmare for teams, especially if there's even just a duo left, as you said, duo solo.
Building. Okay.
But I'm actually kind of shifting focus to this circle, Portal, because it is slowly starting to inch towards that awful road to play on El Alzahar. That El Alzahar road splits the circle in essentially a giant ravine and two sides of the hill. And if you're caught on the wrong side of that, specifically, if these keep shifting south, it is going to cause a massive amount of problems for the teams on the other side of the north.
Yeah, Death Valley off on the south side. Now the big chunk, major chunk here is still to the north. Looks like Bing Bang Boom is going to completely disengage off of Troglodytes there as Luke 12 will get a knock on a fakes in. That's just going to open a door for LG to make their way through the south side of El Azhar. El Azhar basically empty. LG the only one really in there, while Aosguri just kind of has a little bit overwatch onto the whole story here.
And they're not even really like in there, right? They're just playing on the south side for safety. There's really no reason to be in El Azhar right now.
Yeah, you still got Rumblers off on the northeast as Troglodytes pull back in. Let's see where this one decides to go. And yep, it is going to head more towards the north. So you do have a number of teams down there on the south. Actually, interesting and left wildcard.
Look at that split, dude. That thing is wild.
And you definitely got eyes on Synergy and eyes on 22. Those are our big players right now as we keep our or make our way here into circle number 3.
At the very least, though, I will say, I mean, there's a very nice little rotation possibility here.
Oh, Necro will go down to Valley 8. Unfortunate there for Troglodytes. Now, does have Posa right underneath him, and Valiant might pull right back down into him as he's going to spot him out. Does the seat swap. Spots him around the rock. Won't get it, though. Posa will pick his pocket, and Valiant goes down. As Necro actually should be resable here. Rusty Zero all the way to freaking El Azhar. Troglodytes there just salvaging whatever they can after this as Bing Bang Boom kind of sent him on a flip.
Valiant's probably thinking to himself, man, why are you there?
Why
are you there?
Rumblers did a long wrap from the south side on that eastern side through the blue on the north, and Valiant was kind of the scout.
Right.
And he managed to spot out Necro, and then as he's pulling away, he's like, wait, there's a guy down there too?
Rusty's actually trying to make it back up, though.
Oh, my God, there you go.
Post is going to go down. At this point, I think it's a lost venture for Rusty as he's literally driving in between the team of 4 p.m.
Yeah, this might be bad news bears for Troglodytes. He's going to pull just underneath VHZ. VHZ ready to spray it. Rusty does some damage, but VHZ does get it. And Troglodytes will be our 3rd team eliminated here in match number 4.
And this circle still is rough. Again, just trying to cross this road, as we're seeing Synergy do now as well, is just so dangerous. The fact that they've made it across is a miracle. Stilson looking quite low, but again, the fact that they made it across is all that matters. They've made it across to a decent position as well. They are sandwiched between Tokyo Manji and E United, and so I do worry about the utility, specifically nades coming through, but we'll see if they can hold off for now. I do imagine E United would push out, though, given the opportunity to clear them.
We'll see what the read is. They are, as you said, just uncomfortably close to each other, really.
Yeah. Especially with Fiumba on the other side, if they decide to push, causes another issue. But right now, Fiumba is somewhat safe, and they are settled with a nice split on the west with complete control, so they will hold.
The other thing you worry about a little bit is wild card on that south side. The duo on the south side of that valley, I think, still has sight lines down across that way. I'm not sure how great they are, but anyway, it looks like they're pretty comfortable. Just kind of
look at the south though. Sonics and LG are actually doing the exact same thing, just on opposite sides.
Hanging out in the trench.
They're hanging out in the trench, making sure that all the teams that would want to go past them do, right? They hold that edge, and then they just come in from the back knowing that their circle is clear, the circle edge is clear, and then because of that, they're able to just walk up the hill, basically, and do exactly what they want.
Yeah, look at the south east here. Guri, LG, 4 p.m. Wildcard, Sonics. I mean, that is a lot of teams. As I mean, United Synergy TM, they get to hang out together. Fiumba is going to have to be on their P's and Q's, as they've got a lot of teams coming in from the north side as well. Bing Bang Boom's got to make some moves here pretty soon. Wildcard will have to cross over and rejoin everybody, but Wildcard in a pretty good spot here to do a little bit of gatekeeping, should they be so inclined.
If they could have consolidated, though, that would have been wonderful. To have 4 in Wildcard's position currently, where Adam and Waikiki is just huge. I would imagine they can cross fairly safe, especially with a bike. But I mean, crossing this road is just it's a risk every single time.
A lot of stuff in front of Wildcard right now. Let's go over and take a listen in on what their comms are sounding like.
You good, Greg?
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. They're fighting.
They're trying to pass gas. We're gonna fight, I guess.
Get ready.
If they fight, can you guys go up more east and like look at it?
Probably.
We don't.
Yeah.
We'll be over Smiley compound.
Look,
Smiley compound.
Yes. They're in the blue.
Guys, you got in the roof of the lawn there.
But he's gonna be out soon, so eventually we can.
Yeah.
They're driving off gas, so they're driving off Smiley Hill towards you guys, trying to in the truck.
This isn't gas. This isn't
Keep
gas.
in mind,
Yeah, no, sorry, Smiley Hill.
blues on you soon, Nico.
Yeah, I haven't seen leave. I can't even
We
cover
need to
this.
shoot Adam, we need to shoot these guys. We had
A shot in that truck.
Another robber pulling up on yourself. On yellow.
from gas.
Yeah, from gas, I think. Not from rotor.
Okay.
Yeah, I have dogs.
These guys are pulling up really close. I'm whiffing every time.
Yeah, careful. Greg, they're on yellow. Greg.
Probably closer, like new yellow. They're a little.
I'm not sure where I'm knocked from.
Yellow.
They're driving up.
I naded them routed?
Yeah, heard.
One's knocked? No, never mind.
They're taking the ridge. They're trying to pick the ridge above Greg.
Greg, you just have to stay behind that rock.
Yeah. We'll get you later.
Big to the right.
Tower. They're probably.
Okay, shot him on the right. I knocked one on the right on yellow.
They can't wrap me.
They're
One's in the
fighting
blue, really fast, on the hill.
Can somebody throw a smoke?
Can we nade over yellow stuff? Can we kind of push a nade?
I have no util.
I knocked another one out, we should fucking.
Okay, so
can we
somebody
nade
get the
yellow,
res on
please?
Greg. Somebody get the res
I'm
on
gonna
Greg.
res Greg.
Go down.
Yeah. Gary, hold up on our east on green. Knock Gary in the smoke on the left.
I'm fine. Ooh,
There's another one there, I think. I think there's another one there.
We need to carry back. The long barn can push us soon.
Yeah, you're right.
A flash printer.
We don't have to push.
Someone's like southeast. It's gonna be east. They're gonna be high east in the blue right now.
Luke's re-knocked.
Yeah, that's a re-knock. I killed him. LG did.
Nice. I'm pushing Gary. I knocked one here in the smoke.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
I didn't get my heal off.
I'm watching back.
Everyone get on them. Get on them. Stack on Adam. Go.
I can't. I'm resetting. I need 5 seconds.
Actually, Greg, stay south maybe. Stay on that rock. You had a good anchor spot.
Okay, I'll stay, but I
in
need
that
time.
smoke, guys. One's on the left. He's headshot on the left. Care. They're nading.
He's nading.
They're
Go on,
nading in.
Stop running.
I'm running. I'm running.
They're continuing to nade.
And I knocked one. Can we bombard them with nades?
That's a re-knock. I can push up. I'm gonna push up and nade. I have nades.
Okay, I'm stunning.
Yeah, I'm stunning the right.
We just need to take this fight. I think Kai, you need to come over and take this fight.
He's going right behind us, right here on blue. He's right here on blue.
Where are these?
Where are they?
On the ridge.
On the right, yeah.
This is hard.
Okay, this is no, back off. This is so
Go back in Sonics. Go back to Sonics.
Nice cow. Good trick out.
Good fucking shit.
I got this, boys. I got this.
Yeah, let's fall back. This ridge on orange.
Instantly, Wildcard turns back their attention towards the west as they realize they are being pushed by Sonics. Mime will get the knock on a Waikika. 3 up for Sonics as they turn their attention towards the rest of Wildcard. Eos Guri gets to live to fight another day.
So important, too, that Cal was so aware of that, and he's like, look, I'll watch the back, you boys go forward, and that's a beautiful play. Comms as well, everything so impressive from Wildcard. They've been playing so well, but Mime is just proving to be such a problem.
Mime puts a grenade right in Adam's pocket as he turns the spray down onto Greg's shot. The flashbangs coming out to try to slow things down just a touch, as the smoke cloud will allow Waikika to get res back up, and now Mime putting his attention back over towards this north side of the split. Look at Synergy, though, now starting to make their way out into this, and E-United starting to chase Synergy. So third and fourth and fifth party fighting all the way around here is Dodge getting taken down by Fiumba.
And Wildcard, for all their efforts, have been doing a hell of a job trying to hold off multiple teams, not only to their east and LG, as well as Eos Guri, but also trying to fend off Sonic, still managing to keep 3 alive as well and fight back, but Tig is going to find the knock.
The better Aussie this time around is Waikika will go down and will get flushed, and now Mime turns his attention towards Synergy.
This is crazy wild
down.
on the south.
Sonics is getting a lot of work done coming from the south with the blue at their backs. Damaged, beaten, broken, but they are fighting their way in, tooth and nail. Tiggleton knocked very, very low. Silzen will go down to Greg's shot. That opens up a little bit of doors for Sonics, although Snakers will spot out Tiggleton.
Yeah, I was going to say, United have slowly been trying to press out and do some damage here and try to pick up the kills. The problem was Fiumba kept taking shots, but now United have found a nice little ridge line to work with. They've hidden themselves a little bit from Fiumba, and they're starting to get some damage out. They've already done enough to Synergy, and now they're trying to turn their focus onto the Sonics.
Wild card down to just Greg's shot as Tiggleton will get picked up by H-Win, try to move him in a more secure location to go for the revive. But E-United, they want all of this. They would love to kill Sonics here. Rybo XD will get Mime. And now it looks like Tiggleton actually going to pull off, or H-Win going to pull off of the res onto Tiggleton as the blue has arrived. United slowly wrapping back around. They do need to be careful. They've left Snakers behind as an anchor at the hard compound. Yep. And there you go. Clean as you like. 4 kills now for E-United, and they can turn their attention back off to the north.
I still want to point out, though, that Synergy has just constantly finding themselves towards the end game, towards these final circles. I mean, the consistency from these boys has been nothing short of amazing. But now down to just 2. You see Greg's shot as well off here to the side. As a solo, I mean, still the possibility to get some points here, to find some kills. 5 kills already on the side of Wildcard as they head into this top 6 situation.
Unfortunately for Synergy, they've been consistent, but wouldn't you know it, look who's off to the north.
22,
still 4 up, and they've actually got 3 kills in the bag as they are slowly starting to catch up to their nemesis in pink. As the send is coming through, Los HD in the shack has a grenade in hand, ready to go. Fiumba actually ready. Oh no! They actually ran over Vinny. Is now Hazen and Gizera trying to pull up onto Fiumba, but Fiumba in a good spot. They're going to pull back away, try to find a little bit of a dip, a ridge, anything that they can work. But this is not great position here for 22 as Haven.
But Haven goes down, and that's it. That was the other duo. It's now just Gizera and Hayes.
Unfortunate there for 22. I mean, it was always going to be a rough rotation. There's not a whole lot left to play in here from the north side. And Fiumba has a phenomenal position on that hill, kind of overseeing things. Tokyo Manji Gang still with 3 up off to the right as well. 7 kills now for Tokyo Manji Gang as they are waking up here late in the day. 7 for Fiumba as well, as Greg Shot still alive for wild card. And they can maybe add a few more points to the 5 kills they've already picked up.
Yeah, I imagine Greg Shot actually should be able to just kind of chill for a little bit as long as there's something like a ridge or something to play. I think there is, as Gizera now taking shots at Fiumba, trying to make it down off this ridge. They need to get a little bit more of a foothold in the circle, but Zealot is going to find Emmy off in the distance.
Minimal smoke ball.
And the nade from Gizera.
Oh, there it is. Perfect stuff there from Gizera. Minimal smoke ball from Fiumba as they tried to pull down. It was enough at first, but a beautiful grenade placement by Gizera. Gets the double knock. Will most likely get both of them. Capitan now the last player up for Fiumba as he just holds on to that high ground. Tokyo Manji Gang getting it done from range.
Yeah, Tokyo Manji Gang has had a hell of a game here, and they need many more of those in order to start climbing back up.
Away.
But my eyes honestly are shifting towards the focus of E United. They are about to have so much control, especially now as one of the only four-mans left alive besides Tokyo Manji, who themselves are actually down one. In fact, yeah, E United is the only four-man up at this point, and they really haven't had to deal with too much. So they should have a good amount of armor. Their utilities should be healthy. Their meds should be plentiful. Really looking at E United to start stealing this game away.
4 kills already for United. They've been flexing out from this compound, and they come back. The kills just haven't really been there by the time they get there. So they'll try to see if they can collect a few more on what's left here in the lobby. As we see Hello My Bad still holding down that compound. Flood going to get a knock onto Danny. As Pippa now the last player up for Synergy.
Close to Shack. His whole Shack is on fire.
Just on fuego. The roof, the doors, the floors, the windows, everything is on fire.
The roof.
The roof. The roof and everything else
is on fire. In flames, so to speak.
Exactly.
And he's not in either. His lone shack, his home away from home is no longer in, so he's going to have to make it in somehow as Snakers is going to find Danny. And the potential here for United to pick up the rest of these kills, or a good portion, is fairly large, which would catapult them into second once again. That nade landing right in front of Pippa. Fortunately, the tree takes the brunt of it.
Yeah, no, I don't know if Snaker spotted him or if, you just had an inkling that there was somebody by that tree. Either way, Zealot's going to steal it away from him, so it's a point taken away from E United. And 9 now for Tokyo Manji Gang as Los trying to lay down the smoke wall, see if he can survive a little bit longer. Capitan going to try to come down. Not going to happen. Colton going to pick up another one for Tokyo Manji Gang. As Fiumba gets eliminated, we are now down to our top 4.
Los is trying to smoke himself out as this fight pops off. Tokyo Manji continuing to just do so much damage, but it's stolen by Snakers.
Tokyo Manji Gang getting involved in a fight with 22, maybe a little bit earlier than they would have hoped, as E United now just kind of comes in and cleans up what's left. Haston, the last player up, he's going to 1v1, and Los is going to win that through the smoke and flames. He will get another kill in the pocket for Rumblers. 3 up for Tokyo Manji Gang, but Flood nailing Colton, and that's going to be 1 down for TM. Zealot and Hello My Bad still up. You have to remember about Los HD, though. He's still in this.
He's still a factor, absolutely, especially if he can wrap or kind of get a cheeky knock here off on E United, maybe even Tokyo Manji, but that 2-tap there from Flood was devastating. It's bought in so much time for E United to wrap around and start to constrict around their team, and this is what E United does best.
Filthy stuff right now from E United as Zealot will...
General idea of where Kickstart is?
Pretty decent idea. I think you might have heard the pin pull, and Kickstart kind of in the same boat. He's got a pretty good idea, but not going to find the damage with that grenade. Here is TM just kind of hold their bowl as long as they can. Hello My Bad giving them a little bit of support from range, but he's going to have to leave now that the circle has arrived.
At the very least, I mean, Tokyo Manji has managed to slow it down a little bit, but again, the amount of control that E United has, it's going to be very difficult to stop, but that's a start potentially.
This little door opened there for Tokyo Manji Gang if they can walk through it off that knock onto Snakers.
Problem is Kick's use of utility is just, it's been so good to keep them at bay.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is doing. I mean, he's got the mollies laid down. Flood following it up with the flashbangs, just going to keep TM from pushing. And it looks like Hello My Bad going to go and join Colton, see if they can at least maybe flush out Los before having to turn their attention over towards E United. The Snakers does get rezzed, so he's back up and back
Colton's
up to full
about
health.
to find Los as well.
Peek it. You hear his footsie steps. Nice spray.
And
nice follow-up from
Yeah, that was a beautiful trade there. Or play for a trade, rather. The little good old bait and switch.
Yeah, very well played there by TMG. And that is the team that we are well aware how mechanically gifted these guys are. Just haven't gotten to see it in the late game very often, as they are now up to, I believe it's 11 kills. 6 for E United, 4v3 for the finish. Zealot holding the south side as Kickstart starting to creep over there. He's going to do some big damage onto Colton, and he's going to be ready for the push. Nicely done. Rello will back him up as Zealot goes down. Colton now the last player up, and it is just a matter of time before E United crashes down on him. He's trying to avoid the flashbangs, but it's not going to matter. Snakers gets it. 9-kill win for E United.
And they finally got that win that they've been chasing. I mean, just with what they've had to deal with today, 9-kill win, 19 points. That's going to catapult them into second place. And slowly closing that gap, although as large as it is from Sonics, it's a good look.
It's a very large gap. But you know what? What do they say? A journey of 1,000 steps starts with one, Godspeed. And this is the first step in that direction.
Not a journey I'm trying to take.
Well, yeah, it's a very long journey. It feels a lot more than 1,000 steps trying to catch up there. But this is good stuff from E United. They do finally get a little bit of luck, circle up going their way, and they make the most of it. 9 kills, as we saw. But Tokyo Manji gang, man.
Finally, man.
You know, all credit due to them because they have not given up the ghost. They have stuck and committed to their play style. This time it pays off for them as they win the straight up 4v4 in Circle 1, and they managed to make their way all the way to the late game.
Well, look, can Tokyo Manji gang bring it back and win this thing? Absolutely not. Can they even come back and place in the top 3? Probably not. But what they can do is continue to play their game, learn from the mistakes that they've made, continue to level up as the event goes on, maybe find some sort of consistency, find some momentum moving forward, and then set themselves up, right? Because ultimately that's what you want to do. Like, yes, the beginning of this event has not been great for them. Obviously, they're a newer team, but they can build off of this, and that's what's most important. And so it's really good to see them show up.
Absolutely. Fantastic work from Tokyo Manji gang. But E United, again, the winner back on the podium, back in the winner's circle. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, don't forget, right after this break, we are going to be dropping the merch giveaway code. I know you guys are excited about merch. You saw that merch? But, yeah, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Analyst Desk will break down that E United victory. Don't go anywhere.
What team do you consider to be your rival?
Sonics.
Which player makes you smile whenever you kill them?
Tickleton.
Back. Favorite TV show?
Stranger Things.
Most underrated gun?
There isn't one. There isn't one.
Do gliders belong in comp?
No.
If you could add any map to comp, which would it be?
Haven.
That's the first.
That's the first one.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, that's the first I've heard that one. Okay.
It would probably be Tego, if anything.
Tego, okay. If you could play with one player, you don't have to cut anybody from your team. I'm just saying, if you could pick up and play with one player, anybody that you wanted to, who would it be?
Vex.
That's the first time I've heard that one. That's a good pickup.
What is your most controversial music opinion? Like personally, mine is that London Bridge by Fergie hits way harder than anybody gives it credit.
Probably just say that I feel like I'm gonna piss people off, but country music is a little bit dookie. Not a fan of country.
What's your favorite breakfast cereal?
Favorite breakfast cereal, 100% Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
south side as Kickstart starting to creep over there. He's going to do some big damage on a Colt. Oh, he's going to be ready for the push. Nicely done. Rello will back him up as Zealot goes down. Colton now the last player up, and it is just a matter of time before E United crashes down on him. He's trying to avoid the flashbangs, but it's not going to matter. Snakers gets it. 9-kill win for E United.
Welcome back with one game left to play. It has been nothing short of exciting as the teams who needed to step up have definitely put up and shown up today for our penultimate day of matches. My name's Soffies. I'm joined by Cameron and Matcham as we break down the action. And I think that's what it comes down to. You know, it's seeing these teams. They need to get out there. They need to put points on the board doing just that.
Yeah, really good for E United as well. It might have been a slow yesterday. It might have been a bit of a slow start for today, but they're looking good in these final rounds. 9 kills, slightly below average, but I think the way that they're able to control their position was very, very strong, and they didn't wait too long before flexing out of that compound.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of destruction to be had. The northern area of that in circle, specifically moving into the last 2 or 3 circles, was pretty open. The south was where so much of the violence was going on, and they had a good job on being in an area to take control over that area. They could have just sat on their laurels, hung back in a compound and done nothing, but instead they started to venture out. They already had control over the west, so now start moving more into, and being proactive is, I think, the name of the game today. That's what has gotten so many teams.
Proactivity for those who are sort of struggling in that chase. And I think part of that is because some of the teams on the bottom have been forced to be more active, maybe make some tough choices, and that's leaving some openings for hard transitions. Top 5 right now, Snakers up at the lead. A nice call for Zealot. You heard the casters talking about it. It's about time. TMG, a team that honestly, we've all been excited to see what they bring to the table through all of PCS7. We see some signs of life now.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that whenever that happens for a team like TM, or also Rumblers as well, that it's only on the tail end that it feels that something starts to light up within them. Like, as much as it can be a little easy to be relaxed when an event starts, because, it's a clean slate, we'll get it next time. The best teams are the ones that start fresh off the bat, but nonetheless, seeing Los and members of TM up there is still good.
Awesome. Let's take a look back. Actually, I think we should. You talked about teams that have been doing well and putting work in, and you have a chance to talk a little more about one of those teams that's in the hunt, but has also been playing very well, and that's Wildcard. As we look at the highlights.
Yeah. So like LG were slipping a little bit, quote unquote slipping. Wildcard as well, but this game I really liked how they approached it. You see them. Actually, Godspeed already illustrated it. They were really in a wide split outside of the zone, but from this position, you can see through Waikakamukau. They actually have to cross over the Death Star trench, which can be very, very difficult. But with this 2-2 split right here, they're already in position to take control of the southeastern side. There were a lot of teams coming their way, and I think they handled it pretty well, all things considered. They get themselves a good number of kills. But, you know, it would need to have been like a perfect game, really, to come out on top throughout all of this.
There is so many targets coming into this. Wildcard makes the cross from Death Star Trench. They have Luminosity on one side, Sonics on the other. That's already complicated. I think that we had Eros Guri that came in over here. Wildcard's still having to defend up. They're still looking at them. That's whenever Sonics moves in, backstabs onto them. And you can see, I would point out on the minimap, even Synergy is looking this direction. And it's just so hard to hold this area because it's so vertical, but at the same time, there's such a death funnel of teams coming into it, and then E United has that position, moves out like we were talking about beforehand, and suddenly can just start mopping up all of the damage, all of the firefight that's been going on over here. Well, it is going to make it control of the south, control of the west, and now E United from this position, taking down what Wildcard started, is what allows them to get into the end game with so much more control.
Yeah, I think if Wildcard's agents drafted the contract properly, they would get a little bit of percentage of E United's win there. Because how much damage they did clearing it out. And I guess you could argue with the 5 kills and the 1 placement point was enough, but still, I think that was a lot of work. The 7th place doesn't truly show that.
It's a good game for United, though, because they get 19 points, and the teams below them are not teams that are fighting them for second place. Because do remember, it's not just about PGC points. There's a lot of money on the line, and going second place to third place is a pretty big drop-off in payday.
Unfortunately, TMG, despite getting a good number of points themselves, are still in last place. That just sort of shows the hole that they were in anyway.
Moral victory with the nice, though, right?
Yeah, it's moral.
That's true. Yeah, get 0 points the rest of the tournament.
I caught it, Dobby.
All right. So we see our teams at the top. United is back into that second place, but, you know, it's interesting to see if this is enough. We talked about the keys to victory with E United. We're going to see if they get there. Have they sort of lived up to your keys so far? Are you seeing what you expected to see out of them today?
I mean, they're getting good games out of the games that they traditionally do get good games out of.
Is that okay? So that
they're back to second. Is that enough for their keys to victory?
Yes.
I know. Is second enough? I mean, with the point totals that they've managed to get, they're still 45 behind. Is that the victory that you were looking for them?
Again, this is the problem with you can have a really good day, but your leaderboard is also contingent on how good and bad of days other teams do. So again, I'm not going to say that this is a bad day for E United. I think it's still above average. It's just that lead hasn't been let go by Sonics at all. And they're not getting the wins, but they're still getting good points round after round.
And we still have one more game to go.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll also say, if I'm going to add a little keys to victory to this thing, I have a keys to victory for 22 going forward, which is stop running each other over. That game was a little ridiculous in that.
That's a deep cut, but now that I think about it, that actually makes a lot of sense.
It's yeah. I mean, there's also the self-nade to flush yourself. That's right. That's no good either.
Well, he had a nade in his hand when he got knocked.
Yeah, that's okay. 22's been playing well, so we're allowed to take a jab here. Okay, we know the fact. We've talked all day about how
criticism at all.
But I'm still just kind of caught up with United finally getting back into groove. I'm hoping the fact that we can continue to see this, because we have seen them be quite strong on Miramar on a fairly regular basis. High ground advantage there is something that they managed to feast on.
Yeah, and more importantly, we've seen them be strong whenever there's a map swap, whether it's Erangel to Miramar or Miramar to Erangel. So we might get another classic back-to-back by E United. That I don't know what the planar circle or anything that is looking like. I'm just saying. It's not unheard of.
Going back to the Magic reference,
kind of a trope.
Threw a bad hand at the start, and now it's all starting to come together, right?
Yeah, this mulligan.
I got some magic for you guys at home. The Magic.
Hey.
Take home some swag.
That's a transition.
Now it's giveaway time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see those magical shoes. You have a chance to win those, as well as the custom headset. You're going to get the information in Twitch chat. Go over there and enter the code Americas. Could not be easier than that. And you will have another entry for the custom PCS7 Air Force Ones, as well as the custom PCS7 Alienware headset. So both of those up for grabs. We did a code yesterday, a code today, and we're gonna do one more tomorrow. So it doesn't mean it's over yet.
Well, yesterday was Prove Yourself. Today was America's. What do we think tomorrow's code is?
You want to guess it out?
America's on top, or
well, you know that the person that's doing the code is listening to this right now. So whatever we guess just means the fact that it's going to be eliminated.
Right. Yeah, we don't. It'll be eliminated. Oh, I'm hearing the producers have the code, but they refuse to tell us because we can't give that information away, which is sad. So sad.
I'm jealous of the code.
Social engineer myself.
I'm already jealous of the fact that we don't have the code, and now I'm super jealous because of the fact that I can't even get the Air Force Ones, man. Those things are
they are nice. So I did see somebody type in chat, what size are they? As if they were going to wear said shoes if they win them.
You want to wear shoes.
Not those shoes.
I mean, traditionally, yes, you are correct.
No. Shoe collector, it's a thing. You actually want to wear shoes that you're collecting, because if you just leave them sit on the shelf with no pressure on in at all, it just dissolves the.
All right.
I don't know. The
casters are ready. The game, the final match of the day is about to get underway. Let's head back to the desert with the final game. It is Godspeed and Porosaurus.
I don't know what he's talking about, man. Collectible shoe, a hand-painted shoe. No, you don't wear it. You don't wear it. Now, I will say, if you put !Poro is awesome in the chat, I'll send you a pair of Toffee socks to go along with the shoes. The socks that he's wearing right now.
Punish them like that.
Right now. They're collector's item.
Ugh.
Ugh. Come on. Toffee's got he takes,
I'm not saying that Toffee's isn't clean, but that's gross. What the hell would anyone want socks? Between you and elephants right now, Poro, I'm starting to really have doubts.
Just spam the chat. !Poro is awesome. Get your Toffee socks. I'm not going to question why you want them. I'm just here to do the giveaway. But we are ready to head into game number 5 on our final game of the day. Godspeed. E United back in the hunt, striking distance of Sonics. Meanwhile,
striking-ish distance.
Yeah, the 40 points. But Synergy and 22, man, it has just been an all-out brawl.
That fight between those two teams on leaderboards has been probably, I think, at this point, the highlight for me of this event so far. I mean, aside from the incredible games we had last week, the great game we just had in the last one on Miramar, I really love what I'm seeing from both of those teams. And yeah, E United, I mean, they were out 62 points from Sonics. They've now closed it to 45, which, I mean, is still a lot, but that's almost 20 points they've been able to close that gap on.
And I mean, look, man, I keep thinking back to, back whenever we first did the merger of the Americas region, bringing North America and Latin America together, and how there was, a very distinct, skill gap and difference. And just the work, man, the effort that these Latin American teams have put into kind of catching up and getting.
I think some of the teams have caught up.
They have,
quite honestly.
They have, and I mean, oh, God, I love it. We get the circle again. Let's go. But
this is actually like the exact same.
It really is. It really is. But maybe it'll cut north this time. But I mean, you look at Synergy, you look at 22. I mean, you look at Fiumba, Troglodytes. All these teams, they are not pushovers.
No, not at all. I mean, we've even again heard from like people like Kurt, who's like, dude, stay away from those teams if anything early, because they are devastating to deal with in that early game scenario. But yeah, I agree. I mean, the amount of heart we've seen and the amount of just skill level up from that region coming in and now again merging with ours, I think it's been great. It's been wonderful to watch.
God, I wish we could get on land. Ugh, I know.
I also wish.
I know. If wishes were fishes, something. I can't remember.
I don't know. I think I had bad fish yesterday, so I prefer we don't talk about that.
Yeah, let's skirt that one here as we check in with Mime and Picado. Sonics boys, remember the last game circle exactly like this? They kind of played a little bit of a 2-2 split along that El Azhar Death Valley. But Sonics, I mean, you talk about the obviously story of the tournament has been a lot of fun watching Synergy and 22 go back and forth, and it was watching E United and Sonics go back and forth. But the 100-point day almost from Sonics yesterday, that was just
gross,
huge. I still have hope that Sonics can break 300.
I do as well, especially with 6 games left, right? The one we're having now, the last game of the day, and then 5 more tomorrow. I think it's very possible for them to break that. But again, I feel like if United has one more big game here and they slightly loosen that hold on first that Sonics has, especially if Sonics has like a bad game, which again, I'm not wishing that on them, but if they happen to not get as many points as they have been, it's very possible that United starts to close that, and then we not only have a battle for first and second again between our 2 best teams right in the region, but then we still have the battle underneath, which is Synergy and 22.
It'd be even crazier. We get another Synergy or 22 win, and all of a sudden Synergy and 22 are in striking distance of Sonics.
That's possible as well. I mean, they're only 10 points, respectively, 10 and 15 points behind the United. So, I mean, there's still a lot to play for. And then you even have the battle between like LG, Dodge, and Wildcard, right, who are just Dodge a little bit more in dire straits, 50 points behind that split, but even still.
I'll tell you who is excited about is that Observer Zone. You saw
Observers are just so talented and handsome.
Beside themselves with the excitement as Selfish. I'm making his way again. Tokyo Manji Gang, though. I mean, this makes sense. So Tokyo Manji Gang making the quick rotation, trying to take a position that they really, really like inside this circle. Selfish just happens to be there. Nice little spray from him, but that's going to let everybody know he's there. And you know what, Selfish? Your team is still a little bit of a ways away. You might want to pull away from this and see if you can maybe survive.
I mean, Tokyo Manji found so much success early from taking these compounds and pushing off the other team. It does not at all surprise me that they'd want to replicate that. And so they are going to take this position coming in hot with 4 alive. Again, very important that they've kept 4 alive and they're starting to maintain this level of consistency in the early game rather than just getting picked apart.
Oh, more C-swapping action going on as Cloudslayer will go down. Look, 12 barely gets away with there with 9 HP.
For sure.
LG, I mean, it was close, wasn't it? Right on the outskirts of Impala as a number of these teams running right next to each other in the midst of rotation. Santa Hero will take a few shots imparting, but it looks like LG has skirted through this for now. Want to take a quick moment. Obviously, the action is starting to heat up, but we want to update our code for the giveaway. It is no longer America. It is now PCS7 Kicks. PCS7 Kicks with an S. Make sure you write that down. Make sure you go enter that in. But we are going to get back to the action now as it's starting to get pretty rambunctious here.
Ooh, I like that. A little rambunctious indeed as we see the Sonics now rotating quite safely here.
Yeah, pulling away, not doing the same thing they did last time.
And this is working out much better, I'll tell you that. They're at least not going to lose anyone here. Although I don't think they lost anyone in that last game, right? I think they got to that southern, that El Azahar Death Road position with 4, so.
They did. They did indeed. United
just a little bit of an adjustment from them.
Yeah, United trying to run it back, come back to over this warehouse, but they're finding it occupied already in a 2-2 split of Tokyo Manji gang. Zealot and Colton going to be the one to hold the line right now while Kickstart stops down for a little bit of a heal. You can see Juarez on your minimap just off in the east, trying to see if he can maybe support his duo, but this is a tough push for United, but that...
Oh, he finds Flood.
As Juarez finds Flood, Kickstart gets stuck so low. Good spray from Zealot will stop things down from United. And United in a weird spot here, man. They've got to make some big decisions, and they got to make them fast.
Yeah, and TM needs to make a decision as well to support. They realize now that it is United they're contesting with, and so that split is not really going to cut it. They need to come in and wrap on this and potentially just kind of close in on Flood's position, maybe get a nade in here and just stop United from making this push. That nade was just barely undercooked.
Yeah, good work for Snakers. Smoke off Flood for the time being. The next nade going to come through. It's going to fall just shy as well.
Does that
Flood
not knock Flood?
Holy moly, the ridge.
I think he literally got up as that nade went off.
Yeah, I mean, that was about the best timing you could possibly ask for United there, and it looks like Rillo going to try to reposition. They're not pulling away from this fight. They're just repositioning for this fight.
I mean, they know how vital this compound is, right?
Oh,
they
absolutely.
just won a game from here, so it makes sense they'd want to fight for him. But again, good recognition from Tokyo Manji to want to take this.
And so far, there's nobody on the south side here. As you can see, Rello just kind of looking over in that direction. Nobody's crept over there just yet. Now, LG and Troglodyta starting to look over here. And the longer this fight takes to bloom, the more likely it is. And I think Rello realizing that said, you know what, we're lucky so far that we've been able to not be third-partied. Let's not push our luck any further.
I'm taking a page out of Sonic's book, just actually holding this valley compound here with the long building, and they're just going to chill. Why not? Sonic's just use it to great avail. I mean, they were able to not only hold everyone off, but then push up on foot relatively free afterwards. Afterwards,
yeah.
Afterwards.
That was a hell of a hole by TMG, man. Honestly,
it was. Yeah, very impressed with that. Honestly,
like they had United up against the bricks there for a second. I mean, 2 knocks. I don't think they took a single knock that whole time. If they had, I think that. I mean, United maybe commits a little bit harder to that for sure. Yeah, but Tokyo Manji gang. Stiff upper lip here so far. They go back to their 2-2 split, checking in with Sonics, who have gone into Crew Devalle.
South part of it as well. I like this specifically because they're not trapping themselves in the city. They're holding the edge, and if they need to rotate off this, they can. So good positioning there, not to just send it center. Although we expect that from Sonics anyways, don't we?
Always
making the good decisions.
Yep, that indeed is one thing you can always rely on. Well, taking a look at the overview here, AS Guri Synergy very, very late. Coming in on this one, and not as many teams this time wrapping around on that north side. Wildcard will be one of them, but other than that, 22 is the only other team that's north of Crew Devalle right now, dodging a little bit of a 2-2 split with the city, and off to the west, Bing Bang Boom kind of hanging out in the hills just to the east of Crew Devalle. So everybody really has their own little spot that they can call home. Looks like United, they pushed a little bit farther east in that Death Valley, and Troglodyta's going to backfill them as Zera maybe concerned somebody's up there. Just
maybe not. 22, yeah, I have complete control currently of the north. And yeah, United is basically taking the position that Wildcard had last game as far as that split off on that ridge just over El Azahar. And they are going to be shot at by Peak, so that's an indication there is a team in that compound. But they are split. Peak needs to be very careful because United could push that, especially off of a knock. But moving over to the Rumblers as well, still on the south side of the circle pour, they're dealing with Guri.
Yeah, Rumblers all 4 deep here. It looks like they maybe were stopped down to do a little scouting, see where the next spot was going to be, but they ended up catching AS Guri on their rotation as well. So AS Guri taking a few shots from that blue. No harm, no foul, really. It's not really doing a whole lot. Of Rumblers decide they don't really want any of this. And
it's like, why bother?
And we get the exact same circle again, as actually cutting a little bit farther north, I would say, this time around. But,
yeah, but just barely. I mean, this is pretty identical, all things considered.
Just run it back, man. Why not? And you can see LG. We'll take the compound on the very south side. Rumblers, they're in the valley, probably make their way through El Azahar. Synergy now running into AS Guri out in the blue. We'll see if they decide to stop down and scrap. But for the most part, everybody already inside this circle.
inside the circle and in a position that they probably just want to hold at this point, right? I mean, aside from LG, who just came in a little later and they're just going to hold on that south side, even them, I mean, they can just kind of sit back and they don't have to aggress.
Look at the spot that United managed to get. I think they
pushed off Peak.
They pushed Peak off of a split there, and they end up getting a great spot for themselves as they work their way up there. Now LG,
what is their play here?
They don't want to hang out on the south side of that trench.
No, they don't.
They're going to immediately just send it right across. They'll take a few shots over towards Trog, but Trog's going to let him go through.
Trog's fine with this, yeah.
Yeah, pretty free and clear. Now, got to be careful if you're LG how far forward you do want to end up pushing. They might end up in that same position that Synergy was in last game, where they were kind of surrounded on two sides.
And speaking of Synergy, I mean, they want to take no chances with this. This is about as wide as a wrap you can take, especially in this circle after that shift. And they're content with eating some blue as long as they don't have to deal with any early game fights or just getting nickeled and dimed as far as losing a member here or there in rotation.
Yeah, they've been fighting tooth and nail with 22, managed to scrap back, get that lead back from 22. Holding on to third place by 4 points. And keep in mind, they do, again, Synergy, the easiest way to look at it, they've got to finish 2 spots above 22.
Right.
And
they have to increase that gap,
There's different, I mean, obviously, where you are on the leaderboard makes a difference, but right now, where they're at, just if you think about it that way, it makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, as far as PGC's points are concerned, they cannot have 22 right under them because that's just going to be enough for them to go anyways.
Yep.
And it's not going to be enough to contest the other teams that are already ahead of them on points. And so I mean, again, the consistency from SG and 22 so far, especially today, has just been, it's been so good, man.
I mean, a hell of a response, too. I mean, they both came out guns blazing in week 1. And we all know the hardest thing is to keep that consistency going from week 1 to week 2.
Oh, and they have.
And they have just delivered, absolutely delivered. I mean, now 22 slowed down a little bit there yesterday, but they've definitely picked it back here today. 2 wins in a row.
Yeah.
Synergy picks up the third, and yeah, and then now we're over to Miramar, and they're still looking pretty good. Here's Pippa, going to be the front runner. VHZ will take a few shots over.
4 p.m. has been so frustrating for so many of these teams trying to rotate in because they just set up, like, whether it's on the bridge or like these kind of weird, I mean, they get pretty intense with their splits too. They do like 1-1-1-1s or like, or 3 or 2-1-1s. I mean, they're a wild team to rotate it on. But it works for them. I mean, they get kills, so you know why not?
I mean, I would venture to say 4 p.m. might be the most influential 9th place team that we've seen.
Yeah, honestly,
in a long
just
time.
based off rotations that they curtail. Yeah,
it's just the teams that they're fighting. They're trading with just about everyone. Like they are not playing like a team that's in 9th right now. We get the hard shift.
So something different here, but different, but same.
Same. Slightly different, as Ethan will take a few shots at Sonics as they leave Crudivai. Oh man, same, but slightly different. Yeah, Crudivai is still fully in here, is looking off towards the Noisy C22 wildcard. They've got some decisions to make. Dodge also some big decisions as they just kind of have whatever they want right now. Sonics gets a great spot.
Sonics moved early, that's right, because they were where Hikerman and Ethan currently sit and reside, and they managed to move forward into center. And as you said, Dodge has, I mean, they have all the control right now on the west side. It is just them. Wildcard coming in on the north as well, so something they may have to consider as they take shots from Sonics. But looking at United as well, they are now split a little more to try to take a little more control, but they've managed to get ahead of TM.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great 2-2. It's shed and shed, but you know what? It'll work for right now. As Beal gets spotted out by Los HD. He thought he had all the time in the world to go for that. And meanwhile, Synergy and Team X scrapping over on the east. They're actually going to lose Silson.
Look what they did to my boy, Silson being run over flushed.
Oh, no.
As United is actually taking significant damage here from Fiumba.
I mean, Fiumba tried to send a full crash onto the shed. They had the whole gang with them. And Kickstart's still alive. Now Flood's going to go down.
Nice nade.
Kickstart's nade will find DraftKings, so that's going to buy him a little bit of time. But you can see Capitan just holding the line right here. He's going to take some damage from somewhere else. I'm not sure who it is. That's Rello. Nice coverage.
Beautiful. But they lost 2. That's big. At this point, I don't even know if keeping the split is necessarily the play. They might just do it because Rello, as shown, can actually cover kicks. So
yeah, I mean, you saw how how bad that split was. It just did not look great, but it was all they had. And then the full crash coming in from Fiumba. I mean,
the full crash is that was the problem there.
I mean, Kiki manages to keep it alive, and good cover from Rella, and Rella now trying to hold off Hallow My Bad as Rumblers reset. They get the res back on to Waldo. Valiant on the move once again. Ayos Guri on that low ground. You can see Valiant trying to scrape on by as a Kraken. Doesn't look like he has a line on it. A few shots coming through. I think that might have actually been for 4 p.m. rather than Ayos Guri here.
Valiant's got to know that someone's behind him, right? The nade's going to come out, the spray as well, and nade's not quite close enough. Valiant is now aware, but the rest of Rumblers is not there to support because they're fighting the other part of Guri.
Oh no, and yeah, and 4 p.m. actually kind of forcing their hand a little bit as they couldn't really play from the high ground. Baki gonna try to bolty this man. He's gonna find him. Oh, Waldo goes down and then he chests LFP. Baki hitting the big bolty shots right now, keeping Ayos Guri in this thing.
That was actually a disgusting double knock there, but he is going to get traded up by Los.
I think they go down the zone.
They might just... No, it's not even zone. No, it's Necro is going to find Baki.
He's a Kraken. There you go. Los will be the one that finishes him off. Ayos Guri gonna blaze glory. Ethan, meanwhile, trying to rejoin the rest of the team after the shift comes through. Hikerman in tow. Finna has that compound that he's holding by himself, but now they're about to get crashed by a wild card. So Dodge, very, very greedy splits on this western side. They've been getting away with it all game, but the chickens might be coming home to roost in the form of Regshot and Nikos.
Love that saying.
I know.
I don't know why. This is a crazy split, though, from Dodge. Corsac not even close, obviously having to leave that compound to potentially go and help Finna as he backs out, and they're just kind of giving up, at the very least, Junkyard for now.
And their
not Junkyard, excuse me, this top hill compound.
The trail man in Hikerman gets spotted out by 22, so he's knocked and flushed. Ethan, I mean, they're all essentially solos right now. Now, Corsac's coming from the south side to see if he can rejoin the rest of the boys. Greg Shot gets shot out there. Nice spray by Finna. We'll find the knock.
Lost Hikerman, though.
Flush. Yeah, Hikerman went down to 22 a while ago, so yeah, Dodge, the big wide split, as we saw, was a little bit greedy. They're paying for it now.
Still have to deal with the rest of Wildcard as well, who is 3-man at least together. You do see Ethan there off to the side, split with Finna, so they could get a nice little pinch play here, but they have to get the knock. Corsac has played his hand, but that's okay. There's still support around.
Oh, Adam gets away with one right there as Corsac can't land the shots on the jumping Adam, and Bukau come around the corner. Ethan in a perfect position, can't get the spray, does finally get it with the last round through the trailer, and that's going to be a dead cow. Nikos now will try to hold the line as Finna pulls up, gets him low, gets,
oh, the jump shot though, wait a second.
He's hitting them jumpers.
It's just Adam, what can he do? It's 2-on-1. Finna obviously bleeding out.
Oh, there
clean. It is. Beautiful stuff. Dodge actually managed to hold.
Nicely done. And Corsac, they get back up to 3. Meanwhile, while all this was going on, Synergy does get taken out. 0 kills. 22 still alive. They still got Gizera and Vinny up, so they stand to gain a lot here. Sonics also 4 alive.
No way!
What? Sharp shot? Bing, bang, boom. 1 alive now for 4 p.m.
I cannot believe Shark turned that around like that. That was gross.
Disgusting stuff from Sharp as VHZ will slowly start getting hit by that blue zone as LG trying to take the fight back over to Bing Bang Boom. Trade come through as Keenan finds Kurt and Luke finds Keenan. They stop down just temporarily to try to go for this res.
LG is trying to make sure that no one forgets about them in the conversation. 6 kills, still managed to keep 4 alive as well. And in a good position, all things considered, if they can just get rid of BBB.
Back up to full strength. BBB looks like they got their res and they're focusing back towards the north. Sonics 4 deep, they've got a compound.
Oh, they're chilling.
They have had that compound ever since the shift down away from Krudavaya, so they're in a fantastic position right now.
It's the benefit of rotating early as well. I mean, Sonics were definitely not in the circle or anywhere near the center when they first initially had landed at Picado, but man, they have managed to find their way in and get a great position for themselves. They'll be able to dictate quite a lot of what's going to happen in this endgame, Poro.
Yes, sir. It is one of those sad boy compounds in that don't have any kills from it. Nobody's just really
even for Sonics, it's not the greatest for kills.
Exactly. I mean, Sonics, they'll find the angles on pretty much everything, but the only problem is
kind of rough.
It's real easy to avoid LOS with that compound. So that's what most teams are doing right now. Is Alo will get spotted out by Roth. Nice shot from him. As Bing Bang Boom, not out of the woods just yet. Attention back over towards the south. Looks like they spot out Colton as well.
Yeah, but look at the line potentially Colton might have onto LG. This LG will get the res on Alo, no problem, but they have to deal with Tokyo Manji, who doesn't seem too kind of worried about them. More focused on dodge, but really it's BBB that they have to worry about.
Shout out to Rello as well. United down to 1, but Rello staying alive. 6 kills for United, and he's trying to see if they can get him some more placement points now that we are to our top 8. Colton, looks like he spotted out a few of the Dodge boys. Ethan and Finna just making their way through those hills. Gats, Keenan might rejoin Roth on the north side of this little mound, this little hill, as LG proven to be a little bit too tough of a nut to crack with that hard cover they've got.
Yep, they have the cover, and they've not only that, but I mean they've just been doing so much damage to the teams that have been peeking them. Obviously, you see Kurt and Penta trying to just venture out, so they're not all just stacked in that shack for threat of grenade. But fortunately for them, I don't really think any of these teams can get close enough to try to nade them. So
yeah, I was a little concerned about Colton right here, and actually Colton
is more focused on everyone but LG right now.
Yeah, he's got eyes on Bing Bang Boom from long range, and gonna hit quite a few of those shots. No knocks coming through though. Nope, now he's gonna pay attention down
he sees him
towards LG. Good shots will get the knock on to Kurt, but they'll have to pull away as the return fire just a little bit too heavy.
And that shift once again great for Sonics. So good for Sonics, especially because they can work this on foot. But LG actually somewhat of a beneficiary as well. If they can just get rid of Tokyo Manji, they actually have potentially the best spot in the zone.
Yeah, Tokyo Manji's getting so much done with that high ground that they have, even though it's down to 2. You did see Rello get spotted out, so United does go down in 8th place. Ethan now has a little bit of a line onto BBB. Now, despite the fact that Dodge have lost 1, they've got 6 kills, and they've still managed to maintain control over the western side of this circle. 22 still has a couple of solos up there. Now, Team X with 3 still trying to leave from the north side, but that is going to be asking
basically
a
one
lot.
of the only teams that Sonics can shoot at, and so they pretty much put all their focus into Team X, as Mime and Shrimsy will each find 1. It's down to just Islet now.
It is just mini spray through the smokes as Dilet will try to make the run here. And now, yep, Corsac has an angle on it as well. Dodge does end up cleaning up 22.
Those kills too.
And he's stealing the kills
9
away
kills
out of the
Dodge.
pockets of Sonics.
That's okay, they can afford it.
Yeah, they're kind of rolling right now, but Tokyo Manji Gang still just not giving LG anything.
No.
They're gonna find Penta. He gets taken down.
Luke,
there it is. Luke 12. He's like, boy, re-peek that again. I dare you. And Luke puts him on his back.
And they are making the push. But look, BBB pulls up right behind LG. And Zealot actually might realize this. But Purdy Curdy, he's just going up.
Bing, bang, boom. Wrap back down to the south side. I guess they just decided, you know what? Screw the Sonics. We don't want to have to push that compound. It's brain dead. Let's just go ahead and push these guys who are wide out in the open on the other side. And instead, they'll pick up 2 kills for it. Zealot will get Kurt, and that will be LG going down. But Tokyo Manji Gang, they're going to get the res on his. They're going to get the res. They're going to get back up to strong here.
That being said, again, BBB with now a good position. It's just this cross that I'm worried about. If Sonics catches them on it, it won't be great. But if they can make it to the center of that hill, they actually have so much cover. And Sonics is actually just going to go for the base as well, which is, again, such a strong play. They can just work the rest of this on foot. They know that their back is clear. They just have to make sure there's no one else in the north, which there is not. Sonics sitting strong. Quinn with an Om as well. That's dangerous.
Almond.
You Almond, bro?
You Almond? Almond. H-Wins Almond. And Ethan's blowing up vehicles and killing Zealots. As you can see, he's bleeding out extremely fast. Most likely on fourth knock. Yeah. Colton not even gonna risk it. He'll just kind of hold on to the high ground that he's got for now, as Dodge continues to kind of spread out, clean out whatever they can on that south side. Sonics, meanwhile, they will get the shift. Let's see how many kills they can get for it.
All right, well, let's go ahead and just take a quick listen in here with Sonics and see how they want to deal with this final circles.
Green tree rock combo in front of you guys as well.
So there's 7 alive. How many do we think Dodge is? Did you see any of them die earlier?
No, I think they're strong.
So if they're
Dodge should be strong. Or I think one died earlier.
Listen. Green marker can flex down left on us. We need to watch that. Peeking top hill, top left on the dead tree.
I think so, boys. TM's a duo. I think TM's a duo. BBB is a solo, and Dodge is 4.
Guy across the street on
I'm holding that guy.
Can you mark exactly where he is?
He's on a rock. I'm holding him. You should watch above mine.
Exactly where he is?
Let me watch this guy. Watch above mine on a rock on yellow.
Okay, he's not in.
Yeah, I know.
TM's smoking top hill. I think they're gonna try and kill BBB.
They did flex
below
the
them.
green. They flexed the green bottom left on green.
Okay. BBB might be 2 then.
BBB should be 2.
TM's duo being top hill right now.
And there you go. Surprising how much information Sonics has.
Yeah, I mean,
despite the fact they've been in a compound.
The only thing they weren't sure of is whether BBB was a duo and Dodge was a full team. But I mean, they were pretty damn close.
They
called TM straight out. They knew TM was a duo.
Well, I mean, TM down to just Colton. It looks like Colton's just going to go ahead and die to the blue here. And there it is. Okay, won't give that point away. And it is down to our top 3, but they've got a pretty good read on the situation here as Dodge. They've left Corsac on that western side of the road. Bing, bang, boom. Meanwhile, have elected to pull this as 4. Oh, big spray from Ethan. Nice knock onto Roth. Immediate flush comes through. 12 kills for Dodge. 6 kills in the pocket of Ethan.
Ethan is showing up big time here. Dodge finally showing up big time here, making it to an endgame here with a good amount of kills. But Corsac is going to fall, which was their biggest anchor. And again, Sonics just slowly taking control of this circle. Even if BBB takes this as a duo, Sonics just has everything to play. Gats doing his best, but the flashbang coming in.
I mean, you can see Mime is just desperate. He's like, they are going to kill each other, and we're going to have no points. He is a dog off the leash, and he pushes right in. They're going to find 1, they're going to find 2, and now Ethan in the blue has lost track of who's alive. He's just going to go down, and there you have it. Yet another Sonics victory, this time with 5 kills.
That's actually the lowest kill count they've had in a victory as well, and we talked about it. The reason why is that compound, I'm just going to say it, it sucks to get kills from. It was a great position for them to play. I think they were smart for obviously taking it, but you just can't really get a lot from it. That being said, when they finally were able to push out, they were able to clear everyone else out, they get the kills, and regardless, they still get the win. That's another 15 points. I said at the beginning of that game, man, if Sonics doesn't have a good game and United can bring it back or blah, 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 it doesn't matter. Sonics were able to just win that game anyways and then continue to further that lead away from second.
Exactly, man. It may not be a 100-point day with 3 wins in one day, but Sonics still putting up the points, still creating that separation, making sure that nobody challenges them for their throne here in PCS7. But that was a fantastic win. Fantastic day of games.
It was a good set of games today, especially the Miramar ones. I really enjoyed watching the Miramar ones. No bias there at all. But overall, I mean, I still can't believe the absolute consistency of SG in 22. I mean, today was a great day for them. And it was also really nice to see not only Tokyo Maji Gang turn it up in the last couple games, but we finally saw Dodge get to show up with Ethan coming out huge with 6 kills for himself.
Absolutely. Well, we are setting up for a barn burner of a final day here, especially between 22 and Synergy. I can't wait to hear the analyst desk break all this down, but we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, they will get us ready for the end of the day.
doing his best, but the flashbang coming in.
I mean, you can see Mime is just desperate. He's like, they are going to kill each other and we're going to have no points. He is a dog off the leash and he pushes right in. They're going to find one, they're going to find two, and now Ethan in the blue has lost track of who's alive. He's just going to go down, and there you have it. Yet another Sonics victory, this time with 5 kills.
That's actually the lowest kill count they've had in a victory as well. And we talked about
Welcome back after a big Sonics kill. They know how to start days. They know how to end them. My name is Tavies. I'm joined by Matchum and the Cammy D. And we're going to jump straight to it because the requests have come flooding in all weekend long. So we're going to go directly to the man himself to chat just a little bit about today and how it's gone. Flood, hello. Welcome, and thank you for making your bed for us. I appreciate it.
No worries.
So I'll start with Matt. I know you got some questions for Flood.
Okay, so we know the fact that your present positioning, you're going to be chasing after Sonics and also trying to stay ahead of the pack that is, a ton of teams, all within about 15 to 20 points of each other that are just chasing after you guys. I know that everybody always says, doesn't matter, we're just playing our own game, but are you guys like aiming for a certain points per game? Are there any threats that you guys are worried about? Like, what's going on in your head moving into tomorrow?
I mean, we're not really worried about anyone in particular. We were definitely aiming to overtake Sonics. Obviously, we want to win. We're a competitive team. I think after that game, it's going to be really tricky. They did have a really nice game there, so not much we could do about that. We also misplayed a little bit. But overall, we're really just playing our own game and just trying to make sure that we're learning from each game and like not making the same mistakes that we've been making the last few weeks, last few days, sorry.
Yeah, listen, I'm of the camp that it's possible. I think the overtake is potentially in the cards for you guys. But I want to ask you about, because now you're stateside, right? How has that really played into your experience of this particular event? You've been playing with the rest of the United boys from the other side of the world for around a year at this point, right? So I want to, I'm curious on how your new location has affected the games.
As far as how my new ping has affected the games, honestly, ping is, as much as I hate to say, it's an advantage a lot of time. I think being in the US, my AR fights feel a lot easier to take, especially against other Australians and Latin American players. On OS ping, it's almost impossible to AR fight them properly. But I do think that DMRs have taken not a huge hit, but a noticeable hit because my ping is a bit lower. People can actually react when I shoot them, which is annoying because I can usually double tap people before they can move. But, I mean, it hasn't really changed my playstyle at all. It hasn't really changed anything other than the fact that I've been able to wake up and be awake for a few hours before the games. I usually have to get up about 7 a.m. to play.
Yeah.
But other than that, no real changes. It's lovely to have low ping. There's advantages to it. Obviously, I can AR fight a lot better now, but my main role on the team is being a DMR bot. So, honestly, being on the low ping versus high ping wouldn't have made a huge difference in this particular tournament.
I got a quick follow-up. Okay, so ping or being able to be like awake at a normal time, which do you think that has a bigger influence on your play?
Honestly, for me personally, being awake, I'm not a great morning person. I like getting 8 to 9, honestly, not even 8 to 9, like 9 to 10 hours of sleep. And it's quite hard for me to go to bed at like 10, 11 p.m., in order to get that good amount of sleep. So I think I've personally enjoyed the schedule of waking up later and having a few hours to warm up and actually be mentally switched on. That, like, I prefer that than the 5 ping that I've been getting.
Okay.
So throughout the interviews, and I think anytime we've talked at United, you guys have said you're focused on playing your game. You do want to be #1 and beat the Sonics. I think finding out what your game is a topic for a podcast that could take a while. What I want to know is what has been your biggest challenge to playing your game in this event so far?
Honestly, I think a big part of our game is we play edge, try and control space, and we look for backfills. And if we don't have backfills, we look for really like unique sends that can benefit us. But I think our challenges for this tournament honestly have been, there's a lot of teams who, no shade intended, have no clue what they're doing. So we'll sit behind a team and expect them to leave and expect them to take a better spot in front of them or regroup or take something better. And they usually don't. So a lot of our really bad games have been because we've put ourselves into a spot where we're behind a team who's not quite switched on and they have no idea what they're doing. and it kind of ruins our entire game because our game plan is to backfill that team, and they don't move, so it kind of makes the game a bit tricky. Yeah, so our playstyle has been affected a little bit, and I think we'll be doing a lot better at PGC because most of the teams are really, really good. Like, the quality there will be insane. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Is we've just been relying too much on other teams to make decisions for us instead of us making our own decisions.
All right, now while I desperately want to ask which teams it are, they're not letting you backfill them effectively. I know Matt's got one more question, so let's do that.
We've been talking a lot. Okay, who's going to PGC? 22? Ooh. Synergy. What's your take?
I like that.
Oh, look at the eyes. He's like, no.
I don't think PUBG want me to talk about that, if I'm being completely honest.
Fair.
I personally would like SG to go because I think they deserve it slightly more for reasons that PUBG will hold me accountable if I say otherwise.
Have you liked the way that SG's been playing, though? I mean, as you guys have watched the replays.
Yeah, I think 22 definitely has a lot of like firepower, and like Gazera's actually insane. Like, that guy's crazy good. But I think as far as like teams who are playing smarter and like actually playing the game to win, I think SG have done a better job of that, in my opinion.
Awesome. That's great. Before I let you go, I know you're going to get back to the team. You guys have a lot of work to do before tomorrow. Are there any shout-outs or call-outs, or just do you want to name the teams that are playing like garbage that you can't backfill? Your choice. Floor is yours.
No, so I'll firstly shout out to my girlfriend Greta the Goat. She's given me a place to stay and her family, so I get 5 ping. That's amazing. Shout out to E United for getting me a PC. I have a 3080 Ti, so I've never been happier. Also, shout out to my girlfriend's brother for giving me his 240 Hz BenQ monitor. And obviously, shout out to my family and friends, and of course, my org, E United, again, for being an amazing org.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Flood. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and we will see you tomorrow. Good luck. Tell the rest of the team that we wish you guys luck as well.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
You heard it first here. The key to a gamer's heart is better tech.
It takes a village.
A support team. Yeah, I know.
It takes a village. Well, let's see it. Let's take a look at some guys who just dominate. Absolutely. We'll pivot to the champions. The Sonics pick up 5 kills, but ultimately they just put more points on the lead.
Yeah, that's really the thing. It wasn't a fantastic game by the Sonics. They handled it well, similar to United's previous win. They played in the compound. They knew when to extend out. They didn't throw away a game by a stupid maneuver, and that means that they only got 5 kills, but it is still 5 kills and a win when they already had, what, a 30-40 point lead over E United?
Is it really a day of Americas if Sonics doesn't get a victory?
Right, it does feel that way. Yeah. It does, and if they don't get one day, they get like 3 the next.
Yeah, I mean, it all averages out.
It does. Let's take a quick look, though, at that last match. One last reminder. It's time for the highlights.
Highlights!
My man.
Oh, circles. Looking through on everything. This is pretty similar to what we saw last time. That's what we were talking about in game.
Yeah.
Is that it's just more north. We still have like Rudavalle in here, but it's all the basic features and similar rotations as well.
Yeah, what I am a little disappointed about is that it took to the final game of the second to last day for teams like Dodge and even BBB in a small margin to like really show up, because again, for Dodge specifically, they haven't been bad this tournament, but they haven't really been a part of the conversation with the teams like LG and Wildcard, but they deleted Wildcard there. They came in, got a whole bunch of kills, got a good solid 2nd place, even with the deny at the end. Like, this was the Dodge that I think a lot of us were hoping to see from the very beginning, and it's good to see them now. I kind of wish we saw them a little earlier.
I mean, we did see them have some moments today as well. We did have the Hikerman play that did pop off, but it was a solo coming into the end of a circle and then mopping up another team of 3 versus a more, okay, we're going to come into this fight, we're going to get some kills out of it, we're going to be a much larger influence in the later stages of the game.
Yeah.
So an excellent game by the Sonics. Take a look at the match leaderboard there as Dodge does come out with some big points. We'll talk about a little bit later today. They get the points despite not getting the chicken. Sonics in 2, and then Bing Bang Boom actually put up some numbers.
Yeah, I will say, it has been a long time since we've seen a team get 2nd place on the match leaderboard while winning in placement.
And then, has it ever been Sonics?
Right.
True.
But you know what? You take what the circles give you. You take your position. And the Sonics walked away with the chicken, and they will continue to extend their lead. 270 points up. That's insanity. E United was in the chase. We'll talk about that a little bit during the final circle today. Can they catch, or where are they playing? Yeah. And then Synergy and 22 Esports really has been kind of the story of the day of this hunt. Synergy has put in so much work.
It's
so much work.
It's great because that's what we started the show talking about. We're like, okay, this is what we know is the story, is these two teams fighting it out, trying to see who's going to get to PGC, and it hasn't stopped. This has been the rivalry today. I mean, sure, Sonics, United, everybody's been doing these things, but it all seems to keep coming back to, okay, 22 and Synergy, what's going on?
I should have had you end the segment because you said every buzzword we need for Final Circle. United, Sonics, PGC, 22, Synergy, the race for second. It's all on the docket, so don't go anywhere. Be back in just a couple of minutes with the Final Circle. Let's get into it. Final circle time. My name's Tommy. I'm joined by the Comedy and Matchup as we break down the action. Now, before we get into talking about all the cool stuff, I want to remind you guys that we are giving away cool stuff. And in case you missed it, you were away from the computer, I want to remind you these are the codes. You can enter them, even though PCS7 kicks may have been a code from a different day. You can put it in right now. America's as well. Go to the link in chat. Enter those and have your chance to get your hands on Air Force, custom Air Force Ones painted with the PCS7 colors and logo, as well as a custom pair of Alienware headsets. If you're not entering, you're a fool. All right, let's talk about the games. Let's talk about the leaderboards. Let's show it right now to see where everyone stands at the end of day number 2 of weekend 2. Woo! Sonics unstoppable as they continue to just pile drive the competition.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a big gap. It's a pretty big gap.
Yeah.
Like but more importantly, it's just the same gap.
Yeah.
From the start of today.
There's so many similarities, just different names in different places, really. Whenever you look at it, the gap's pretty similar, but whenever we kept talking about it, it's about like that 3rd through 6th place.
There you go. Let's talk about that.
Going through everything.
Well, that's the thing about 3rd through 6th. I mean, this is incredibly close going into our last day of play. Let's talk a little more about those teams who are fighting for that position.
Yeah, Luminosity Wildcard, especially, not to mention Synergy and 22, all trying to go for PGC. At this point, just looking at the gap between them and everyone else on the leaderboard, and then when you consider the PGC points gathered before this competition, it is relatively set, at least on the North American side. But Luminosity Gaming and Wildcard, they didn't have the best of days today, so they need to make sure that they're able to shore up any sort of weaknesses that they showed, because there is the numbers, we're going to have to really look into them and dig into them, but I feel like there is a possibility for Dodge to have a great final day and catch up.
We're going to crunch numbers tonight. If you guys want to crunch numbers at home, remember hashtag PUBG Esports. Do some math. Tell us what scenario you think plays out tomorrow to get your favorite team to go to PGC, because I'm going to tell you, there's definitely some rough ones up there as you look towards the road to PGC and the teams that are trying to put points on the board.
I mean, we all know caster math isn't always the best math. That's why we've got a group of people that are going to be helping us out with it. But hey, we know that you guys are smart. Also, give us some of your insights in this. Where we're presently looking at right now is going to be how we see everything stacked together. Now, remember, right now, Sonics look like they're going to win PCS7. That's an auto berth in. That means the fact that they get it, and since they win, the sub-region that doesn't get first place automatically gets a spot as well. So that's where we're talking a lot about what's going on with 22 and Synergy in their positioning.
And we'll take a look at this PGC leaderboard right now, because where they came in at the start of the week or at the start of this event, 22 with 170 points, Synergy with 100 means you're only looking at a 75-point differential.
Yeah.
And when you talk about the value gained in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, Synergy just has to keep doing what they're doing, basically, to get themselves to go.
Yeah, the thing is, though, when you're looking at 22 and Synergy, and even United and Sonics, they all had, point-wise, very, very, very similar days. So when you're talking about like, oh, there's an opportunity here, they got to keep pushing on, no one's been letting up. No one's giving that little first stumble to allow the other racer to get a lead onto them.
Speaking of not giving it up, not making that stumble, let's talk specifically about Synergy in 22.
Okay.
Again, we've talked about them a lot today. I will admit that. But it's deserved, because these guys, we said they got to come into play, and they have been nonstop. 22 takes 2, Synergy takes 1. It's back and forth, and it never seems to end.
I will say, the one big thing that we talked about at the start of the show, we talked about yesterday as well, was Gizera wasn't going to show up. I think he performed better today, but he still wasn't that week 1 level just yet. And we are starting to see the numbers really even out when you compare Synergy to 22. Total kills, very even. Damage, really, really even. That placement, it might look close, but over the course of a lot of different games, especially with the number of podiums that Synergy, 22 as well, but Synergy have been getting last week as well as now, this might be the small lead that Toffees you were talking about that Synergy.
The difference is really the consistency. 22 can win 2 games and then go out, get 1 point in the 3rd game. Whereas it's going to be Synergy that is just holding it down time and time again. Sure, kill counts are pretty close, but it's a lot on Gizera, making sure that he has big games, and it's going to be a lot on Pippa on the other side. But whenever you're just making it into the late games more, you get more opportunities to get those kills, so you don't have to have those big Gizera moments.
So 22 looked a little more like Synergy today, and you kind of brought this up where when Gizera was letting it down, 22 wasn't having a bad day. They were having a great day. His Haven came out with a really big for his team and did help carry just a little bit. But I do think the reality is we still have these all-stars. We have the idea that Pippa and Gizera have stepped up and been the leaders, at least in terms of in-game play.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't help but keep comparing Gizera this week, Gizera last week. If my memory is correct, he have like 40, maybe 44 kills last week, and now he only has 52. That's like I was hoping for. I was expecting a bit of a warm up yesterday, leading into another great performance today. That doesn't seem to be happening.
Well, but at the same time, he's sticking in our minds because we're all playing a lot of fantasy, right? And he was such a big component in that. 22 is a lot more diverse whenever we're looking at their kills coming into this week versus last week. And
today especially.
Yeah, and so we've been seeing a lot more opportunities. Like we were talking about Vinny and how he was making those car plays, but we also saw just some clutch moments coming out of so many different members of that team. Now, the question is, though, whenever we look back to those PGC points, because that's been the conversation, that's been why these teams are rotating so freaking early and trying to go for all of these kill points. At the end of the day, does 22 still have the opportunity to get the distance they need?
I think that they might. And let's pivot a little bit because we talked about the PGC points. We know that they're both in pursuit of those, but they're now also in pursuit of a great place in PCS7. There's $3,000 on the line for second place. United looks good, currently holds it. Here's my first question. At the end of day today, you heard Flood say in the interview, our goal ultimately is to catch the Sonics. Simple question. Can they catch the Sonics? Cameron, yes or no?
I give it maybe 15%.
What do you think? Matt?
I'll just be direct and say no. It would require E United to have a massive day and Sonics to have a
so are they more in the 100 second?
Okay. I just agree with that, Matt. They don't need a massive day. They need just a good solid day. There's only about a 40
But they also need Sonics to implode.
Yes, that's the other thing. If they just need Sonics to not have such good days anymore.
But that's the problem. That's not going to happen across 5 games. So you have to have a great day to catch up the total points and whatever points.
We've seen it happen for Sonics before. Their bad days aren't as dramatic as United's bad days.
Look,
but they've had them.
This is PCS7. Sonics win there. It's not ESL. United wins there. That's just the basic rule of life, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're United, I think the idea is you want to get the phone numbers for Sonics and just crank call them all night. Just try to keep them awake. Maybe get in the way a little bit because you got to slow them down somehow, or you're in a contest for second. Which is that fair to say that United is looking at defending $30,000 tomorrow instead of pursuing 60?
I think they have a foot in both sides because it's a smaller gap, but there is still enough of a gap between them and SG22 that I think that they shouldn't be too worried about that. But also at the end of the day, they're going to PGC. For them, it's all about training to perform well there. So even if that was an issue, I don't think it would be a concern for them.
The thing that I'm seeing, though, is that with the rivalry between 22 and Synergy, they're rotating so early. They're so aggressive. And E United usually fills that category, and they're not quite as quick on the draw as what it feels like. They are keeping the point distance ahead, but there is a world where one of those two teams, I think, that can catch up those 18 points. Now, I put it in a lower likely scenario, but I feel like really they're going to be gunning after each other more than they're going to be gunning after E United.
Yeah,
and they're both hungry because either one that gets to second, they go to PGC.
That's the big thing. Like, you can talk about how good it is to perform as good as possible in an event like PCS7 with the prize pool and all of that, but that all pales in comparison to PGC. So if it was a trade-off between performing good at PCS7 or going to PGC, without even taking a breath, it would be about PGC, which means we might foreshadowing, we might see some targeting tomorrow.
I would love to see that. Now, you brought up playing well. We like seeing things that are nice. I love the top 5 plays of the day.
Let's go. What is it today?
Let's go. Coming in hot. Our first number 5. What do we got?
Okay. Yep. Posa. Listen, Trogaditas. This was the. No, I know that this is the SKS with the red dot.
Yeah. Give it to me. Make the switch over. Get the taps in, and see SKS is good. It's good.
Horo's quote of I can't do that with a scope on. Like, I can't believe you got a hit with the SKS was right on. Yeah. Beautiful play. Number 4.
I know Godspeed's excited to see some SKS play, but okay, here we go. We're going to be jumping into the Synergy end where Sonics were trying to fend up, and it is just a Benya grenade rain right to finish the
to be fair, Danny had a nade to sort of loosen them, but yeah, Benya with a very nice solid pocket.
Number 3.
Position. But they got dismantled. But here are Sonics. Now they can answer back while this is the 2-piece by Shrimzy. So again, good utility usage, leaning into a good sort of last final slap down to get peek off this hilltop.
I mean, it's just so tight in those peaks on that. And he just always seems to know exactly where it's going to go.
Calm. Number 2. He's always calm.
Okay. Hikerman in game. This is we were talking about this. 22 wanted so many kills, and Hikerman's like, nah, bro, these are all mine.
So that was spoiler alert, right?
I mean, it was only
number 1.
But yeah. Number
1 play of the day.
Number 1 play of the day. RBN again, just shooting on Team X as they drive on by.
Could you say that RBN is the X factor in this play?
Ah, I like that. It's this beautiful job of the shootout, but then the fact that he then ducks back in time, gets the cook up.
With the underhand, yeah, exactly. Well placed. And he's looking for the 4th right now because, man, what a story to tell your family. I go, nope. Okay. 1 HP. Wait. He repeats this?
He gets it.
Yeah. He repeats on 1 HP.
He 4-pieced him. He 4-pieced him. It was an absolutely beautiful play. Deserved first. And I love seeing some teams that haven't been getting as much feature time get a big play like that, because that was absolutely beautiful. All right. Other things that are beautiful.
Us.
Fantasy leaderboards. And you guys.
Oh, see. Yeah, so it's going to be back to...
These are our global leaders. Let's look how it goes. At the end of the day, Sahar is leading at 742 total points. One of the best in the world. Remember, you guys can also get in these games in the future by making sure you sign up as well. So shout out to everybody who is playing on Twire.gg right now. And I can't help but notice, despite how much we boast about the talent leaderboards, none of us are in the global top 10. We'll leave it at that.
They got lucky.
All right, let's take a look at the fantasy top 10. Who's basically making up the money you paid for them? Tingleton is up there, so is Shremsy, but they are very expensive for what we're getting on return. But a big shout out as we continue to see a couple of players.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, with Zero's points that we saw at the start of the day, with what he's had today, as you mentioned, per dollar, still more valuable than Tingleton and Shremsy.
Pippa, man. Pippa is still such a high-end value.
Absolutely high in value. And again, remember, for future reference, if you need to pick your first pick, it should be for the Sonics or United, because chances are one of those players will always be in the top 10. Let's take a look at the talent leaderboard. Who's in first at the end of the day? Parsaris takes it over and moves into first. Well, I'll be hearing about that for the rest of the evening. And, still though, big 3 at the top 3. I'm just going to say that. Let's roll it over. I want to see how the race is going for the 2 of you.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting closer.
Cameron's had a hell of a weekend.
I didn't do the whole let's pick a Sonics or United player, so that means the fact that I'm not having the best week so far. Cam, though, I got to give it to you, man.
Do you think Cam caught you?
I don't think he's caught me, but there's a chance for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, maybe.
Did Cameron get him? Did Cameron catch up to Matchroom yet? That's my question. It's not that close.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've had really good days.
There's a chance.
Really good days so far, but
there's a chance.
Listen, you want to know the key? You want to know the key to having a great comeback?
What?
Despite the comeback not actually being that great, just pick Tick.
Also, everyone has Gizer.
Yeah, I mean, why would you not? But also, let's not forget about Clover sneaking up on you there, Cam.
She's gaining. And Relo's been putting up a lot of work. They finally kind of made that bounce back. E's been putting in some good numbers. It's been very cool to see.
Look,
am I supposed to be ashamed of
Well, you're in second place now.
Oh, you get the
boo-hoo.
No, but it's not as poetic if it's not Cam on the shame.
They just wanted to
I do have that certain je ne sais quoi.
I will say this for you, Cam. Light show, he needs you. He needs you. You can do this for him. I know you can.
All right, guys. If you're loving PUBG, remember it's not over. I'm going to check out what kind of PUBG is going to be happening this month. Sure, tomorrow's the last day of America's PUBG. We crown a winner, and you have tuned in to the best of the broadcast, in my opinion. But it doesn't mean that's it for PUBG. Next week, we hand the baton over to Asia and Europe as they take you through 2 weeks of even greater PUBG action. It's going to be tons of fun. And then, obviously, November 1st, we head to PGC to see sort of the pinnacle of what everyone has been working for.
Sort of. 100% the pinnacle. It's global, baby.
The pinnacle. Also, the pinnacle of pre-shows. The Tomorrow pre-show podcast is going to be featuring Relo. Here's a little bit of a sample of what you can see if you tune in early.
Now, on a fun note, let's step away from that and say, rats, are you one?
If chat thinks we are, we're rats.
See, I was having a conversation with Shrimsy. Shouldn't it be snakes? Shouldn't you guys be snakes instead of rats? That just seems wittier.
Who knows? Honestly, who knows?
He has Snakers on his team. Of course it's got to be snakes, right?
Oh, I see what you're going for. Make sure you tune in tomorrow and get all the answers with one of the best up-and-coming, I say up-and-coming, but really one of the best players in PUBG and an amazing leader. I can't wait to see what he does with his career. Guys, that's about it for our time today. You know I love to get final thoughts before we sign out. So, Cam, hit me with your final thoughts.
I'm back on the Sonics train.
Back on the Sonics train, choo-choo, baby! You can feel the steam. Let's go.
Listen, it was a hard choice. They were so close on the leaderboard.
Yeah, we earned that. That's a shout out to all of us Sonics fans. Matchup, final thoughts.
Emotionally invested. I want to know what's going to be going on with 22 and Synergy. Destiny tomorrow. Can you take it? Because you got the opportunity, both teams.
It's going to be exciting no matter how you slice it. Watching EU try to defend their spot. Synergy fighting with 22 all day tomorrow. It is going to be 5 more matches that determine who goes to PGC to represent the Americas region. It's all on the line, so make sure you are here to see it. On behalf of myself, Matcham, Cameron, Porosaurus, Godspeed, Clover, and everyone at PUBG Esports, thanks so much for watching. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
There's Toesies with the prone spray underneath the wall, and now he turns it into a 1v1 somehow. Tokyo Manji, no! Tokyo Manji and Colton is going to get hit by the stray US. 11 kills for 22. A nice return to form here in game number 1. After a little bit of a slow day. Yes, with the grenades, and Benyo will finish it off. I love this from United, realizing that they need to prio these guys. They are in the worst position. This is where they need to focus. They'll find one. We're off the last one up. Good spray from Stakers.
Dude, so clean.
Finds 2. There it is.
So
easy.
Clean. And it has just been every time Trog has run into TM. I think aside from one fight, I mean, Trog has gotten better at that. And oh my God, he gets that with a red dot on his SKS.
I mean, to be able to hit it with the SKS is already like magical to me because I can't hit anything with an SKS, but the red dot SKS on top of that.
Swold is winning from behind it now. Playing for trades, playing together. It's going to be a systematic push. Shrimzy doesn't even need the help.
Shrimzy with 450 damage so far. XC LFP has a nice little angle from range as well.
Oh, the nade
will do the work.
It's just on a Cloud.
And LFP gets Herlax as well, and Cloud Zero just like that, all by himself. He at least has a little bit of hard cover. Rabino not going to spot him. 1 HP. Will stay alive.
Yes.
What a gutsy repeat, man.